Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Even in the most loving and tight-knit families, disagreements, misunderstandings, and conflicts can arise. Yet, it's often within the family that people seek comfort, support, and validation. But the closer the bonds, the more dangerous and unforgiving things can become. The story of a young woman named Anjana Lama Mahat is both disturbing and deeply unsettling in its intensity. The crime took place inside the walls of a luxurious home owned by a well-respected family. Everyone involved hoped to sweep the matter under the rug, allegedly going so far as to offer bribes to law enforcement. What makes this case even more shocking is that the Mahat family had always been seen as a picture of success and harmony. They never aired their grievances in public, and that's exactly why what happened took everyone by surprise. Anjana Lama was born on August 26, 1995, in the small industrial town of Hetauda, located in the southern central region of Nepal. She was the eldest in a large family with limited financial means. Growing up, she helped raise her 3 younger sisters and her brother, taking on responsibilities well beyond her years. She also supported her mother with household chores, cleaning, doing laundry, and learning to cook at an early age. From a young age, Anjana had a special charm that made her stand out. Her kind and caring nature, combined with a warm personality, drew people in. She was friendly, always willing to lend a hand, and had a natural ability to connect with others, whether classmates, neighbors, or strangers. Academically, Anjana was a solid student. While not at the top of her class, her teachers consistently noted her intelligence, determination, and mature attitude toward her studies. Everyone believed she had a bright future ahead. With her striking looks and slim, athletic figure, Anjana began attracting attention during her teen years, but it wasn't just her appearance that made her popular. She had a fun, light-hearted personality and could easily become the life of any social gathering. She avoided confrontation and always tried to resolve disagreements peacefully. Anjana had a real talent for drawing and dreamed of becoming an artist, fashion designer, or working in the beauty industry. She had all the potential to succeed, but she couldn't rely on financial support or connections from her family. Everything she achieved would have to come from her own hard work. While still in school, she met a young man named Prajwal Mahat, who was a year older. He came from a high-stopped Chetri family, while Anjana's background was from the Tamang ethnic group, historically of Mongolian descent. His parents, Pushpa and Kamal Bahadur, were wealthy, well-known, and highly respected in the community. His older brother Ujjwal was a successful sound producer and had even worked on promoting one of Nepal's most famous songs, Suna Seli. From the start, there was a strong mutual attraction between Anjana and Prajwal. They became close friends and started spending more and more time together. They shared many interests, hobbies, and ambitions. Still, they initially kept their distance, knowing that their different backgrounds made any relationship between them socially unacceptable. But as time passed, their bond deepened into something much more than friendship. They couldn't imagine being apart and made a promise to stay together no matter what, even if it meant going against deeply rooted traditions. Naturally, when their relationship came to light, both families strongly opposed it and forbade them from seeing each other. Ujjwal, Prajwal's older brother, was the only one willing to support the couple. Touched by their story and believing in the sincerity of their feelings, he agreed to help them. They came up with a plan to leave quietly and arranged a private wedding. Ujjwal even paid for the ceremony out of his own pocket. His intentions were noble, but once news of the marriage broke, it sparked a serious family scandal. The couple tied the knot in late 2016. Anjana was 21 years old at the time, and her new husband had just turned 22. For the first few months, the newlyweds had to move from one low-cost rental apartment to another, without stable jobs or reliable income. They relied heavily on Ujjwal's financial help. Prajwal was doing his best to find employment, but the only opportunities he could secure were short-term and low-paying gigs. In early February 2017, Prajwal received a call from his mother, Pushpa. They talked for several hours. She tried to convince her younger son to come back home, but he made it clear he wouldn't go anywhere without his wife. Eventually, it was agreed that both he and Anjana would move into the Mahat family home, a large estate located in the bustling city of Lalitpur. Prajwal was the youngest child in the family. His two older sisters were already married and had moved in with their husbands at the Mahat residence. The household now included his parents, his brother Ujwal, Ujwal's wife Ashwarya, and their son Santosh. Anjana's first few months in her new home were far from welcoming. She constantly felt out of place and sensed an unspoken hostility from almost everyone around her. She had no idea how to earn the approval of her in-laws, and it was clear she wasn't fully accepted. Things were made even more difficult by the fact that she had no one to confide in. Her own parents were still upset with her and weren't even speaking over the phone. During a major holiday, when the Mahat home was filled with extended family, longtime friends and business associates of Kamal Bahadur, Anjana wasn't even allowed to come out of her room. It was painfully obvious that the family was ashamed to introduce her to their guests due to her less prestigious background. The slight was devastating, and she spent the entire evening alone, crying behind closed doors. Despite everything, Anjana tried her best to be kind and respectful. She never raised her voice, never argued, and did all she could to fit in. Soon after they settled in, the family patriarch arranged a job for Prajwal at one of the major companies he worked with. It was a way of giving his son some independence while still keeping him under close watch. Prajwal quickly began to succeed, earning respect, climbing the corporate ladder, and bringing in a decent income. The Mahat household ran on strict rules that applied to everyone, even with house staff and domestic help. Every family member had specific responsibilities. Disrupting the order was not acceptable. Each morning, the adults left for work, and the kids went off to school. Only Anjana stayed behind. She had yet to find a job, and her in-laws didn't seem in any hurry to assist her in getting one. In May 2017, Anjana told her husband that she was finally ready to chase a dream she had carried with her for years, opening a small beauty salon in their neighborhood. She had already found a location for lease, researched the details, assessed the market demand for the services she wanted to offer, and even put together a business plan. But there was one problem. She didn't have the startup capital to make it happen. At that point, Prajwal had started earning a decent income and had managed to set some money aside, but it still wasn't enough. He turned to his parents for help, but they refused, skeptical that Anjana's idea could succeed. Once again, Ujwal stepped in. He believed in her vision and provided the funds she needed to get her business off the ground. Anjana threw herself into the project with incredible passion. She poured her heart into the salon, and it didn't take long before it started to pay off. The business became profitable rather quickly. Her success didn't go unnoticed. Her in-laws, who had once doubted her, now saw her in a whole new light. They began to recognize her as an independent, ambitious, and intelligent woman with a natural talent for business. Over time, the Mahat family's attitude toward Anjana changed. They started to value her opinions, show her genuine respect, and eventually accepted and embraced her as part of the family. For the first time, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. However, one thing still weighed on her. She hadn't reconnected with her own parents, and the silence between them remained unbroken. That's when Anjana came up with an idea. Her younger brother had just graduated from school, and she suggested he move to Lalitpur to attend one of the city's universities, where he would have far more opportunities than in their rural hometown. The plan was for him to live with Anjana and Prajwal in the Mahat family home, under her care and guidance. Prajwal's parents didn't object to the idea. In fact, they were open to welcoming the teenager into their household. To finalize everything, both families decided to meet in person. During this conversation, Anjana's parents saw firsthand that the Mahats were supportive and willing to provide a good environment for their son while he pursued his education. This meeting opened the door for reconciliation. Anjana was finally able to reconnect with her parents, and the misunderstandings and tension between them began to fade. From that point on, the two families stayed in close contact. Anjana and Prajwal made regular visits, and Anjana spoke with her mother almost daily. Her brother enrolled in a respected university, and the Mahat household welcomed him with warmth and kindness. As social media began to take off in Nepal, Anjana created several personal accounts across different platforms. The one that really stood out to her was TikTok. She began posting short videos showing the day-to-day life of her beauty salon, sharing skincare routines, product reviews, and tips on creating stylish looks. With her striking appearance, charisma, and confidence, Anjana quickly gained attention online. Her content started to go viral, and her follower count climbed into the tens of thousands. Viewers admired her radiant, almost Hollywood-like beauty, flooded her comment sections with compliments, and trusted her advice. Her online presence became an extension of her growing influence in both business and lifestyle. At one point, Anjana caught the attention of a modeling agency. They began offering her opportunities to participate in various photo shoots, promotional campaigns, and runway shows. For Anjana, it felt like a dream come true, something she had only fantasized about in her younger years. She seized every chance to put herself out there and quickly became a local celebrity. Confident and composed in front of the camera, Anjana embraced her new role. She experimented with a wide range of styles, including some daring and bold looks. Her modeling fees increased rapidly, and before long, her beauty salon started taking a back seat. Eventually, she closed the business altogether. Modeling had become her full-time career, and it was significantly more lucrative. Her popularity continued to soar, reaching far beyond the borders of Nepal. International modeling agencies began expressing interest in her work, offering attractive contracts and opportunities abroad. She and her husband started seriously considering a move overseas. Their top choice was Canada, and soon the couple began preparing for the transition. When they broke the news to their families, the reactions were calm but cautious. While neither set of parents was thrilled about the idea of them moving so far away, no one tried to stop them. In fact, both families offered their support in helping the couple pursue their dream. Back in 2018, Ujwal had begun facing serious health complications following a prolonged illness. He started losing his hearing at a rapid pace, and by the end of the year, he was no longer able to work as a sound engineer. It was a devastating blow, but during this difficult time, Prajwal was his greatest support, helping him stay afloat. Emotionally, news of Prajwal's potential move to another country came as yet another emotional shock to Ujwal. Adding fuel to the fire was Ujwal's wife, Aishwarya. It's important to note that their marriage had been arranged. His parents had selected Aishwarya from a wealthy and influential family. She carried herself with pride and a sense of superiority. From the moment Anjana moved into the Mahat family home, Aishwarya took a strong dislike to her. She often made it clear that she believed Anjana didn't belong in their circle. Things eventually seemed to calm down, but when Anjana successfully launched her beauty salon and began to gain recognition, Aishwarya's jealousy began to show. The tension intensified when Anjana transitioned into modeling and started to thrive. She was young, beautiful, successful, and had built her career from the ground up. Even Anjana's in-laws, once skeptical, had grown to respect her deeply and considered her their favorite. Aishwarya, on the other hand, was consumed with resentment over Anjana's rising success. Fueled by bitterness, Aishwarya started spreading gossip and creating divisions within the family. She painted a damaging picture of Anjana, claiming that her modeling career was a cover for questionable behavior and alleged secret relationships. To back up her claims, she showed the in-laws photos of Anjana from swimsuit advertisements and insisted that such images were inappropriate for a married woman. Aishwarya had stirred up family drama on more than one occasion, but each time, Anjana's husband stood by her and managed to de-escalate the situation. Over time, the rest of the family grew tired of Aishwarya's provocations, and her emotional outbursts were no longer taken seriously. That's when she shifted her focus to her own husband, Ujwal, trying to turn him against Anjana. The situation worsened dramatically when Ujwal's illness forced him to stop working. Now spending most of his time at home, he became a captive audience for Aishwarya's ongoing complaints. She continually painted Anjana in a negative light, accusing her of causing rifts within the family. When she learned that Anjana and Prajwal were preparing to move to Canada, her frustration boiled over. Blinded by envy and resentment, Aishwarya began telling Ujjwal that Anjana was tearing the family apart and planning to take Prajwal away for good. With his health failing and his younger brother being one of his few sources of emotional support, Ujjwal started to believe that he was being abandoned, left alone, during the hardest time of his life. Anjana had previously shared with her parents how difficult things had become living under the same roof as Aishwarya. She explained that Aishwarya constantly tried to sabotage her and spread false rumors. Her mother advised her to stay calm, avoid reacting to hostility, and not to air the family's dirty laundry, insisting these were only temporary hardships. On May 9, 2019, around 4 p.m., the phone rang in the Lama household. Anjana's mother picked it up and heard the trembling voice of her in-law, who pleaded with her to come to the Mahat home. Immediately, the woman was crying and couldn't give clear answers. She just kept asking them to hurry. It was immediately clear that something terrible had happened. Although the distance between the two homes was just over 60 miles, a traffic accident on the highway caused massive delays. What should have taken about an hour ended up being a grueling 6-hour drive. By the time Anjana's parents arrived, the Mahat residence was surrounded by police cars and a growing crowd of onlookers, including neighbors and passers-by near the entrance. Anjana's younger brother sat with his back against the wall, his hands covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. It was clear that something irreversible had taken place, but the full scope was still unknown. One of the officers approached Anjana's father and asked him to come inside together. They walked up to a second-floor bedroom. What he saw next was so traumatic, so deeply disturbing, that it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying on the bed was the brutally disfigured body of his beloved daughter. The grief was overwhelming, his vision blurred by tears. His breath caught in his throat. He stumbled out of the house, barely able to process what he had just witnessed. His wife, seeing the agony on his face, instantly understood their daughter was gone. What had happened to Anjana wasn't just a crime. It was a calculated and brutal act. Her left hand had been severed entirely and lay on the floor. Her left leg above the knee had been almost completely detached with a single blow from a sharp weapon. Her head was barely connected to her body, and her face was so badly injured that it was nearly unrecognizable. Devastated by what had happened, Anjana's parents demanded that the police arrest every member of the Mahat household, accusing them of conspiracy and involvement in the crime. But what they heard next from the officers left them stunned. The person responsible had already confessed, was in custody, and was providing a full statement at the station. The person behind the act was Ujjwal, the same man who had once helped the young couple elope and whom Anjana had trusted as both a brother figure and a close friend. It turned out that under constant pressure from his wife, Ujjwal had become convinced that Anjana was manipulative and greedy, determined to destroy the family and take Prajwal away to another country. With his declining health and lack of work, Ujjwal dwelled on these thoughts every day. Eventually, his resentment boiled over. He began to see Anjana's cheerful demeanor and her preparations to move abroad as deeply offensive, and hatred took hold. On the day the tragedy occurred, Prajwal, his father, and Aishwarya had all gone to work. Santosh and Anjana's younger brother were at school. At home were only Anjana, Ujjwal, and their mother, Pushpa, who wasn't feeling well and had gone to lie down. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Around noon, Anjana stepped outside to fill a container with water from the outdoor tap so she could water her beloved flowers near the house. She was in high spirits, humming a tune and dancing as she moved. From the balcony above, Ujjwal watched her intently, trying to decide how to carry out what he had already resolved to do. When Anjana came back inside, she went to her bedroom and lay down with her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Ujjwal was choosing his weapon. First, he picked up a large kitchen knife, but after handling it briefly, he decided it wasn't enough. He then went to the storage room, where, among the tools, was a kukri, a large, curved, traditional Nepali blade used by Gurkha soldiers. Armed with the kukri, Ujjwal went upstairs and entered Anjana's room. She, still focused on her phone, casually asked what he needed. Instead of answering, he approached the bed. It wasn't until he raised the weapon that she realized something was terribly wrong. She instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, and the first blow severed her hand. Despite her screams and the horrific scene unfolding, Ujwal continued his attack, striking repeatedly. He didn't stop until he was sure there was no chance of survival. The final blow severed her head, leaving no doubt about the brutality of the act. The room was soaked in blood, as was Ujwal himself. Forensic experts later counted more than 15 wounds on her body, most of them fatal, even on their own. After the violent attack, Ujwal went to his mother's bedroom and calmly told her what he had done. In complete shock, she decided her first priority was to protect her son. She immediately called her husband and asked him to come home right away. Together, they contacted the police. But when officers arrived, the couple tried to pretend they didn't know the victim. It may have sounded naive or even absurd at first, but given the condition of the remains, identifying the victim was nearly impossible. However, police quickly narrowed down who the body likely belonged to. They refused to move forward without formal identification and requested that Anjana's parents come in for the process. Despite the devastating injuries, her father immediately recognized his daughter. Suspicion initially fell on all members of the Maha household, but Ujwal, realizing the legal danger his family faced, chose to confess. He claimed full responsibility, stating that he acted alone and that no one else in the home knew of his intentions. He gave a detailed account of what had happened, turned over the weapon used, and even handed in his blood-soaked clothes. In a disturbing twist, Ujwal had become so consumed by what he was doing that he failed to notice he had severed part of his own finger. It apparently happened during the final moments of the act, and he only realized the injury after stepping out of the room, trying to decide what to do next. Anjana's parents had long known about the toxic environment in her marital home. They were aware that Aishwarya, her brother-in-law's wife, held deep animosity toward her and had influenced others in the household against her. They believed she may have played a role in fueling Ujwal's anger and driving him to commit the crime. The Lama family demanded that Aishwarya also be arrested for incitement, but authorities declined. Ujwal continued to insist he acted alone and bore full responsibility. Ujwal's wealthy parents hired one of the top attorneys in the country, sparing no expense in hopes of reducing the consequences their son faced. They were willing to go to great lengths to protect their eldest, even if it meant interfering with the justice process. Prajwal, however, stood firmly with Anjana. Grieving parents, he demanded the harshest penalty for his brother, refusing to accept what had happened. The betrayal was immense. This was the same man who had once supported his marriage, shown kindness to Anjana, and played a key role in their early happiness. Prajwal simply couldn't comprehend how someone so close to them could transform into someone capable of such cruelty. What hurt him most was seeing his parents rally behind the person responsible. Their loyalty to Ujwal and their efforts to shield him from justice felt like a betrayal of both their daughter-in-law and their surviving son. Feeling abandoned by his own family, Prajwal joined Anjani's parents in their fight for justice. The attorney hired by the Mahat family worked tirelessly to delay the proceedings and protect his client, but Ujwal remained firm in his original confession, afraid that any change in his story might draw his wife or parents into the case. It took 2 full years for a verdict to be reached. When the trial finally concluded, Ujwal was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But the story didn't end there. Ujwal, along with his legal team, filed an appeal with a new legal strategy, hoping for a different outcome. This time, the defense attorney claimed that his client was suffering from a psychological condition that had worsened due to his hearing loss and the emotional toll of losing his career. The court ordered a series of psychiatric evaluations to assess the validity of the claim. However, after thorough examination, mental health professionals concluded that Ujwal was mentally stable, fully aware of his actions, and capable of understanding their consequences. As a result, the original sentence was upheld, and Ujwal was sent to prison to serve his life sentence, without the possibility of parole. As for Prajwal, he remained in Nepal until the legal process was over. He stood by Anjana's grieving parents, offering them support, and even testified in court against his own brother. Once the final verdict was delivered and justice had been served, Prajwal left the country. He flew to Canada, fulfilling the dream he and Anjana had once shared together. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Sarah Beth and Jennifer Cooper, who had just been informed that their husband had passed away. On November 4, 2015, 37-year-old Andrew Harmon was shot dead in his own home. But as the weeks-long investigation unfolded, detectives would uncover a complex marriage, tangled lies, and a chilling conspiracy that uncovers a betrayal hiding in plain sight. On November 4, 2015, around 5:40 p.m., officers received a frantic call from a terrified wife. With this information, police and EMS quickly raced to Central Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Upon reaching there, they met with a grim sight: a man who had collapsed on the front porch. He was shot in the face and bleeding heavily from the head. Realizing the urgency of the scene, they rushed him to the emergency room, where he clung to his life. This injured man was identified as 37-year-old Andrew Harmon, who lived there with his wife and stepdaughter. As the victim clung to life in the hospital, officers were attempting to capture the active shooter. To get into the depth of the case, they decided to seek answers from the very person who had witnessed it all: Andrew's wife, Sarah Beth. She had even made the horrifying 911 call, which made her even more important for the investigation. Sarah was called in for questioning along with her daughter, as she was present in the house at that time as well. She appeared genuinely concerned about Andrew's well-being, but the detectives were leaving no room for doubts about her motives. The investigation had just begun, and the detectives were relieved to have their first lead on the attacker. She also mentioned that earlier that night, she went across the street to confront Andrew's first wife, 30-year-old Jennifer Cooper. However, according to her, Trey was not among the shooters. She explained that both the driver and the passenger were shooting. With these new details, detectives believed that Sarah's confrontation with Jennifer and her friend, Trey, could have triggered the shooting, so they focused primarily to find Trey. But just as they felt a sense of hope from this lead, a devastating update shifted the tone. Upon receiving news of Andrew's death, the case was officially classified as a homicide. Even after an extensive search, they couldn't locate Trey, and Jennifer was the only person who might have known his whereabouts. Realizing she could hold the key information about the murder, detectives wasted no time and rushed to her place for confrontation, but soon they were taken aback. This was Jennifer's sister, and what she told the detectives left them in shock. Sarah was not Andrew's legal wife, which made them question all the discoveries they'd made until now. This information not only added more complexity to the case, but also cast even more suspicion on Sarah. Yet the detectives were still searching for Jennifer to hear her side of the story. To find her and trace her, they needed to know more about her and what she was capable of doing. They swiftly initiated a background check on her and discovered that Jennifer had previously been convicted of dealing methamphetamines. She even had an outstanding warrant for failing to register as a drug offender. This was their best chance to apprehend her for the offense, giving them the opportunity to question her further and unravel this twisted puzzle. This discovery made the detectives wonder whether Jennifer's drug addiction had led her to be involved with the shooting, or if there was still more to uncover. Determined to get answers, they increased their efforts to locate Jennifer. After 18 hours of investigation, they finally found her at her mother's residence and brought her in for questioning. Detective Vince Kingston walked into the room for questioning, unaware that she was about to reveal something that would completely change the course of the investigation. Based on the interview, it was clear that Jennifer seemed truthful, and the detectives felt no inconsistencies in her statement. But to be sure, they booked her for an outstanding warrant against her related to drugs. They also kept her cell phone with her permission for investigation, but the analysis would take time. This conversation, however, led to another speculation: that Trey could be involved with the attacker or ordered them to harm Andrew. Hopefully you can identify who she's talking about. Trey, who was the person that was involved in the disturbance right before the homicide happened? Sounds like he could be involved in what happened. With Trey as their prime suspect in the case, Now they began to look for his Cadillac with a broken tailgate. Just a few days later, detectives got good luck while tracing him and wasted no time. He was brought in for questioning. Trey claimed that both Sarah and Andrew were outside when she broke his taillight. This claim, however, brought him more on their radar, as this could be the reason for him to fire gunshots at them. To further confirm their suspicion, they asked more from him. Trey's statement was still to be cross-checked, and he was still under their suspicion until he revealed a shocking truth that left the officers stunned: that she had something to do in the murder group. Cross-verification of his claims would take time, but now they had Jennifer under the spotlight again, this time with a witness who claimed to have seen her calling someone, Trey himself, to find out the truth. They again went to the county jail for Jennifer. Detectives had retraced their steps again to her, and this time they weren't here for small talk. They needed answers, and for that, they started with the most pressing question: her relationship with her deceased husband. Jennifer looked visibly distraught with the loss she was facing and was trying hard to cope with it. But then again, one question arose: who pulled the trigger? Jennifer, this time, gave a name of whom she believed to be the shooter. It's worth noting here that Jennifer had been in jail for a while, and she had no way of knowing this information on her own. So where did this name come from? Then she was asked about the call she'd made to someone on that shooting day, as mentioned by Trey. Jennifer said that she'd called a friend to pick her up after Sarah had damaged Trey's car. She then again broke down. The detectives then asked her about her take on her husband's relationship with Sarah. With nothing against her and listening to her claims, Jennifer was out of their suspicion for now. They then reached her mother's house to confirm her claims about Isaiah. Now the officers were left with more questions than answers. Just as they thought they could finally have a breakthrough, they were again left empty-handed. However, they didn't lose hope and tried to find him in their database. Just as they entered his details, a picture appeared in front of them of a 17-year-old teenager, Isaiah Butler. Isaiah Butler does fit the general description of the suspect. He's young, he has close-cropped hair, but the matching description wasn't enough. They needed concrete evidence against him for this, so they called Sarah again to identify the man in question. Now, it was more than clear for them that this was the same person they were looking for. She identified that Isaiah. She's saying he's the driver and one of the shooters. She's 100% positive, but all the pictures sort of bond because it's 100% him. And the strange thing is, this name, Isaiah Butler, came from Jennifer. Last night she said, Isaiah Butler is actually one that shot Andrew. Obviously there's two people, but for some reason, she was convinced that he was the shooter. Isaiah became their prime suspect with this revelation, but it wasn't easy to track him down, to find him as soon as possible. They put out a bolo on him. Still, 2 days later he was nowhere to be seen, but a glimmer of hope emerged from another lead. They were finally able to get Jennifer's phone records, but they didn't match her claims. At 17:20, there was an outgoing text message from Jennifer Cooper to Isaiah Butler, that saying, "Call me about 9:20 in the evening." There is an incoming text message from Isaiah Butler, and it's a screenshot of a post about Andrew Harmon being killed. He comments, "Is this the same guy?" with question marks underneath it. It appears that he did not necessarily know who the victim was before all this happened, which makes me believe even further that Jennifer probably set this up. Jennifer's involvement in the case was becoming increasingly suspicious now. To confirm their doubts, they needed Isaiah in their custody, but he was still nowhere to be found. They then received another crucial lead, which could blow the case wide open. The suspected car was found by Shawnee officers, and evidence found inside pointed to it being the potential vehicle used during the shooting. It's worth noting here that the shell casing found at the crime scene was also a 9mm. They also gave Kansas City the name of the driver as well as his description, which was eerily consistent with someone. He was also 17 years old. But he refused to talk to the detectives at all, with no cooperation from him. The only way to uncover the truth was through the statements he'd already given to the Shawnee officers. Kansas police were soon briefed on his interview and the claims he'd made. The suspected multiple charges against him helped the officers to keep him in custody. Meanwhile, The shell casings from the crime scene and the car were sent in for a comparison test. The investigators had grown increasingly sure about Jennifer's involvement in the case. With her phone records showing her connection with Isaiah, it was becoming clear that she was involved. However, on their way to interview her again, they noticed something that could be the biggest breakthrough in the case. However, the chase was soon dropped, as it was dangerous at this speed for them as well as people driving around them. Despite having their main suspect in front of their eyes, they were left empty-handed. Then they finally reached the county jail to question Jennifer about all the mess she's created for a long time and kept playing with them. This time she was being questioned as a suspect and not a witness, but instead of answering the questions like before, she did something they didn't expect from her. With no possible new leads from Jennifer, they decided to go for a different approach. On the very next day, they called Isaiah's parents, hoping they might have some information about him. Unfortunately, even here, they were left empty-handed. But after 1 month, they received their biggest and most awaited breakthrough. Tulsa PD called them to inform them they had Isaiah Butler in custody. 4 months later, Isaiah was questioned at the Kansas City, Kansas courthouse. They began by asking him about that fateful day, to which he replied with eerie calmness. Isaiah then unraveled something that left everyone shocked. But he had just started. A teenager shooting at someone's house without any aim or target sent chills down their spines. He then revealed Jennifer's actions, which clearly put her at the crime scene. Isaiah was then confronted with the truth about his claims. He then finally admitted to having killed Andrew for a simple reason. Although they were able to get him and put him on trial, there was one question left unanswered. The officers presented all the evidence to begin a trial against the culprits. Ballistics confirmed that the shell casing from the crime scene matched the one found in the second suspect's vehicle, proving their involvement. Isaiah Butler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 17 years. Consequently, Jennifer Cooper pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a successful family business can turn a couple into a powerful and thriving dynasty, but just as easily, it can become the catalyst for a high-profile breakup and courtroom battles. At first glance, building a business with your partner sounds like a dream. Complete trust, minimal risk of betrayal, and all the money stays in the family. But what happens when that modest venture suddenly grows into a multi-million or even multi-billion-dollar empire? Will it bring the couple closer together or spark conflict, rivalry, and deep resentment? The case of Andreen McDonald was both complex and unsettling, even though from the start it seemed fairly clear who was responsible for the crime. She vanished from her own home without a trace, and almost no one believed she was still alive. Still without a body and with barely any solid evidence against the suspect, the situation was stuck. Months passed with no resolution, and the person responsible appeared to be on the verge of walking free. Then, just when hope was nearly lost, a local rancher made a chilling discovery that changed everything. Andre Martina MacDonald née Anderson was born on February 18, 1990, in the small coastal town of Port Antonio, Jamaica. She was the eldest of 2 daughters raised in a modest household by Maureen Smith and Desmond Anderson. From a young age, Andre was known for her outgoing personality, natural charm, and striking looks. She had plenty of friends and often drew admiration from those around her. While still in high school, Andreen became close with a young man named Andre McDonald. He was 10 years older than her, and like Andreen, was born and raised in Jamaica. Andre Austin McDonald was born on December 22, 1981. He was the only child shared between Marlena and Everton McDonald. His father had previously been married to a woman named Camilla, who passed away early, prompting Everton to remarry. Andre's parents eventually separated while he was still in school, and his father later moved to the United States, eventually settling down for a third time with a woman named Hannah Hamilton in the early 2000s. Andre relocated to Florida to live with his father. He was accepted into the International Technical University, where he earned a degree in engineering. However, instead of pursuing a career in that field, Andre chose a different path. He enrolled in military training, signed a contract, and went on to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his time in the military, Andre kept in close contact with Andreen. The two would talk often, message each other, and meet up whenever Andre returned to Jamaica to visit his mother. Over time, their bond deepened, turning into something meaningful and long-term. Eventually, they realized they couldn't imagine life apart. As soon as Andreen finished high school, she moved to the U.S. to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding, inviting only their closest loved ones. Shortly after tying the knot, Andre received new orders and was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Andreen wasted no time building her future. She enrolled at the University of Texas, earning a degree in economics in 2013. The couple welcomed a daughter they named Elena. Around the same time, they ventured into the business world, opening their first assisted living facility. Their idea quickly gained traction. Before long, they launched a second facility in another city. Within just a few years, their growing network of care homes was bringing in a significant income. Andre was still committed to his military duties and frequently traveled across the country on assignments. Meanwhile, Andre took the lead in managing the day-to-day operations of their multi-million-dollar business. The couple purchased a beautiful home with a pool in a high-end neighborhood in Bexar County, owned multiple luxury vehicles, and had plans to expand their business into neighboring states. In 2016, following the passing of her father, Andreen brought her mother over from Jamaica. Her mom moved into the couple's home, helping around the house and looking after Elena when both parents were busy. A few years later, the couple purchased her a small but comfortable house nearby, along with a personal vehicle as a gift. By early 2019, 37-year-old Andreen, who held the rank of major in the U.S. Air Force, decided to transition into the reserves. He wanted to remain in San Antonio, spend more time with his family, and take a more active role in their growing business to ease the workload on Andreen. Their enterprise was booming. Their network of assisted living facilities had expanded across the state and was valued at close to $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonald's appeared to have it all. They were successful, wealthy, raising their bright and beloved daughter, and managing a thriving business. But behind the curtain of prosperity, tensions had been building, problems that most people had no idea about. On Friday, March 5, 2019, 29-year-old Andre didn't show up to work. Her phone was off, which was extremely out of character. Her assistant and best friend Caroline Gonar quickly became concerned. After several failed attempts to reach Andreen, Caroline and two other co-workers decided to go to the McDonald residence to make sure everything was okay. Caroline knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Refusing to leave without answers, she decided to walk around the house to check the property. That's when she spotted something alarming in the backyard. A burnt area with a zipper partially visible in the ashes. It looked like someone had been burning clothes. But who would do that, and why? Nothing else seemed immediately suspicious from the outside. When Carolyn tugged on the back door, she found it unlocked and cautiously stepped inside. She called out loudly for both Andre and Andreen, but got no reply. The house was quiet, almost as if the couple had simply stepped out. But something didn't feel right. In the bathroom, she noticed strange streaks on the light switch that looked like dried blood. There were also a few dark stains on the floor that raised serious concerns. Caroline captured everything she saw on her phone and called local authorities to report what she had found. Officers quickly arrived and began searching the house. What they discovered only deepened their concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been thoroughly scrubbed with what seemed like a large amount of industrial-strength cleaner, the sharp chemical odor still lingering in the air. There were faint, cleaned-up blood spots on the floor and another smear on the doorframe. Detectives suspected the home could be the scene of a serious crime, but the limited traces of blood left room for hope that Andreen might still be alive. Andreen wasn't answering his phone, and no one knew where he was. The whereabouts of 6-year-old Elena were also unclear at first, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe, staying at her paternal grandmother's house. All 3 vehicles owned by the couple were accounted for. 2 were parked outside and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. It was this car that piqued the officer's interest. It was covered in dust, as if it had recently traveled along dirt roads, and small gravel particles were lodged in the tires. There were no obvious signs of damage or visible blood, but the vehicle's condition was suspicious. While investigators were still going over the house, the man of the house, Andre, suddenly showed up at the front door. He looked visibly anxious and shaken, seemingly confused about why law enforcement was on his property. When asked where he had been and what had happened, Andre claimed he had spent the entire night searching for his wife. He listed several hospitals he said he had visited to check if Andreen had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andreen had indeed stopped by the medical facilities, but not until the following morning. Moreover, at one of the hospitals, when the front desk staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andreen reportedly turned pale, began stepping back, and quickly walked away without staying to find out that it was just someone with the same surname. From the start, his behavior raised concerns. Officers decided to bring him in for questioning to hear his version of events. Andre told them he and Andreen had gotten into a domestic dispute, after which he left the house to cool off. When he returned, she was gone. He said he tried calling her several times, and when he got no response, he took their daughter to his mother's home and continued searching for Andreen. Tracking his movements proved difficult. His phone had been switched off since the previous evening and remained off until his return. When questioned about why his phone was off, Andre suddenly changed his tone and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. By that point, it was clear to investigators that something wasn't adding up, but with no solid evidence yet, they had no choice but to release him. After the initial interview, he was issued a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance along with his residents. Despite being under watch, Andre managed to slip away from authorities for nearly 12 hours. It was later discovered that earlier that same day, he had made a string of troubling purchases at various hardware stores. He paid in cash for items including a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre appeared to be trying to avoid leaving a trail, keeping his phone off, and making purchases without using a credit card. Still, law enforcement was able to track him down via security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood traces found in the home belonged to Andreen. With suspicions growing stronger, police decided to detain Andreen for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the home, including the seizure and review of all digital devices. During the time he had briefly vanished, Andre had returned home, but didn't stay long. He quickly left again, unaware that officers were now trailing him. He made a stop at a gun shop, where he purchased a large caliber handgun and a significant amount of ammunition. He paid in cash again, but just as unexpectedly, after completing the transaction, he turned around and walked out, leaving the firearm and ammunition sitting on the store counter. The man appeared completely detached, his eyes vacant, his movements erratic, as if he'd lost all grip on reality. But seasoned officers weren't convinced. To them, it looked more like an act, a calculated attempt to come off as mentally unstable, potentially laying the groundwork for a future defense. Former military officer Andre was arrested just as he exited the store. He didn't resist this time. Formal charges were filed against him, and during a physical inspection, investigators noticed fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. Andre failed to provide a clear explanation, though everyone present understood the likely cause: struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andreen was last seen. Given the growing body of circumstantial evidence, it was becoming increasingly difficult to believe she might still be alive. A massive search effort was launched, involving law enforcement volunteers and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams combed through the surrounding areas in and around San Antonio, focusing especially on the rural regions of Bexar County, hoping to find anything that could help move the case forward. Unfortunately, nothing useful turned up. Not in the fields, not in the wooded areas, and not in the urban zones. Even a full review of the digital devices seized from the home, including a phone and tablet, yielded no promising leads. But when investigators conducted a second, more detailed search of the vehicles and garage, the case took a dramatic turn. First, they found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at various hardware stores. Then, inside the trunk of a Porsche Macan, Andre's car, they discovered an old hammer wrapped in plastic. It had strange dark stains on it, and several long strands of hair stuck to its head. Forensic analysis confirmed that the hammer bore blood and tissue matching Andre's DNA. The strands of hair were hers too. However, the handle had been wiped clean. No fingerprints. When confronted, Andre denied ever seeing the hammer before and claimed someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the mounting evidence, Andre posted bail, which had been set at $500,000. 0 cents. A sum he paid without delay, and was released shortly after. Once back home, he did not participate in the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he continued to assert the same version of events. The two had an argument, he left to cool down, and when he came back, Andre was gone. According to him, he had tried to reach her afterward, sending both voice and text messages. Some of those messages found on his phone included emotional pleas, telling her their daughter was crying and asking her to come home. All of them were sent around midnight. After that, the phone was turned off again. The next morning, Andre dropped Elena off at his mother's house and, by his account, began searching for Andrine. As the search for Andrine continued with no progress and investigators struggled to piece together what exactly had happened, detectives decided to dig deeper into the McDonald family's background. It didn't take long to uncover that the couple's picture-perfect image was just that, an image. Beneath the surface, their relationship was strained, and serious tension had been brewing for quite some time. Though they had built a thriving business together, one that was rapidly expanding and bringing in a substantial income, most of the day-to-day operations had been handled by Andre, especially while Andre was serving in the military. Back in 2016, when Andrine was stationed in Alabama for 6 months, the emotional distance between them grew. Just before he was set to return, Andre messaged him saying it would be better if they went their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. Upon returning home, Andre learned that during his time away, Andrine had been in a relationship with a man named O'Brien, someone she had known since her early days in Jamaica. This man had a reputation as a dangerous figure in the local criminal underworld. The two reconnected during one of Andre's visits to the island, and their relationship reignited. He began traveling to Texas to visit her, and the two decided they wanted to be together. The couple filed for divorce. Under Texas law, their assets and business would have to be divided equally, a point of serious contention for both. Andrine believed she deserved a larger share since she had been the one managing the operations, while Andrine insisted everything was his, as he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were paused. It seemed the couple had reconciled, choosing to give their marriage another try for the sake of their young daughter. But despite the outward signs of stability, tensions lingered. Caroline, Andrine's closest friend and the first to raise the alarm after her disappearance, told investigators that Andre had always been controlling and manipulative. He believed the business, the home, and even Andrine herself belonged to him, reasoning that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her obtain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed the launch of their first care facility. Not long before she vanished, Andre confided in Caroline, saying, "If anything ever happens to me, just know it was Andre." Andre had long opposed Andrine's trips back to Jamaica, knowing she would meet with her former lover. This was a constant source of conflict between them, but Andrine continued to make her own choices. Then, just 2 weeks before she disappeared, Andre discovered that Andre had quietly registered a new company in her name and transferred part of their shared assets into it. That revelation likely felt like a betrayal and may have been the final spark that pushed everything over the edge. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andrine vanished, local farmer Clinton Clendy was walking through his large property on the outskirts of San Antonio. The land wasn't fully cultivated, and some areas had become overgrown. Clinton was surveying the grounds, preparing for future maintenance, when he suddenly caught a strong, unpleasant odor, something unmistakably linked to decomposition. Assuming it was a dead animal, he followed the scent, planning to bury or remove whatever he found in the tall grass. He first noticed a skull and bones that appeared to belong to a cow. Scattered branches were nearby, but beneath them he discovered the true source of the odor: a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clinton immediately contacted law enforcement. The remains were recovered and transported to the lab for analysis. The body was unclothed, and aside from confirming it was a woman, there wasn't much else investigators could initially determine. Still, given the timing and location, many suspected this was the missing Andreen MacDonald. DNA testing soon confirmed those suspicions. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner couldn't conclusively identify a cause of passing. Pathologists did note trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, injuries consistent with being struck by the same hammer previously found in Andre's car. There was another disturbing detail. Much of the woman's hair was missing. At first, this raised eyebrows, but when examiners noticed partial burns on her right hand, they concluded someone had attempted to destroy the body by fire, likely to eliminate evidence. With this discovery, Andre was formally charged with the crime and taken back into custody. Interestingly, the area where the remains were found had already been searched multiple times by both law enforcement and volunteers, but the specific spot was located on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, off limits without a warrant, which is why it hadn't been searched earlier. When Andre was informed that Andreen's remains had been found and that the evidence suggested she had suffered blunt force trauma, he suddenly changed his approach. He told investigators he was ready to tell the full story in exchange for a lighter sentence. After consulting with his attorney, Andre presented a new narrative, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances. He spoke of his wife's infidelity, her efforts to take over their business and run it with her new partner, and, most importantly, his fear that she would take their daughter away from him in the event of a divorce. According to Andre had recently brought up the idea of ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him with nothing and take Elena with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Andreen became aggressive and started hitting him, forcing him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she sustained a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, saying she fell and that he then kicked her multiple times and stepped on her chest to prevent her from getting back up. At that moment, Andre heard footsteps in the hallway and the voice of his daughter, Elena, calling out for her mom. Panicking, he rushed out of the room before Elena could enter, scooped her up, carried her back to her room and told her that mom would come check on her later. Andre insisted that when he left the room, Andreen was still alive, lying on the floor and only slightly injured. However, when he returned, she was in the same spot, this time unresponsive. He believed that he may have unintentionally caused a fatal outcome by putting too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the severity of what had happened, Andre said he panicked. He removed Andreen's clothing and burned it in the backyard. Then he transported her body outside the city and left it on private land behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he returned home and sent multiple texts to Andreen's phone, pleading with her to come back, in an attempt to create the appearance that she had simply left after a disagreement. After that, he woke Elena and drove her to his mother's house, asking her to look after her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further sell the story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Anne. At one point, he nearly fainted when he heard that a woman with the same last name had been admitted. By the time police brought him in for questioning the following morning, they still didn't have strong evidence linking him to a crime, so he was released. Once free, Andre began seriously contemplating how to make sure the body was never discovered. He even considered dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different places. That's why he went out and bought a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The next day, he returned to where he had left Andreen, but when the time came, he couldn't bring himself to go through with his plan. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on the body and lit a fire, but it fizzled out quickly, only burning off the hair and partially charring one of her hands, according to Andre. The failure left him in a state of complete despair. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and began striking the body before coming to his senses and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When questioned about why, he went to a gun store and bought a pistol and ammunition, only to abandon the items at the counter. Andre claimed he couldn't explain it. He said his mind was clouded, that he hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and that he was no longer thinking clearly. The trial was delayed significantly due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, with hearings finally beginning in January 2023. The defense team focused on portraying Andre as someone trapped by the circumstances around him. His attorneys argued that Andreen and her romantic partner were allegedly conspiring to remove Andre from the picture entirely so they wouldn't have to split assets during the divorce. Andre McDonald's detailed account of what happened to his wife could never be fully verified due to the advanced state of decomposition in which her body was found. Forensic specialists were unable to determine an exact cause of death, or even confirm whether the injuries had been inflicted while Andreen was still alive, or if, as the defendant claimed, he had struck the body with a hammer after she had already passed. What was clear, however, was that for 5 months, Andre had remained silent, hoping to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. In February 2023, to the shock of many, Andre McDonald was acquitted of first-degree charges. Instead, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15. Full custody of Elena was awarded to her maternal grandmother. In a striking development, later that same year, Andre's father, Everton McDonald, was put on trial in Jamaica for the crime of his third wife, Hannah Hamilton. Even more disturbingly, this new investigation brought attention to the suspicious death of his first wife, Camilla, an incident that had long been brushed aside. Authorities now believe that Everton may have been involved in her passing as well. If convicted, he could face life behind bars. This chilling twist raised the possibility that Andre may not have been the first in his family to commit such a serious act, suggesting a legacy of violence that spanned generations. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, There were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and 2 other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over South Central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s. 9,000 ADS. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said. and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited, and that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 cents reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case. Increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The grim sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the grim sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the grim sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia May Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia May Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolinea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are 2 sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings. women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In January 2024, a terrifying discovery was made in northern Chile, a vast, dead desert that stretches for hundreds of miles. Human remains were found beneath the sand. The site was close to the city of Calama, a remote, hostile area where the severe weather may prolong a body's life. Partially exposed bones were discovered by chance by a team of scientists examining the region's geological characteristics. The location was disturbing because there was no clothing or personal things that would have instantly identified the deceased, and the grave was shallow. They informed law enforcement of the discovery right away. The scene was visited by a rapid reaction team that included crime scene detectives and forensic experts. Upon further inspection, it became evident that the remains had been purposefully hidden. Someone had made the effort to dig a shallow grave despite the difficult-to-dig ground in this area. Authorities quickly concluded that a lady was the owner of the remains. A violent conclusion was suggested by preliminary forensic analysis. The fact that several of the bones were damaged indicated that the incident that resulted in her death had not happened suddenly. The media swiftly learned of the disturbing revelation. Local news outlets broadcast an urgent report the same evening. Reporters described the remains' discovery and speculated that they might be connected to a long-running missing persons case. On social media, the tale quickly gained traction and sparked heated debate. Many remembered a well-known disappearance that rocked the nation in 2022. Chile is where Javiera Jimenez was born and reared. She was raised in a loving and encouraging familial setting. She grew up with a great sense of duty because she was the oldest daughter. Her parents instilled qualities of drive and independence in their children from a young age by working hard to provide them a nice existence. Javiera soon discovered that she would need to rely on her own tenacity if she were to succeed. She has a reputation for being vivacious and motivated from an early age. She demonstrated a keen interest in academics throughout school, especially physics and math, but she found working with people to be the most fascinating. She was always willing to provide a hand and form connections because she had a natural ability to connect with others. She decided to pursue a career in dentistry as a teenager. Following high school, Javiera went to college to pursue a degree in dentistry. Her goal was to develop into a proficient practitioner and eventually start her own business. She put forth a lot of effort to juggle her academics with a part-time job because she was driven to succeed. She secured a job as a hostess at a pub, where she welcomed patrons and contributed to the friendly ambiance. In addition to giving her a paycheck, this work helped her improve her communication abilities. Javiera was actively expanding her social media following as well. She began by posting brief updates on her everyday activities, but soon a larger audience started to see her work. She worked with regional firms to market apparel, cosmetics, and other goods. Her ability to engage others and her personality helped her blog become well known very quickly. Javiera didn't confine herself to her academics and job. She was committed to being financially independent and spent a lot of time on personal growth. She left her family's house at the age of 18, paying for all of her living expenses on her own. Her early independence and capacity to overcome any obstacle made her loved ones happy. Javiera always found time for her family, even with her hectic schedule. She shared her future aspirations and frequently visited her mother and brothers, with whom she was close. She had no intention of living a life of stagnation. She was constantly trying to get better. She had enormous ambitions before she vanished. She was wanting to advance her social media profession and further her schooling while getting ready to move to a new location. In 2022, Javiera Jimenez met Andres Sutars. A group of common friends introduced them. She often spent time with Soutars. Andrés Soutars initially expressed no worries. He came across as affable, self-assured, and adept at building relationships. He had a good first impression. He seemed genuinely interested in her life and was considerate and attentive. Their discussions quickly turned into a loving partnership. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. He expressed admiration for her independence, supported her, and promoted her goals. But as time passed, alarming symptoms began to appear. Javiera started observing Andrés Soutars overtly. He was suspicious of her work at the bar, monitored her contacts, and often demanded answers on her movements. His actions grew increasingly invasive over time. Even when she told him she was busy, he would still show up without warning. He combed through her phone, asking questions about each new number. His jealousy became more and more irrational. Andrés Soutars didn't like Javier hanging out with friends, particularly when there were guys around. Other troubling information later came to light. Regarding his personal actions, Andrés Soutars was frequently evasive. Despite not having a reliable work, he always appeared to have money. He evaded providing precise answers whenever she inquired about his work. Javier eventually discovered that Andrés Soutars' name had been brought up in some circles associated with illicit activity among a select few friends. There were rumors that he may have been involved in illegal activities. Rumor had it that he might have been involved in copper theft and illegal trafficking. Javiera was cautioned to exercise caution by some acquaintances, but initially she ignored their advice. When Javiera became certain that Andrés Soutars was leading a second life, their relationship took a drastic turn. She didn't want anything to do with illegal activity, and she didn't want to be near people who could endanger her. She eventually decided to break up with him, stating that she didn't see their relationship going forward. Andrés Soutars, however, didn't agree with her choice. He persisted in following her, calling frequently, unexpectedly showing up, and attempting to persuade her to return. Her rejection was not taken seriously by him. He had faith that she would reconsider. Andrés Soutars grew more adamant when Javiera began to avoid him, telling her that he was aware of every detail about her and would not allow her to leave. Javiera was unaware that there would be permanent repercussions from her breakup. For Javiera, August 26, 2022 began as a typical day. Before her impending transfer, she had a get-together with her mother, Gladys Gallegos. They discussed the upcoming changes in Javiera's life while eating lunch in a shopping center. Since her parents were preparing to move, she had been anticipating this new chapter. In order to have more freedom and space, she planned to remain in the family house. Javiera expressed her ideas regarding the future during their talk. She discussed finishing her education, advancing her work, and boosting her salary on social media. She was vivacious and ambitious. Gladys was pleased to see how happy her daughter appeared. When they got home from their excursion, Javier assisted her mother with housework. She was prepared to start this new chapter in her life and had already packed her things for the move. Javier informed her mother she would be spending the night at a friend's house later that night, right before she left. It was not out of the ordinary. She frequently spent time with friends. She and her mother kept texting when she got to her friend's house. As usual, they exchanged ideas and talked about their plans to move. Everything appeared to be typical. However, as midnight drew near, a message arrived that altered everything. Javier was overjoyed when Andrés Soutars texted her, saying, "I found your dog." She had been looking everywhere for her dog Lucky, who had vanished a few days prior. On social media, she had shared the story and promised a reward to anyone who could assist return him home. She had been devastated by the loss of Lucky. Thus, there was a prompt reaction to Andrés Soutars' letter. She never replied after sending her mother a text to inform her that she had reached her friend's house. All phone calls to her were not returned a few hours later. Javiera was expected to come home the following day, but she never did. No one knew where she was, so her family started phoning her friends. She vanished without warning. Her loved ones' last chat with her and the note that would later be a crucial component of the investigation were the only hints they had. Family and friends were extremely concerned about Javiera Jimenez's disappearance, but Andrés Soutars was the only one who didn't seem to care. He responded distantly and without concern when Gladys Gallegos eventually reached him. With composure, he said he had no idea where her daughter was. He then started outlining his account of what had happened. He claimed that he had met up with Javiera that evening in order to assist her in finding her missing dog. Despite driving to multiple areas, they were unable to find anything. He proposed that they visit Calama, the city where he was raised, to help her forget about her problem. Javiera concurred with his version of events. She may have intended to spend the night at his house because she was packing to relocate the following day and had a suitcase with her. His story became more and more erratic from that point on. They got into an argument during their trip, he said. He claimed that Javiera became acutely aware that her suitcase was missing. It was said to have dropped from the trunk. She was upset and demanded that they go back and find it. According to Andres Sutar, he stopped and volunteered to assist in looking for her possessions. Javiera, however, would not return to the vehicle. She simply declared she didn't want to continue the journey and got out. "I left her there because that's what she wanted. I figured she'd find a way to get home," he said. This account of what happened didn't make sense. He didn't try to persuade her to get back in the car after Javiera allegedly found herself stranded on a highway in the middle of the night, far from the city, without a way to call for assistance or transportation. He never even looked to see if she was okay. Gladys knew from once that his tale was strange. Andres Sutaris began contradicting himself as she prodded him for specifics. He first stated that he had dropped her off close to Calama, and then he stated that it was somewhere before returning to Antofagasta. The fact that he was unable to identify the precise spot where this had occurred only increased suspicion. Andres Sutars hesitated before answering Gladys's question about why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he had left her alone at night. "I thought she was just upset and would get home on her own," he answered. But it didn't sound credible. He rewrote his story a few hours later. This time, he stated that he had been in a car accident after departing Javiera. He said he had gone to the hospital to be looked out after his automobile was struck from behind by another motorist. He claimed that this was the reason he never returned to find her. Gladys Gallegos, Javier's mother, received an unexpected message late on Saturday night, over 24 hours after her daughter vanished. It was an odd-sounding call from an unidentified number. "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled. Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother." Gladys read it repeatedly. There was a strange feeling. The language sounded impersonal and remote. But it was the errors that worried her the most. Her daughter never abbreviated words, never made spelling mistakes, and always wrote with care. Typographical errors and language that didn't sound like her were present in this message. Calling the number that had sent the message was her first inclination. The call was unsuccessful. The telephone had already been switched off. Her concern grew. She contacted Javiera's pals right away and shared the text with them. They all responded in unison. This is something Javiera would never have written. They were familiar with her messaging style, tone, and typical facial expressions. This message didn't feel like her. It was robotic and frigid. Additionally, the content seemed oddly ambiguous. In what location was she? What sort of mishap had occurred? Why hadn't she explained the situation? Instead of calling, why send a brief, mysterious SMS from an unknown number? Gladys immediately rushed to the police. The message was recorded as a probable attempt to deflect suspicion away from a possible crime and mislead the inquiry. The case was promptly given to a task group. Initially, investigators were able to identify the SIM card from which the communication originated. The phone provider attested to the fact that the number had been linked to a fraudulent identity, which is a typical practice when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Law enforcement then made an effort to locate the phone. Although the device had been turned off soon after sending the message, they anticipated being able to locate a broad area. It was located close to Calama, where Andres Sutars had reported last seeing Javiera, according to the last known signal. Subsequent investigations showed that this was the only time the phone had been used for this message. This implied that the text had probably been prepared in advance to deceive her family and give the impression that she had departed on her own volition. Experts also looked at the message's actual substance. It was written by someone who was not familiar with Javiera's usual writing style, According to linguistic analysis, the errors and odd wording were obvious. Her voice wasn't this. This finding turned as the main defense of the message's falsification. Law enforcement was reassured that Javier had not chosen to go missing. Andres Sutars became the main suspect as detectives began treating the situation as a potential crime. There was no question that foul play was engaged once the police concluded that the communication sent under Javier's name was fraudulent, but the probe proceeded slowly in the absence of hard proof. Andres Sutars could do as he wanted, because he was merely a suspect in the eyes of the law. Javier's relatives and friends began their own inquiry, after realizing that each day that passed without answers diminished their chances of discovering the truth. They investigated Andres Sutars' past, talked to those who knew him, and looked for any indications that he had engaged in illegal activity. They soon discovered evidence that connected him to illicit activities. They discovered individuals who said Andres Sutars had participated in rail copper theft through mutual relationships. He allegedly belonged to a gang that engaged in illegal metal extraction and sales. Reports of his hostile behavior also arose. His short fuse was described by those who knew him. He had been in physical altercations, got into arguments often, and couldn't stand being contradicted. The family's anxieties were only increased by these facts. He was more than capable of committing a significant crime if he had a history of hostility, particularly when he was furious. Javier's friends remembered that she had told them about Andres Sutars' growing obsession and control. They discovered past texts in which she had complained that he was following her, contacting her several times a day, and requesting to know her whereabouts. The police performed a forensic analysis of Andres Sutars' vehicle while her family members persisted in their investigation. His car might contain important evidence because he was the last person to see Javiera alive. Investigators discovered blood traces. Stains on the passenger seat and the inside of the door were discovered at initial inspection. Additionally, they found fibers that seemed to be identical to what Javiera had been wearing. DNA analysis was performed on the blood samples. The greatest worries were confirmed by the results a few days later. It was Javiera Jimenez's blood. Andres Sutars' claim that he had just dropped her off on the highway was totally demolished by this discovery. Why was her blood in his car if she had voluntarily gotten out? Why hadn't he reported her injuries, assuming any had occurred? His car also provided GPS data to the police. According to the analysis, Andres Sutars had in fact been traveling toward Calama the night before Javier vanished, but he had chosen a secondary road that led into the desert rather than the main one. His vehicle stayed in that isolated location for a long time before moving on. The case changed course as a result of this information. Investigators now thought that this place might have been the scene of a crime or a hiding place for evidence. Andres Sutars knew he was going to be arrested as soon as he heard the police had obtained the forensic results. His attitude shifted. He no longer communicated with anyone he had previously trusted. He abruptly packed a bag and fled his flat the day before he was supposed to be questioned by the police. He was seen carrying a little rucksack as he left his building and got into a car on surveillance footage. Later, neighbors attested to the fact that he had departed in haste and never came back. A warrant for his arrest was promptly issued by the authorities, but he had already left. Upon more examination, it was discovered that Andres Sutars had crossed the border using forged documents. He was now considered a fugitive. Although his name was added to a global criminal database, he had escaped detection. All that was left for Javier's family was to wait and continue to seek for justice. One thing they knew for sure was that he would eventually make a mistake, and the law would then catch up with him. The initial efforts by law enforcement to capture Andres Sutars failed. He was not there when his automobile was discovered abandoned on the outskirts of Antofagasta. It was obvious that he had meticulously prepared his escape route beforehand. His phone records were examined, and it was discovered that he had called a number of people who were already being investigated by the police for possible criminal activity in the hours prior to his disappearance. This supported the idea that he had vanished by using his contacts. Investigators soon verified that Andres Sutars had escaped Chile by illegally entering Bolivia. He had used less well-known smuggling routes, which are frequently used by traffickers, to get via official checkpoints. He took on a new identity after arriving in a foreign nation. Even though he knew that authorities were constantly looking for him, he was able to remain hidden for months. Javier's loved ones persisted in their investigation despite its difficulties. Gladys Gallegos made sure Andrés Sutar stayed on worldwide wanted lists by persistently working to keep the case in the public glare. The family produced brochures using his picture, raised awareness on social media, and contacted the media. Somewhere, they hoped, someone will recognize him and call the police. However, their announcement of a reward for information leading to his capture proved to be the most successful move. Anyone with reliable information regarding his whereabouts would receive a sizable payment from the family. This strategy was successful. Soon after, in late 2023, the first leads appeared. Andrés Sutar was said to have been seen in a city in Bolivia. He was leading a solitary life, avoiding notice and interacting with locals only seldom. The Bolivian officials used information obtained from informants to start following his whereabouts. They learned that he had been working odd jobs, living under a false identity, and avoiding the use of official documents that would reveal who he really was. However, he had failed to fully vanish. Motivated by the incentive, a local citizen gave police his precise location in January 2024. In order to apprehend him, authorities launched a focused operation right away. The building where Andrés Sutar had been hiding was encircled by police on January 5, 2024, in a city in Bolivia. It was a quick operation. Without resistance, he was immediately placed under arrest. He didn't act aggressively or in terror when he was arrested. He seemed at ease, as though he had already come to terms with his lot. However, there was no way out this time. Officially in jail, Andrés Sutar would soon be brought to court in Chile. Bolivian officials started the extradition process after his capture was confirmed. Andrés Sutar was returned to Chile in a matter of days so that he might finally face justice. At last, Javier's family was able to witness justice being served to the individual who killed their daughter. For them, however, this was just the start of a protracted battle. They were committed to making sure he was given the harshest punishment possible. Andrés Sutar was put in a prison center right away after being extradited to Chile. With the main suspect now in jail, the inquiry moved into a new stage. For almost a year and a half, authorities had a genuine chance to obtain the answers they were looking for. He initially remained silent. He consistently insisted that he had nothing to do with Javier's disappearance, avoiding direct queries. Investigators, however, were ready. His involvement was evident from the evidence they had collected. The pressure increased. He eventually gave up trying to hide the obvious. He added in a chilly, emotionless voice, "I killed her." His confession sounded emotionless, as though it were a factual statement. He made no effort to defend his behavior, and there was no regret. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to play the victim. He continued to speak in an unsettlingly composed tone, as though he were narrating a routine incident. His earlier claims were totally at odds with the information he supplied. He acknowledged that he had not originally wanted to hurt Javiera, but he made a decision he never intended to change after she refused to make amends and ended their relationship permanently. He enticed her in by claiming to have located her misplaced puppy. She agreed to meet because she trusted him and didn't know what was in store for her. He said the crime happened on an empty highway late at night. Under the guise of looking for a missing luggage that had allegedly fallen from the trunk, he stopped. He struck Javiera fatally as soon as she got out of the automobile. In the belief that the severe weather would destroy any traces, he then drove farther into the desert, excavated a shallow grave, and buried her bones. Investigators started looking for the burial place the day after he confessed. Andrés Sutar gave them the coordinates, and they used them to search the region. Human remains were found by officials in mid-January 2024. The location, a shallow grave covered with sand, was closely inspected. The identification process was started by forensic experts, although Javiera's family members were already aware of the facts. Forensic analysis a few days later validated their fears. Javiera Jimenez was the owner of the remains. The pursuit of justice was not yet ended, but the search was. Her family called for the perpetrator who did it to have the worst punishment possible. The case was turned over to the court after his confession. The question of his culpability had been resolved. There was no reason to reject his own statements, the proof, or the finding of Javier's body. The court now had to decide how to punish him. The maximum punishment, life in jail without the chance of release, was what Javiere's family sought. They were positive that he was a threat to the community. There was no other meaning of justice for her mother, Gladys Gallegos. She was convinced that Andres Sutars would conduct another crime if he were ever freed. The court was provided with all of the evidence by the prosecution. The premeditation of the crime was proven by experts. The choice to take her to an abandoned place, the false invitation, and the total lack of any effort to assist her all suggested a well-thought-out deed. Any assertion that this had been an accident was refuted by forensic experts who recorded injuries. Nonetheless, the defense made an effort to advocate for a lighter sentence. From a legal perspective, the lawyer contended that his client's voluntary confession and assistance in finding the remains may be regarded as collaboration with the investigation. On the basis of this technicality, they asked for leniency. Javiere's family was infuriated by this dispute. Andres Sutars' confession was clearly not an act of regret, in their opinion. Only after being forced into a corner had he come clean. He wasn't guilty. He was just attempting to shorten his phrase. Several weeks passed throughout the experiment. Gladys watched the process take place at each session. Her unrelenting determination was evident in her eyes, but she never allowed her emotions to control her. The judge allowed her a chance to speak at the last hearing. There was silence in the courtroom. She raised her voice and said, "This man took my daughter from me. He ended her life, buried her in the desert, and then ran away, hoping no one would ever find him. He has not regretted it for a single second. He feels no remorse. If he is ever released, he will do this again. I ask this court to impose the only sentence he deserves: life in prison. I'm not asking for revenge. I am demanding justice." Before the court adjourned to render a decision, her remarks served as the last argument. The judge came back a few hours later and read the ruling. Andres Sutars was convicted of Javier Jimenez's premeditated crime. The court condemned him to life in jail without the possibility of parole in light of the seriousness of the deed and his attempt to elude punishment. Silent applause erupted in the courtroom. As she embraced her loved ones, Gladys Gallegos started crying. This marked the conclusion of a protracted battle, but her suffering continued. At least justice had been done, even though her daughter would never come back. Andres Sutars would now be in prison for the remainder of his life, which is precisely where he should be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When the perpetrator of a high-profile crime remains at large, it frequently causes a great deal of public worry and shockwaves through the community. Residents live in constant terror of another incident, and nobody can foresee when or where it will occur. Such horrific legal transgressions may become part of local folklore in small communities, but occasionally, the investigation and the gravity of the infraction result in precedent-setting changes to the criminal justice system, such as the passage of new laws or adjustments to old ones. A young college student called Katie Sepich was the victim of a particularly unsettling act of assault more than 20 years ago in the sleepy town of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It remains one of the scariest and bloodiest events in the city's history to this day. Even though the crime may have been solved quickly, the inquiry took years to complete due to serious delays brought on by justice system inefficiencies. Progress wasn't achieved until Katie's bereaved family intervened and demanded reform. As a result of their efforts, a statute that requires DNA samples from anybody detained in connection with violent or aggressive behavior was introduced, bearing her name. Closing the flaws in the system and avoiding future delays in identifying offenders were the goals of this important step. On July 18, 1981, Catherine Jenna Sepich, or just Katie as her friends knew her, was born in the Las Cruces suburbs of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. She grew up with her younger brother and sister in a loving and close-knit family. As the eldest of 3 siblings, they and Katie had a close relationship. Her parents prioritized education, encouraged each child to discover and develop their unique skills, and were dedicated to instilling strong values in their children. As a committed student who was among the best in her class, Katie stood out at school. She was naturally drawn to the sciences, and when graduation drew near, she focused on New Mexico State University's economics degree. Her parents were overjoyed when she told them about her choice, not only because she was ambitious, but also because the university in Las Cruces was close by, allowing her to visit frequently. Katie decided to rent a tiny apartment with a close friend rather than live in the dorms. Their apartment was located in a residential complex on the ground floor. The distance to college was only 10 minutes by foot, and everyone had a separate bedroom. Katie met Joshua, or Joe as his friends nicknamed him, Bischoff, a fellow student, during her junior year. He was a year older and enrolled in the same university's biochemistry program. There was an immediate connection between them. Within a few months, they had introduced one another to their families, who enthusiastically supported them as their relationship grew rapidly. Joe was born and raised in New Mexico's capital, Albuquerque. After graduating, he intended to go back there and work at his family's company. Given that Katie had 1 year remaining to finish her degree, this meant that they would have to deal with a long-distance relationship for some time. However, Joe proposed right before they left town, and Katie happily accepted after he gave her a stunning, specially created diamond ring. The idea was straightforward. They would marry as soon as she graduated and go to Albuquerque to live together. They could only get together on vacations because Joe had moved to a different city. Nevertheless, despite the distance, they continued to communicate daily. This was the case for almost a whole year. Joe went back to Las Cruces for Labor Day weekend with his fiancée in late August 2003. He remained in the flat that Katie and her friends still shared. The arrangement was cozy, and no one felt like they were invading because each roommate had her own room. The pair had arranged to go to a party at a big house that another student had hired on Saturday, August 30, 2003. Many people planned to remain overnight, and it was one of those large college parties. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary or concerning about the evening. Joe and Katie were ecstatic to see each other again. Since Joe's arrival on Friday, August 29, the couple had been together virtually all the time. They were deeply in love with one another, and they treasured every moment spent together, both physically and emotionally. Joe, Katie, and her roommate went to the park at about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was a bustling, vibrant atmosphere. People were drinking a lot of beer, dancing, and partying. Joe and Katie got into a furious quarrel at one point. Since most of the guests were drunk and focused on having a good time, nobody at the party paid much attention to the specifics of the argument. Katie abruptly made the decision to leave the house where the party was being hosted and returned to her apartment at 3 in the morning because she was upset. Nobody bothered to stop her as she just went out. Partygoers later said that because her possessions were still at the house, they had thought she would return and had not noticed when she had departed. Her pals didn't volunteer to walk her home. The Sepich household got a call by the afternoon of August 31, 2003. When Katie's mother, Jane Sepich, answered, she could hear her daughter's roommate's anxious voice. The caller wanted to know if Katie had visited her relatives. When Jane declined, the friend disclosed that Katie had not returned or gotten in touch with anybody after the party. A sinking feeling that something horrible had transpired was later recalled by Jane. She would never let her oldest daughter disappear without telling someone. The student's relatives and friends were so alarmed that they called the police right once to report the pupil missing and started their own search that same day. As the evening wore on, the local police received another call, this time containing terrible news. A party of hunters had discovered a young woman's body at a municipal landfill close to the town's outskirts. They immediately phoned authorities after being disturbed by the discovery. The victim was in a face-down position, her underwear was ripped, and most of her clothes had been taken off. She had to pull her jeans down to her ankles since they were torn. The scene strongly implied a targeted and severe attack. Because Katie's missing persons report was already on file, authorities assumed the body might be hers, even though no identification was found with her. The woman's arms and back had been severely burned. It would be later determined that the perpetrator had tried to destroy the evidence by dousing the body in gasoline and setting it on fire. But the endeavor was unsuccessful. DNA and other important forensic evidence were left behind, as the fire swiftly extinguished after merely scorching the skin. The Sapich family was devastated when authorities called them to tell them that a woman's body had been found and that it might be Katie. The remains were identified by Katie's father. He recognized his daughter right away, despite the body's state. Every hope that she was still alive was dashed. What many feared was confirmed by an autopsy. Katie had been attacked in a very violent and vicious manner. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as the cause of death. She had been strangled to death by the perpetrator using just their bare hands. She had battled hard to survive, as evidenced by the defensive wounds on her arms and body. Examiners discovered blood and skin traces beneath her fingernails, indicating that she may have scratched her assailant during the struggle. The DNA of the culprit was extracted by forensic specialists from biological material taken from the body and under her nails. Despite submitting the sample to the National Criminal Database, no matches were discovered. This suggested the person had either never been arrested for a violent crime previously or had never been registered in the system. The fact that there were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces, and none of Katie's clothes or shoes at the scene of the crime made it obvious that the crime had taken place somewhere else. The detectives in charge of the investigation now had to decide where the incident occurred and reduce the number of possible suspects. Katie and her roommate lived in an apartment approximately 1.5 miles from the house where the party was hosted. It would have taken her around half an hour to travel home, since she had set out on foot, but which path did she take? Investigators made the decision to go in every direction and find anyone who could have seen her that evening. Sadly, no eyewitnesses came forward, and no hints were discovered along the route, most likely as a result of Katie walking through empty streets in the middle of the night by herself. One important piece of evidence, nevertheless, was found directly outside her apartment complex. Her right shoe was discovered laying under her unit's window, while the other was discovered nearer the side of the road. Katie seems to have been intoxicated and clearly distraught as she left the party. She lost her handbag, which had her keys and phone, in her hurry, because she probably tried climbing through her bedroom window after realizing she couldn't enter her apartment when she got there. That was the moment of vulnerability when the offender struck. Medical examiners later found tiny pieces of the same gravel stuck in her skin, and signs of a fight were detected in the gravel beneath the glass. Outdoor security cameras weren't as common or dependable in 2003 as they are now. 2 neighboring cameras were able to record a few seconds of Katie's stroll that evening, verifying her approximate path and direction. But it did not help authorities identify the culprit. Frame by frame, the surveillance tapes were analyzed. There was nothing suspicious in sight. Katie wasn't jogging, there were no suspicious cars or people in the area, and it appeared that no one was pursuing her. Based on this, investigators hypothesized that she had met the attacker on the last part of her walk, which sadly had no camera coverage at all. Despite interviewing everyone who had been at the party, which was the final one Katie would ever attend, police were unable to obtain any significant information. Before she got into a fight with her boyfriend Joe, the majority of the guests had left. By the time she left, those who had stayed had either fallen asleep or were too drunk to remember specifics. While some believed Joe would pursue her, others believed she would return. Joe had started flirting with another guest after drinking too much, and that female kissed him, according to Katie's roommate and close friend. The pair got into a fight after Katie witnessed this happen. For almost 10 minutes they engaged in a furious argument. Things appeared to settle down eventually, and most people believed the war was done. However, after approximately half an hour, Katie, who was still clearly in pain, made the decision to go. She probably thought Joe would follow her. It's interesting to note that Joe did pursue Katie that evening, but he quickly returned. She had left her purse on the couch, and when he called her phone, he heard it ringing. Oddly, he continued to phone repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the ringtone emanating from the person next to him. Detectives became suspicious of this behavior and decided to bring Joe in for a formal interrogation at the station. His uneasiness was more noticeable there. He had a hard time telling the truth. He claimed that although he had followed Katie to ensure her safe return home, he had somehow lost sight of her. He claimed to have reached her building but failed to spot her there, so he just went back to the party. He was unable to provide a clear response when questioned why he didn't try to make sure she entered securely or knock on her door. Joe's behavior changed when detectives told him that biological evidence had been found on the victim and requested that he willingly give a DNA sample. He declined to answer any more questions and promptly requested a lawyer. Suspicion against him was only heightened by that response. At the time, police enforcement needed a court order to force someone to provide a DNA sample, and Joe's lawyer made a concerted effort to keep that from happening. In order to get the proof they required, detectives had to find another lawful method. The night before the event, Joe and Katie had engaged in physical intimacy in her bedroom at the apartment she shared with a friend, as was previously described. Investigators took the bed linens in the hopes of discovering biological material that may be used. Notably, all of the other male partygoers voluntarily cooperated with the authorities and consented to provide a DNA sample in order to clear their names. The material discovered on Katie's body and beneath her fingernails did not match the male DNA traces detected on the bedsheet. Joe willingly consented to submit his own DNA sample after being informed of this. He subsequently clarified that his original refusal was due to his fear of being wrongly implicated. He thought his DNA might still be there, misread because he'd been intimate with Katie that night. The vicious crime committed against a college student in a town that had previously been thought of as calm swiftly rose to the top of the local news cycle. There were rumors that a possible serial predator was moving from state to state, preying on women who were out on their own at night and committing horrible crimes. Investigators understood how serious the issue was. They started a thorough investigation, looking into other incidents of comparable assaults or attempted assaults. A federal request to cross-check DNA from unsolved crimes around the country was also sent out. Finding out if the person responsible for Katie's case has previously committed similar crimes was the aim. They searched the national database but were unable to locate any matches. In the meantime, Las Cruces was experiencing increasing panic as the investigation swiftly came to a standstill. Even though the school year had just started, many young ladies were too afraid to go out on their own, especially after dark, for fear that they would be the next victim of a violent criminal. As long as the culprit was still at large, nobody in the community felt really safe. Robbery was taken into consideration by detectives as a potential motive. Several partygoers remembered that Katie had been wearing her diamond engagement ring, which Joe had given her, that night. However, the ring was not located near the scene and was not found on Katie's body. That was a clear indication that the perpetrator had taken it with them. Despite the fact that no new crimes were committed, ladies all around the city avoided wearing pricey jewelry in public once this information was made public, in an effort to avoid unwanted attention. The public sought justice in Katie's case, and the town's climate remained tense. Nothing was found when local pawn shops were checked. Nowhere in the county had the missing ring been swapped or sold. Tire traces at the landfill close to where Katie's body was dumped, however, provided investigators with an alternative lead. The tire's model and manufacturer may be determined from the tread pattern. They were found to be frequently found on pickup trucks, but without a license plate number, manufacturer, or even color, how might detectives locate a particular car? Once more, the case stagnated. The inquiry into Katie Sepich's case had virtually stalled by early 2004. Then, in July, over a year after she passed away, news of a remarkably identical occurrence that happened in Green Bay, Wisconsin, surfaced. The circumstances of Katie's case had been reflected in the way a young woman had been attacked. After brutally assaulting her and beating her, the assailant attempted to burn her body. Authorities started to assume that a serial criminal might be involved because of the similarities. The Green Bay survivor somehow survived despite the extent of her injuries. Investigators could only hope she would survive and be able to speak when she was taken to the hospital in severe condition. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to stabilize her condition swiftly, and she was healthy enough to talk to investigators in a matter of days. Her story claims that two men of Latino heritage attacked her. After robbing her of her luggage, beating her, and repeatedly attacking her, they started strangling her. She is thought to have lost consciousness, which might have prevented her death. Her assailants tried to burn her body after assuming she was gone, but the flames were extinguished fast. They left without checking. She regained consciousness hours later and crawled to the side of the road, where she was seen by oncoming traffic. Her statement led to the creation of composite sketches of both suspects and their airing on the evening news, along with a request for the public's assistance in identifying the men suspected of being responsible for a series of violent attacks against women. A nearby farmer called the police that very evening. He identified the men in the sketches as Giovanni Niatu and Gregory Morales, two of his seasonal employees. Interestingly, both guys were native to New Mexico and had apparently visited relatives there on occasion. Both of the violent crimes appeared to be close to being solved. DNA samples from the suspects were all that investigators required, but both guys fled when they realized the police were getting close. 3 more months passed until they were apprehended in Atlanta, Georgia. But what followed was a huge disappointment for the team that was investigating Katie's case. The DNA samples taken from Morales and Niatu did not match the profile on Katie Sepich's body, despite the fact that their involvement in the Green Bay attack was undeniable. The crime in Las Cruces had nothing to do with it. Another obstacle was encountered in the investigation of Katie Sepich's case. Her family refused to let the narrative fade into the background, even after over 2 years had passed. By interacting with the public and reminding everyone that a dangerous person was still at large, they maintained the pressure. Then, some 3.5 years after the heinous act, a significant breakthrough was made in December 2006. The unidentified sample taken from Katie's body matched a DNA profile that was uploaded to the national database. Gabrielle Avila, who had previously been convicted of armed robbery, violence against women, and distribution of illegal narcotics, was the owner of the match. Despite having at least 2 significant assault cases in his criminal background, Gabriel had never before been asked to provide a DNA sample for reasons that were still quite concerning. No one had pressed for the extra testing in those cases because his guilt had been shown without forensic proof. Devastating outcomes would result from that oversight. Amazingly, when Avila attempted to assault another lady, he was already taken into custody 2 months after Katie's passing. Unaware that her roommate was present, he had broken through a window into her flat and attacked her while she was asleep. After successfully fending him off, the 2 women used a phone to lock themselves in the bathroom and dialed 911. In spite of this, Gabriel not only escaped harsh punishment, but investigators at the time never even got his DNA. Due to the case's complications and a competent defense lawyer, Avila was released with a vow not to leave town. Not surprisingly, he vanished shortly after, and the case was quietly withdrawn since there was no official conviction. Additionally, it was discovered that Gabriel was the owner of a pickup truck, which could have been a noteworthy information if it had been investigated at the time. Detectives now focused on his ex-wife, who had been living with him at the time of the crime, as the case gained new momentum. She gave important information and was helpful. Above all, she reported discovering a pricey diamond ring in his truck's glove box. She thought the ring belonged to someone else, perhaps someone Avila was secretly seeing because it was not her size. With the intention of confronting him later, she chose to keep the ring as evidence of his adultery. Before she could do so, however, Gabrielle was taken into custody and, while on bond, vanished once more. The jewelry was given to the police by the woman. Joe had given Katie the exact same custom-made engagement ring. The puzzle's last piece had been put together. The only thing left to do was to persuade the man in charge, who had up to this point maintained his denial of any involvement, to make a confession. However, his attitude changed as soon as detectives put the ring in front of him. Seeing that the odds were against him, he appeared defeated. He assumed the object was long gone, so his main question was how they had located it. Gabriel Avila ultimately made the decision to give his version of events, attempting to minimize his responsibility in the hopes of earning a lower sentence once any remaining suspicions about his involvement were allayed. He claimed that on that fateful night, he had gone to a friend's house to get some illegal drugs, which he promptly took. He offered Katie a lift when he saw her strolling alone down the street on his way back, but she turned him down. According to Avila, he just wanted to make sure she made it home safely and didn't follow her. However, he came closer and attacked her when he noticed her attempting to enter her apartment through the window. He said he didn't intend to hurt her at first, blaming his drug use for his mental impairment. He became aware of the seriousness of what he had done after attacking her. He chose to kill her out of despair and desperation to hide his identity. Gabriel tried to destroy the evidence by burning Katie's body after strangling her with his bare hands, putting it in the bed of his truck, and driving to a landfill outside the city. Thinking she would recognize the ring, he took it off her finger. Unaware that the fire had hardly burnt and that most of the forensic evidence was still in place, he sprayed the body with gasoline, lit it, and then walked away. Almost 4 years after carrying out the heinous deed, Gabriel Avila was finally put on trial in May 2007. He was convicted of homicide, robbery, assault, battery, and violence. He received a sentence of 70 years in prison without the chance of release. However, Katie's parents took it a step further. They battled to enact laws mandating obligatory DNA collection from anybody convicted or even arrested for violent crimes, with the public's strong backing. Avila might have been connected to the murder months after Katie's death, not years later, if that statute had been in effect in 2003. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, "The BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold." Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his 2 siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. "Something happened. They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was my star young maiden that I will teach sex to. After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicky Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicky's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicky's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding, "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dollarhide in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Rader 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum security facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad washed. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car, but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. She avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than José Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. José first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. José presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzmán. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, José's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzmán became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with José's family. José assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. José's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and José started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. Jose started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helene Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helene's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, the forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation, saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helen's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about Jose's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of 3 siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss, but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of two sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naim was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naim was different from a young age. Whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naim started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naim made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naim's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before, but in reality none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naim was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naim had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naim's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naim was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naim's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naim has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, Despite her first disbelief, she thought that Naeem would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naeem was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naeem advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Heatful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him, and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the two had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. he was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. There is a thin line between trust and risk in relationships. Sometimes they start off with mutual adoration and passion, then proceed in an exciting whirlwind. However, cracks begin to show with time. It's simple to ignore the initial warning signs, writing them off as poor timing, stress, or fatigue. People don't merely bring themselves into a relationship when they get together. They carry their worries, hidden challenges, and prior experiences. This connection becomes a source of strength for certain people. Others experience devastation as a result. We're looking at a complex case today that began as a personal relationship, but turned into a terrible crime. A tale of passion, delusion, reliance, and deadly errors that had a terrible price. What caused a routine introduction to turn into a nightmare? When did it become out of hand? And was there anyone who could have stopped what was about to happen? We must return to the starting point in order to comprehend what transpired. 1991 saw the birth of Herline DeLay in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was raised in a loving household under the watchful eye of her sisters and parents. Being extroverted by nature, she found it simple to connect with others and was well known for her capacity to listen, encourage, and uplift others. Herline had a natural curiosity and a desire to learn about many subjects from an early age, but she was particularly interested in science and medicine. In an attempt to pursue a profession in research or medicine, she enrolled in college to study biological sciences. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she wasn't cut out for a career in an office or a lab. She took a risk because she was desperate for change. She relocated to Las Vegas, a city renowned for its fast-paced lifestyle and limitless chances. For Herline, Vegas was more than simply a new location to live. It was a new beginning. She developed a strong interest in exercise shortly after moving. She underwent a significant physical metamorphosis in a few months. She not only grew stronger, but also became much more confident. She became certified as a personal trainer as a result of her newfound interest. Her profession took off swiftly because she was determined to help others achieve their ambitions. Her inspiration, support, and sincere dedication were valued by her clients. Beyond simply creating exercise regimens, she encouraged others, assisted them in overcoming their fears, and developed into a reliable companion on their paths to self-transformation. Her enthusiasm, optimism, and ability to relate to everyone she worked with were all praised by her coworkers. On the inside, though, she was fighting her own internal battles. Herline frequently found herself wondering about life's purpose and looking for something more profound after moving. She discovered spiritual practices as a result of her search. She developed an interest in meditation, alternative medicine, and other philosophical stances. She grew increasingly enthralled with concepts of energy work, inner balance, and non-traditional worldviews as she continued to study. She moved to a new social circle as a result of this new interest. One of the individuals she started hanging out with shared her fascination with self-discovery. They discussed spiritual development, vitality, and the pursuit of a greater purpose in life. It was motivating at first, but gradually things began to shift. Ash Armand was a gregarious, self-assured, and well-spoken individual. He had a gift for language, fitting in with any discussion and giving everyone around him a sense of understanding and attention. He seems to have had a lot of life experience and deepened his understanding. He eagerly shared his personal opinions with individuals who were looking for clarification on energy, consciousness, and the basis of existence. His ideas captivated Herline. She had the impression that he was aware of her goals, and that spending time with him would enable her to find something more. Their conversation swiftly evolved into a closer bond. They looked for methods to purify the mind, overcome internal obstacles, and defy the social conventions they felt were preventing them from moving forward. He eventually started presenting novel concepts, arguing that conventional approaches to self-improvement were overly constrained and that real enlightenment necessitated letting go of fear, extending one's perspective, and moving beyond the familiar. He talked about how pushing past conventional reality and releasing mental restraints were the only ways to attain true consciousness. Their travels started at that point. They left the city in search of isolated spots where they could escape the outer world. Herline explored with novel methods of self-discovery in these isolated locations. As time went on, these practices changed. The encounter began to involve restricted substances. She was informed that they were necessary to transcend the confines of reality and achieve a higher state of awareness. She had sensations that seemed like steps toward a deeper truth as she entered altered states of consciousness while under their effect. Every session appeared to be a path to deeper comprehension, but with time, the distinctions became less clear. Perception became erratic, and it became more difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. These encounters were euphoric, yet they took her farther from the world she had known. Eventually, the pursuit of harmony was no longer the focus. It had changed into something else. She might not have realized how far she had gone, but her life was gradually taking a turn that she could never turn back. Ash and Hurley's friendship progressed rapidly, and they became close very quickly. But gradually, oblique warning indicators appeared. They appeared to be minor behavioral shifts at first, and she didn't immediately notice them. Ash had the capacity to be loving and caring, yet occasionally he would abruptly turn aloof and reclusive. His moods fluctuated wildly. At times he spoke with enormous inspiration, as though he were telling her the greatest secrets of the cosmos. At other times he became agitated over little matters and would go for extended periods of silence. Sometimes he would completely vanish, not answering calls or messages, then come back as if nothing had happened. He clarified that in order to balance his internal energies and clear his head, he required time. He asserted that he was able to detect the emotions of others, and that, in order to escape their impact, he occasionally had to withdraw. Despite Herline's best efforts to be empathetic, these occurrences made her uncomfortable. Ash grew more adamant that she had to abandon her conventional views and alter the way she saw the world. He advised her to trust her instincts and pay attention to her inner voice, because reasoning prevented individuals from realizing their full potential. His chats grew more peculiar with time. He talked of higher creatures and individuals who were unable to evolve because of their connection to dark energy. Herline was particularly disturbed by his assertion that she needed to purify something within of herself. Ash maintained that he was able to detect an imbalance in her energy field, which was preventing her from reaching complete consciousness. He claimed that this was preventing her from realizing her full potential and finding harmony. His actions become increasingly erratic over time. On certain days he would claim to be able to read her mind or predict her future. At other occasions he got upset and said she should only trust him. The intensity of these mood swings increased. One day he was a motivating mentor, and the next he was suspicious, reclusive, and short-tempered. Rituals were among the most peculiar subjects he introduced. He asserted that there were age-old techniques for achieving enlightenment and removing internal obstacles. He believed that a person could only be liberated from the things that were keeping them from fully comprehending life through unique ceremonies. Herlene initially dismissed it as just another intellectual idea. He gradually persuaded her to engage in these activities. Nevertheless, he informed her that she needed to get over her fear of the unknown. He maintained that she could only achieve true harmony if she had total faith in him. It took Herlene a while to recognize that these discussions had become harmful. To her, it appeared to be nothing more than his private interests, his outlandish opinions. But as time went on, it became evident that his views were influencing their relationship in addition to his own behavior. He insisted more and more that she listen to him alone, have total faith in him, and never question his strategies. Ash Armand and Herlene Kaur-Dulai were in his Las Vegas condominium on the evening of July 15, 2020. Together, they had intended to spend the evening in a spiritual cleansing session. According to Ash, the time had come to finally overcome all internal obstacles after discussions about achieving a higher state of awareness had been going on for a while. Ash insisted on utilizing banned drugs as part of the preparation. According to him, one could only get total clarity and a connection with actual reality while under their effect. Although Herlene had previously dabbled with these medicines, something felt different this time, so she finally accepted, after some hesitation, it was a higher dosage than normal. Intense hallucinations started within minutes. Her surroundings distorted, sounds vibrated in eerie waves, and things lost their familiar outlines. Her sense of reality was changing quickly. Ash grew increasingly angry as the consequences worsened. He spoke more rapidly and incessantly asserted that he was seeing beyond the material world and that his mind had become open to more profound realities. Herlene, meanwhile, was having trouble. There was no serenity in her images. Rather, they made her more nervous. Her body felt unresponsive as she attempted to concentrate. Ash started acting more and more strangely. He once went up to Herlene and informed her that he felt something strange about her. His eyes were heavy and his voice became sharp. He insisted that she needed to be cleansed because she was surrounded by a bad vibe. Tension increased when she attempted to argue. Ash said she was obstructing the flow of negative energy and was rejecting the process. His voice became irritated. He repeated himself, saying that he sensed a dark power within her that needed to be exhausted. The more time went by, the more disturbing his statements became. The incident rapidly got out of hand. Herlene tried to soothe him, but her words were no longer registering with him. The drugs confused his judgment, and he became obsessed with the notion that something had to be done now, that there was no more time to delay. Abruptly, he took hold of her wrists. She tried to escape, but she had little chance because of his strength, which was increased by adrenaline and a frantic mental condition. He pushed her with a violent motion, sending her crashing to the ground. However, it didn't end there. The pace of events was frightening. Ash didn't think one violent act was enough, so he snatched a large glass candle holder from the area and struck several times. Even when Herlene's head drooped and her body trembled a little, he continued to move forward. The nightmare then became worse. Deep wounds were caused by the use of a knife and other objects. Only when the victim's breathing ceased, when life had entirely departed her body, did it come to an end. There was a chilly quiet in the apartment. At last, Ash started to realize what had happened. He was in a state of shock as the effects of the drugs wore off and the adrenaline rush gradually subsided. His hands, clothes, and floor were all covered in blood. The metallic smell of what had just happened filled the air. He struggled to comprehend what he had done for the next few hours. He repeatedly approached the body, as though hoping something could be done to reverse it, but there was nothing more that could be done. Emergency services received a call on the morning of July 16, 2020. The other person's voice sounded shaky and tight at times, but it didn't have the obvious terror that one would expect in those circumstances. Ash Armand informed the dispatcher that his companion had passed away. He said he had attempted to assist her, but it was too late and that it was an accident. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. When Ash himself opened the door, they were instantly drawn to his appearance. Despite the crusted blood all over his body, he appeared more worn out than afraid. No obvious signs of shock or anguish were present, none of which are common responses from those who have recently seen a catastrophe. Officers saw a chaotic situation as soon as they entered. The body of Herline Dulai lay still in the middle of the room. Her face and neck had heavy bruises, yet her skin had gone pale. There were dried blood spots all around the scratches on her hands. The condition of the room suggested that there had been a bloody conflict, but the bathroom was a sharp contrast. It seemed suspiciously clean. The tiles still had faint lines of blood on them, but the majority had obviously been cleaned. Officers discovered blood-stained garments in the washing machine. Ash's own attire also seemed freshly laundered, which immediately raised suspicions. 2 candles stood unlit near the bed. Herline's skin had melted wax residues, which investigators found to be an unsettling and inexplicable feature. They discovered 2 knives, a folding utility blade and a kitchen knife, stained with dried blood on the nightstand. It was obvious that an effort had been made to conceal the events. A luggage that was placed close to the entryway was also inspected by the officers. They discovered documents, money, and personal stuff within. Ash appeared to have been getting ready to leave the scene, but he had either run out of time or changed his mind for some reason. He made contradictory comments when detectives started questioning him. After denying any memory, he maintained that Herline had attacked him initially and that he had defended himself, but there were no wounds or scratches on his body, no evidence of a struggle to corroborate his account. Officers watched Ash's actions closely. He showed no signs of emotion. He didn't appear shocked by what had transpired, nor did he seek for assistance. The location was still being examined by forensic specialists. They discovered bottles of booze in the refrigerator. Traces of a powdered material that was later determined to be a banned substance were found on the table. The image was starting to take shape. There were indications that someone had made a haphazard attempt to hide the evidence. Everything suggested that the crime had been committed while under the influence of drugs that affect cognition. Investigators put Ash in the back of a patrol cruiser as they recorded the evidence. He didn't argue or resist. All he said was, "I didn't want it to end this way." Although the inquiry was just getting started, investigators were very certain at this point that his claim of self-defense was not credible. Detectives turned their attention to Ash's past as soon as he was taken into custody. What had brought him to this point was now more important than whether he was at fault. The inquiry soon turned up information from his past that could help explain what had transpired. Ash was Akshaya Anthony Dixit Kubiak in real life. After being born in India in 1981, he grew up in Japan and the United States. At a young age, his parents exposed him to meditation, alternative medicine, and spiritual practices. He studied Eastern philosophy as a youth, developed an interest in esoteric teachings, and experimented with energy healing and massage therapy. The pivotal moment occurred in 2011 when he attracted the interest of upscale escort business owner Garen James. Ash was a perfect fit for the upscale companionship market because of his attractive appearance. This brought him to Las Vegas, where he soon found himself enmeshed in a world of affluent customers, elite social circles, and rapid cash. He was selected to participate in the reality show Gigolos in 2012, which helped him become well-known and successful. But fame also brought with it new difficulties. Ash was driven to look for methods to uphold the image of a successful and attractive guy by the demands of the industry, the need to remain in the spotlight, and ongoing competition with colleagues. To improve his physical look, he started taking steroids and eventually progressed to more potent drugs. Soon, his increasing reliance on these drugs exacerbated his need for external validation. Aggression problems increased as a result. He was detained for driving under the influence, got into several fights in nightclubs in Las Vegas, and his behavior became more and more unpredictable. Ash's fame began to wane when Gigolos concluded in 2016. His attempts to remain relevant in the entertainment world failed, and his income decreased. He had lived a glamorous existence, complete with expensive indulgences, parties, and cars. Thanks to the money he had made during his television days, by 2020, he found himself in a challenging situation. Formerly a popular public person, He now lived in a leased flat and earned money by occasionally meeting with show enthusiasts who were prepared to pay for his presence. His life had already gotten out of hand by the time he met Herline Dulai. In pursuit of meaning, he resorted to spiritual activities, developed an interest in mysticism, and persuaded himself that he could change the course of events. However, these views turned into an obsession while under the influence of drugs that affect the mind. He was able to regain a sense of authority through his friendship with Herline. He viewed her as someone he could influence, not just as a collaborator. His faith in his ability to influence her life gradually evolved into a strong conviction that he could influence not just her thoughts, but also her fate. His mind, already shattered by years of chemical abuse and self-delusion, finally broke on that fateful night. His life was gradually put together by investigators, and the more information that came to light, the more obvious it became. It was not a random crime. This was Ash's journey for years. In 2021, the trial got underway. He was charged with first-degree intentional harm by the prosecution, who claimed that Herline Dulai had been brutally attacked and that the self-defense allegation was not supported by the facts. Claims of transient mental illness served as the foundation for the defense team's argument. Ash maintained that substance abuse and emotional misery were the reasons he had lost control of his behavior. His lawyers tried to claim that the events of that evening were not intentional. He insisted in his claims that he had loved Herline and would never have done her any harm on purpose. The public's response was split. After discovering the case's specifics, many people demanded the strongest punishment imaginable and denounced the crime's savagery. Some Gigolo's fans stood with Ash, thinking he was a victim of his circumstances. Groups were established to gather money for his legal defense, and supporters sent comments on social media. Herline's family put up a valiant fight for justice. In interviews, she was described by her parents and sisters as a clever and loving person whose life was sadly cut short by someone who betrayed her confidence. They stressed that the blame for what had been done could not be diminished by any excuse. The court's decision was delivered in December 2021. Ash Ahmed received a 20-year prison sentence after being convicted guilty of the crime against Herline Dulai. After serving 8 years, he would be allowed to seek for parole under the legislation. The decision was met with disappointment by Herline's family. Given the seriousness of the offense, her loved ones thought the punishment was excessively light. Nonetheless, the court's final decision was impacted by the defense's contention about his mental condition at the time of the occurrence. Ash may be eligible for early release as early as 2029, but the sentence stipulates that he will be imprisoned until 2041. It's still unclear if he will be given parole. There are still some unresolved issues in the case. What was going through Ash's head that evening? Did he have a purpose in mind, or was it just the effects of drugs? Why did he call the police after trying to hide his identity? Does he understand the full extent of his guilt? The inquiry is over. The penalty has been imposed. However, years later, the conversations are still going on. There are still differing views on this case, with some considering him a criminal and others still holding the view that he was a victim of his own troubles. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Like many of the stories we've told, this family appeared to be a living example of the American dream, but appearances can be misleading. On the surface, it all started out as a typical night in a peaceful house with a mother putting her daughter to bed. However, by dawn, the same house would be transformed into a crime scene, with the lady and her 7-year-old daughter discovered brutally killed. By brutally, we mean that this wasn't an attempted robbery. This was anger and malice. There was only blood and silence, no shouts in the night, no evidence of forceful entrance. Palmerston North, a little secure city where doors are left unlocked, was rocked to its foundation. Why attack an innocent family, and who may have done this? Suspicions quickly began to surface due to a late-night trip, an oddly stained clothing, and a computer that was shut off at a certain moment. Suddenly, the story that everyone believed to be true began to change. Because the monster may have been closer than anyone thought in this instance. You will remember the Lundy murders narrative for a long time. They lived in Palmerston North and were a close-knit family consisting of Mark, Christine, and their daughter Amber before everything fell apart. Amber was the only child of Mark and Christine, who had been married for 17 years. She was intelligent, vivacious, and adored by her parents. Together, they operated a kitchen sink sales company. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but it usually covered the expenses. However, behind the scenes, things weren't quite as stable. The business was always in debt, frequently owing its supplier about $100,000, 0 cents. And in 1999, Mark took a risk and went overboard rather than retreating. Dreaming of a vineyard and possibly a new beginning, he purchased 2 pieces of land near Hawke's Bay to cultivate grapes. But such aspirations are not inexpensive. Mark skipped several dates for settlement, according to the landowner's later testimony. Interest rates rose as high as 14% and penalties began to mount. The Lundys were deeply in debt by August 2000, with penalty interest alone amounting to about $140,000, 0 cents. Additionally, the last day to make the payment was August 30th, which was also the day when Christine and Amber were discovered dead. The couple had signed documents to raise their life insurance from $200,000, 0 cents to $500,000, 0 cents just 5 days before to the killings. The page still bears Christine's signature, but the new policy hasn't been processed yet. Bruce Parson, the insurance representative, made it apparent that the increase was not in effect. Christine passed away prior to the paperwork being processed. Tower Insurance did pay $75,000, 0 cents of the Lundy mortgage after the murders, but there was no large payoff or $500,000 check, just sadness and suspicion. Although it appeared to be a family pursuing lofty goals, there were already fissures showing beneath the surface. Let's go back to Tuesday, August 29, 2000, before we go into those cracks. Palmerston North had a cold, unremarkable day, the sort that most people would forget, but by the following morning, the sleepy little town would be completely changed. Mark Lundy got into his car and drove off for Wellington that morning. For him, it was simply another business trip. He made a living selling kitchen sinks and fixtures, so these business trips were nothing out of the ordinary. He might occasionally be gone all day or simply for the night. There were no concerns about that Tuesday. Mark arrived at the Foreshore Motor Lodge in Petone, a quiet lower hut neighborhood, at about 5 o'clock in the evening. The receptionist noticed nothing out of the ordinary. From the outside, everything appeared to be normal after he received his room key and settled in. He seemed to have no motive to return home, and he had an alibi. At 5:30, only half an hour later, his cell phone called. Either his wife, Christine, or their daughter, Amber, was calling from home. They spent almost 8 minutes talking. One of them said they were going to McDonald's for dinner. Mark subsequently informed the police. That particular detail was verified. A McDonald's receipt, time-stamped at 5:45 that evening, was later discovered by police in the Lundy residence. An everyday scene captured on grease-stained paper was unequivocal evidence that Christine and Amber were still alive at the time. However, things started to change gradually. Christine took a friend's phone call at about 7 o'clock. She didn't sound panicked or odd, and there was no indication that something wasn't right. Whatever terror lay ahead in that house had not yet materialized. Mark, meantime, continued his evening activities back in Petone. He contacted a business associate at 8:28 to discuss investing in a Hawke's Bay vineyard project. However, a dark force was infiltrating Palmerston North. At 10:52 that evening, the family computer was manually turned off by someone, not disconnected or crashed, marking the end of life in the Lundy residence. Alarms were aroused by that innocuous behavior. Some thought it signaled that the murderer had completed their mission. At 11:30 that evening, Mark called again, but this time he was calling a Petone escort service rather than a business associate. Around 1 in the morning, a woman was allegedly sent to his motel and left. He would later use this detail as a key component of his alibi. How could a man host a guest in his motel room and be complicit in a vicious double murder in a different city. However, the escort's presence wasn't what would completely change the course of this tale. That was Wednesday, August 30, the next day. Glenn Wary, Christine's brother, stopped by the house sometime in the middle of the morning. When he knocked on the front door, no one responded, but he needed to talk to her about a business situation. The ranch slider door was unlocked when he walked around the back. When he entered, he discovered Christine's blood-covered, lifeless body on the bed. She had been hit in the head several times, so badly that pieces of brain and bone had sprayed the bedroom doorway and walls. Amber was discovered on the floor, still wearing her nightgown, face down. She hadn't gotten very far because, like her mother, she had been brutally attacked. The murderer was merciless. This was anger, not simply murder. As soon as the police arrived on the scene, they realized something was wrong. There was blood on the frame of a back window that appeared to have been tampered with, possibly to simulate a break-in. The window belonged to Christine. Only after the murders were completed did it seem as though the murderer had attempted to create the impression that someone had broken in. The scene was deliberate and ruthless. It appeared to be a robbery at first. Investigators wondered if someone had broken in for valuables because a little jewelry box was stolen, but nothing else of value was found. Why merely take a trinket box and abandon everything else? This action wasn't impulsive. It was intimate. Detectives thought the weapon was similar to a tomahawk because of the severity of the injuries. It was small, sharp, easy to swing, and equally easy to dispose of. That raised the most important question of all. Who would carry out this action? Who had the time, the chance, and the reason? At that point, Mark Lundy came into focus. The police thought he was to blame. The surprise is that they couldn't even agree on the alleged date of the incident, depending on which version of the story you follow. According to one account, Mark killed his wife and children after leaving his motel after the business calls, drove more than 150 kilometers back to Palmerston North, and then hurried back to Petone so no one would notice. Another theory made me shiver even more. That version states that the killings did not take place at night. Rather, they asserted that Mark Lundy left his motel covertly after midnight, precisely within the minuscule time frame between calling an escort service and the woman showing up at his room. He had less than an hour to drive back to Palmerston North, kill his wife and daughter in a horrible manner, get clean, and then go back to the motel as if nothing had occurred. Imagine traveling more than 300 kilometers in less than 60 minutes, carrying out a brutal double homicide, and returning with no signs of guilt, blood, or evidence. Police somehow thought he had driven that distance twice in one night, even though no one saw him on the road, no traffic cameras saw his car, no gas receipts, no roadside witnesses, and no motel employees saw him go. A disappearance that would have made for a work of fiction, but was being handled as fact. Then, not in the courtroom but at the gravesite, came the moment that would split a country. Grief is said to affect people differently. Some people cry out to the heavens, some collapse, and some shut down. However, Mark Lundy's sadness didn't just pour out. It burst in front of the cameras when he buried his wife and his only daughter. And it wasn't subdued or silent. Only a few days after Christine and Amber were discovered dead in their house, it was shown. There was a funeral. There were so many mourners in the church. The town as a whole felt shattered. There were still no arrests, despite the fact that 2 innocent lives had been taken in the most brutal manner possible. People came to find serenity, to remember, and to grieve. Then, staggered between pals, came Mark Lundy. He was scarcely able to stand. As he sobbed hysterically, cameras rolled. His face twisted in pain. His screams reverberated. People around him had to hold him up when he fell to the ground and shook uncontrollably. For those who saw, it was too much, but it was the kind of suffering that most people pray they will never go through. There was something wrong with it, and something harmful started to develop gradually. That expression of sorrow turned into a public vote on guilt when it ought to have been a private time of mourning. Did he weep excessively? Was it authentic? Or was there a darker side to the performance? Even the Court of Appeal recognized the scene's influence in 2018, years after. They thought that throughout Mark's trial, Jurors were probably subjected to numerous broadcasts of his funeral breakdown. Perhaps during lunch breaks, when the news was blaring in the background, or perhaps on a neighboring screen in the courtroom. In any case, the picture stuck. Mark's own defense attorney, Jonathan Eaton, QC, wasn't sugarcoating it. He claimed that Lundy appeared pitiful and somewhat humorous in the video. At his family's burial, the man who was seen screaming and flailing had evolved into more than simply a distraught spouse. He was now a suspect caught in the public's suspicions. Whether on purpose or not, the day's public spectacle sowed mistrust in the air, and that seed might have developed into something lethal in a case already beset by hazy chronologies and evasive evidence. Because grief that appears excessively large may occasionally seem like a deception in the court of public opinion. As soon as investigators entered the Lundy residence, it became evident that this was not a straightforward break-in gone awry. Downstairs, there was silence, no evidence of a battle. Then there was an eruption of violence upstairs. Bone fragments, blood all over the place, a child's body collapsed in a doorway, and a woman who had been bludgeoned so severely that her skull was broken. Police looked for a motive, a suspect, a weapon, or anything else that would explain what had transpired that night for weeks. Then there was a breakthrough, or at least that's how it appeared. Police discovered a polo shirt hidden inside a zipped-up tool bag inside Mark Lundy's vehicle. It was stained, just enough to raise suspicions but not enough to be seen at a look. The garment was dispatched for examination. Nothing definitive was first discovered, but everything changed when the second set of testing was conducted. After examining the clothing, a laboratory in Texas, yes, Texas, came up with a startling conclusion. According to the Crown, the stains comprised tissue from the central nervous system, specifically from Christine's brain or spinal cord. Somehow, her husband's clothing had come into contact with her brain tissue. It was the type of information that goes beyond implying guilt. It shouts it out. After all, who unintentionally gets their spouse's brain tissue on their clothes? Sharpening like a blade was the prosecution's story. Late that night, they claimed, Lundy had driven all the way from Petone to Palmerston North, entered the house without a sound, and fatally struck his wife and daughter. In order to strengthen his alibi, he then phoned for an escort, washed up, and drove back. They said he later stuffed the clothing, which was soiled with the very evidence that would turn on him, in the car. This is where things go wrong, though. The testing science, known as mRNA analysis, was state-of-the-art, contentious, and in some cases untrustworthy. It had never before been utilized in a criminal trial, not even in New Zealand. In court, experts clashed. The brain tissue, according to one side, was obvious and damning. According to the other, the findings were flawed, prone to contamination, and ought never to have been accepted as proof. The timeline wasn't perfect either. Lundy was first accused by the prosecution of carrying out the killings at approximately 7:00 p.m. The evidence, however, didn't match up. The call to the escort, the McDonald's ticket, and the phone records all pointed to the fact that he was not in the vicinity of Palmerston North at the time. Thus, they modified the theory. They now asserted that the killings took place closer to midnight, within a window of time that was hardly large enough for what he allegedly accomplished. He allegedly drove the 3 hours in disguise at a high speed while it was dark. All of this was done in order to return to his motel before dawn, without any physical weapon ever being found, no witnesses, and no blood in his car. It was ripped apart by the defense. They claimed that the science was unproven, the evidence dubious, and the timeline ridiculous. However, the picture of a man wearing his wife's brain on his shirt had already been planted by that point. A husband, a dad, or a monster. The prosecution's version of events was altered during the retrial. They had earlier claimed that the murders couldn't have occurred, but now they had to occur after 10:52 p.m. It seems desperate. The defense blasted the contradiction, referring to it as trial by timeline gymnastics, because everything else fell apart if Lundy couldn't have made that trip or be in two locations at once. Nevertheless, the Crown maintained that science prevailed over time. There was brain tissue on the shirt. The reason was debt. Anger was the tool. The timeline was described as tight but not impossible. That wasn't a leap, though, for many who were following the case's development. It was a leap into a canyon. Because it was more than just, could he do it? The question shifted to, is it even possible? Almost 15 years after his first conviction, Mark Lundy was facing a second trial in 2015. With new legal arguments, expert testimony, and a thorough rethinking of the time frame that had once deceived him, a revised case was constructed. He had been sentenced to life in prison in the first trial, but the case was reviewed in 2013 after the Court of Appeal declared that his conviction was dangerous because of a mix of contentious science, a shaky timetable, and media influence. Lundy so found himself back in the dock, but this time he had fresh questions, fresh evidence, and a fresh opportunity to prove his innocence. Was it a new beginning, though? The three main pieces of evidence were the same: the strange time frame, the financial motivation, and the brain tissue found on Lundy's shirt. The defense would continue to challenge the forensic evidence's validity. They had to. But what about the motivation, the chronology? Could they present a compelling enough case to overcome the years of rumors, media hysteria, and courtroom drama? The prosecution maintained the brain tissue argument, claiming that Christine's head was the only possible source. However, the defense refused to accept it. They referred to the mRNA analysis as experimental science and discredited the reliability of the forensic results. They questioned if the study, especially when it came from a tainted sample, actually demonstrated anything about the tissue. The timeline followed. The premise of the prosecution's case remained that Lundy could have driven from Petone to Palmerston North, murdered his wife and daughter, and then driven back to Petone in the middle of the night in a manner that defied common sense. This time, however, the defense said that it wasn't only a stretch. There was no way. All of the prosecution's presumptions were questioned by them. What about the motivation, though? Why Lundy would murder his wife and daughter a few days after raising their life insurance payout was a question the defense sought to answer. It didn't add up, even though the prosecution claimed it was all about the debt. When there are simpler alternatives, why kill your family? Given that the insurance coverage had not yet taken effect, why would the indebted businessman go to such lengths? Not to mention the circus of the media. The public had become familiar with Mark Lundy's visage by the time of the retrial. The viewer had already seen enough of the funeral footage to make them sick, and the jurors was still troubled by the idea that he was a grieving father who might be pretending. They said that his dramatic reaction at the funeral was too much grief and had been the subject of lengthy analysis. Was it all an act, or was it real? It seemed to be a fight between perception and truth, as the defense portrayed Lundy as a victim of circumstance. Even if the scientific evidence was questionable, the prosecution held on to it. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to cast doubt on every single premise, including the timeline, the motive, and the forensic evidence, all while presenting a picture of a guy who had been falsely accused. The jury's verdict would ultimately depend on one point, though. Following all the arguments, expert testimony, and scientific disputes, was Mark Lundy indeed responsible for two heinous murders, or had the system failed him? Mark Lundy would be found guilty of killing his wife Christine and daughter Amber at the end of the retrial. This time, he was not saved by the disparities in the timing, the dubious forensic science, or the damaged public image. But the fight for the truth was far from ended. Although an appeal was promised by Lundy's attorneys, the final decision would not be made for years. Paul Peterson, Christine's brother, was the first person to reach the crime site in the hours after the horrific killings of Christine and Amber Lundy. This individual wasn't an investigator or a police officer, and everything about his presence looked out of balance in the icy calm of that moment, as if fate had put him in the middle of a storm that would rock his family's entire universe. Although it began as a typical day in Palmerston North, a peaceful town, Paul would remember that day for reasons that would follow him throughout his life. It started, oddly enough, with his sister calling. Despite Christine's assurance that they would talk about a family issue, Paul felt uneasy when he showed up at the Lundy residence to meet with her. A feeling of dread swept over him as he entered through the open front door. Then he discovered that Christine and Amber Lundy had been brutally robbed of their lives. Paul saw the finding as a moment that would never be able to be undone. There was no turning back once he stepped into that crime scene. He had entered a nightmare that would tear apart his family's fundamental existence. What was most noticeable, though, was the uncanny quiet that seemed to envelop him. Paul Peterson phoned the police right away after discovering the bodies, as anyone would. However, as detectives started piecing together the chronology, something didn't fit. In addition to being the first person to reach the residence, Paul had also found the bodies. The question was raised: was Paul complicit in the killings? Was he a guy gripped by the horror of what he had just discovered? Or was his calm manner in the aftermath an indication of guilt? The emergence of a disturbing pattern was immediately noticed by the police. In addition to being the first to find the dead, Paul's deeds and testimony played a crucial role in determining how the crime was told, but the way he described his discovery was a little unsettling. A cloud of suspicion hovered over Paul every time the pictures of him entering the house quietly, talking to the police, and then testifying at trial were shown back. Paul Peterson came under more scrutiny as the investigation went on. Paul Peterson was the quiet witness to all of this, remaining in the background while Mark Lundy was taken into custody and charged with killing his wife and daughter. However, many were unaware that Paul was starting to draw his own questions as a result of his own anguish. Had Paul remained too composed after the incident? His calm response to discovering the victims and his icy description of the crime scene were later questioned by some, who questioned whether this was the response of the murderers. Was it anything more sinister? Or was his cool-headedness a protection mechanism? Perhaps Paul Peterson knew more about his sister's and niece's deaths than he disclosed? The suspicion around Paul never really went away, even though he was never officially accused or connected to the crime. People in the neighborhood couldn't help but worry whether he had been too close to the crime, and some started to wonder if there was something crucial that the investigators had overlooked, like a detail in Paul's testimony or something he did before phoning the police. Ultimately, despite persistent suspicions, Paul Peterson was never prosecuted with his sister's and niece's deaths. Paul went back to being on the sidelines of the case, while the investigation shifted to heavily focus on Mark Lundy. Mark Lundy was acquitted in 2019, following years of court proceedings, when the Court of Appeal determined that the case against him had been essentially faulty. The brain tissue evidence, which had been one of the most important components of the prosecution's case, was declared untrustworthy by the court, which also decided that there was not enough evidence to warrant his conviction. It was also determined that the trial's timetable was riddled with errors and omissions that called into question the first conviction. The Court of Appeal determined that the conviction was unsafe after the retrial revealed serious flaws in the case and fresh evidence that pointed to reasonable doubt. Lundy was consequently exonerated of all accusations. One thing is certain: even if the case has reached its legal conclusion, the truth is still elusive and just out of grasp. Is the murderer still among us, lurking in plain sight? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. What if you never answered the first knock on your door in the new year? A family celebrated January 1st in a peaceful neighborhood surrounded by trees with all the joy and warmth you could anticipate. Plans for the upcoming year, holiday leftovers, and a home filled with love. However, that house would be the scene of unimaginable horror a few hours into the new year. Neighbors saw the fire first, sirens cutting through the window silence as dense smoke poured from the windows. Even the most experienced detectives are silenced by the scene that firefighters discovered inside. It was not only startling, but pure wickedness. This was deliberate. It wasn't impulsive or haphazard. And there was no swift conclusion to whatever transpired behind that front door. What, then, could motivate someone to ruthlessly destroy a whole family, including the children? And on New Year's Day, what darkness entered through the door? In Richmond, Virginia, the first few hours of 2006 were passing in silence. There was still the quiet serenity of the holidays in neighborhoods like Woodland Heights, the kind of quiet that envelops homes where families sleep, still enjoying the festivities from the night before. However, The horror that would shake a whole city came to light as the afternoon wore on, and smoke billowed from one of the houses on West 31st Street. Expecting a regular call, a kitchen fire, perhaps a tree on fire, firefighters hurried to the scene. What they entered instead was something even more evil and vicious. Although the fire was intentionally started, the real tragedy wasn't the fire itself. 4 bodies were found in the basement of the flaming house, under the soot and smoke. Electrical wires and tape were used to firmly bind their limbs, the adhesive still sticking to their blistering skin. They had all been bludgeoned, hit with terrible force by what turned out to be a claw hammer, and in what could only be called an execution, each of their throats had been sliced. It was a long and eerie scene of unbelievable brutality. Instead of just being killed, a family had been sought down, held captive, tortured, and killed inside their own house. The fact that the victims were placed closely together in the basement raises the possibility that they had been detained for a while before the last blows were struck. In addition to causing fear, the criminals had remained to observe it happen. They then set the house on fire as a last act of sacrilege, not out of panic, but with the cold, calculated intention of erasing all evidence of what had transpired there. In Richmond, the victims, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey, were recognized as parents, neighbors, artists, and entrepreneurs rather than as famous people. The mother, Catherine, was a creative and energetic woman who co-founded a well-known toy business that was more than simply a store. It was a community hub where kids were valued. In recent years, her husband Brian, who was once a prominent member of the college rock scene, had settled into a more subdued life, choosing the calm rhythm of parenting over the cacophony of the stage. Soft-spoken and considerate, he was adored by friends for his musical soul and introspective nature. Their daughters were only starting to establish themselves in the world. At just 9 years old, the older one, Stella Ann, possessed the early knowledge and inquisitiveness of a youngster who reads well above her age. Ruby, the youngest, was 4 years old and brimming with happiness. According to her neighbors, her grin could brighten any day. Anyone who knew them, or even just heard of them, felt a deep, deep rift when they saw their lives end in this manner. Once a place of laughing, music, and toys, the mansion has been turned into a graveyard of ash and stillness. Confusion replaced grief as word of the murder spread, and dread quickly followed. There were no enemies, no known dangers, and no indications of forced entrance. There was no explanation for why this one home had been subjected to such unspeakable violence. But detectives sensed it in the back of their minds. This violent conduct wasn't impulsive, it was a show. It was in control. The atrocities that were taking place were just getting started with this probe. They didn't enter screaming or in disarray. They arrived with tape, in silence, and with calculated actions that made it clear this was more than a simple heist. It was a controlled performance. First to move, gray-bound Catherine, Brian, and tiny Ruby firmly with packing tape and dragged them into the basement. He didn't move hurriedly or show any signs of being time-conscious. Dandridge, in the meantime, turned the house into a hunting ground by scavenging the upstairs like a scavenger and searching for objects to steal from the cozy space. The front door then opened. Unaware that her home's walls had already turned into a prison upstairs, Stella had returned from a sleepover. Her daughter was brought down during the brief period of her mother's freedom. Kirsten Perkinson would never forget the picture of Catherine standing in the doorway of her daughter's friend's home, looking calm, pale, and silent. Not a single word revealed what was waiting behind her. Even if there had been something strange, something drained in her expression. Soon after, they were all bound together and encircled by 2 ferocious creatures in the basement. Their last minutes started to fall into the hands of monsters, after the appearance of safety was destroyed. It wasn't a frenzy that followed, it was accurate. One by one, Gray took his time. With the packing tape still plastered against their flesh, he drew the blade across their throats. It wasn't over, though. He lifted a claw hammer and repeatedly pounded each of them after their bodies sagged into silence, transforming a cold execution into something much more hideous and intrusive. Later, the medical examiner would attempt to turn that disorder into a clinical situation. Blunt force trauma killed Brian and Catherine. Smoke and crushing blows, Stella. Ruby was 4 years old when she was stabbed in the back, with one wound going all the way to her lung. However, the events that transpired in that basement cannot be explained by statistics or causes alone. They didn't stop there, even at the finish. A tiny art easel, possibly used by one of the females for painting, was pushed over by Gray and Dandridge, who then drenched it with alcohol and set it on fire as a last flourish. It was trivial. It had a theatrical quality. It was intended to eliminate the space's identity as well as the evidence. It might have appeared to be the scene of a terrible catastrophe as the flames spread down the basement and curled around what was left, but this was not an accident. The fire was not overlooked. The call that would end it all was made by Johnny Hott, the drummer for House of Freaks and a close friend of Brian's. When a fire department arrived to put out the fire, they discovered something that would start a storm that was considerably more destructive than fire. As if 4 lives didn't matter at all, the guys who had left that house hours earlier were already going on, serene, unhurried, and unaffected by the hellfire they had left behind. But you might ask, who were Gray and Dandridge? Darkness was nothing new to the 2 guys, Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. These 2, who were born in 1977, were connected not only by blood but also by a history of criminal activity and violence. Before long, their convoluted paths would converge in unimaginable catastrophes. Ricky Gray had a past, one that was documented in his failed relationships and criminal records. Known for his explosive temper and ability to make life miserable for everybody who came into contact with him, he had spent years in and out of prison. The life of a violent ex-con was nothing new to him, and things rapidly got out of hand when he met his 3rd wife, Treva Terrell. Their relationship was far from tranquil. The neighbors frequently overheard them fighting and yelling at each other. As of November 2005, Treva was fed up. However, she was later discovered dead in Washington, Pennsylvania, her corpse ruthlessly battered and buried in a shallow grave. The worst part is that her death was initially dismissed by the authorities as a drug overdose. The claw marks on Ricky's forearm that day were evidence of a struggle, possibly even a struggle for her life. However, the cops failed to make the connection. The murderer was right in front of them, yet they failed to notice him. Enter Ricky's nephew, Ray Dandridge, who was recently released from jail after serving over 10 years for armed robbery. Following his release in October 2005, he moved in with Ricky and Treva. Ray had already started to reveal his true nature by the time Treva's body was discovered. He also had a family history of violence. When no one was looking, what did the 2 of them do after Treva's body was buried? They went on. In an attempt to keep quiet, Ricky and Ray packed up and left for Arlington, Virginia by Christmas. However, the violence continued. Actually, things just grew worse. They made the decision to attack Ryan Carey on New Year's Eve, only a few days after they had moved to Virginia. Ryan was left to perish in front of his own house after being stabbed and assaulted. Later, he awoke in a medical facility. As he healed, he would tell the authorities exactly who had broken his body and rendered his right arm useless. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. However, it wasn't even that bad. No, January 1, 2006 was when the really nightmare started. At that point, they arrived in Richmond to pick up the Harvey family. Up until 2 strangers broke into their house, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey were just going about their lives. Or at least, they were. They were broke, as Gray would later acknowledge. That was the plan's main motivation. The Harvey house had not even been their first choice. They simply took a chance after noticing the front entrance was open. They took the family prisoner once they were inside. Catherine was made to pretend that everything was great by Gray and Dandridge when the family's guests showed up for a planned playdate. They warned her that her family would perish if she made a mistake. In an effort to keep her husband and children safe, she remained composed and cooperated. After the friends departed, chaos ensued. Dandridge and Gray, however, weren't finished. In an attempt to conceal their actions and destroy the evidence, the Harvey family set fire to the house. After they were presumed dead, it was unsuccessful. They turned on Ashley Baskerville, their accomplice, a few days later. She and her parents were the subsequent victims of this heinous, murderous rampage. The two males were quickly taken into custody as the authorities began to piece together the violent trail that had been left behind. On January 3, 2006, a routine robbery in Chesterfield County, Virginia, or so it seemed, was the beginning of it all. The most recent victims of a well-planned, heartless crime were a couple who lived on Hollywood Drive. Claimingly disoriented and seeking directions, the three criminals, 2 men and a woman, knocked on the couple's home. At first glance, it appeared innocuous enough, but it wasn't. The couple was caught off guard as the burglars forced their way inside as soon as the door opened. They stole a computer, a television, and $800.00 in cash as they raided the house. However, the robbers paused when the husband tried to deter them by bringing up his wife's condition and his obligation to take care of her. It was sufficient to convince them not to tie the pair up, but the harm had already been done. They had been singled out. The burglars grabbed their belongings after breaking into their house. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together shortly after this crime. The phone at the Chesterfield police station rang on January 6, 2006. Ashley Baskerville, 21, was a friend of her daughter, and her peculiar connections to 2 men, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge, who had both visited at Ashley's house as houseguests and were now suspected of being implicated in the Harvey family killings, disturbed a worried resident. Investigators followed the tip right to Ashley's door, and soon cops were swarming the East Broad Rock Road home where she resided with her stepfather, Percy L. Tucker, and mother, Mary Baskerville Tucker. The police discovered a nightmare within. As a direct result of the violence that had occurred there, the house lay in ruins. Mary, Ellen, and Percy had all suffered vicious neck slashes. In a moment, their lives were gone. What they had done to Ashley was the true horror. She wasn't simply deceased. They had suffocated her. To prevent her and her relatives from screaming or running away, a plastic bag had been put around her head and securely fastened with duct tape. As a sadistic show of authority, all 3 captives had been gagged and shackled. They had been brutally silenced, and their bodies were abandoned in their own house. The cops were able to make the connection quickly. A computer and a television that were discovered in the Baskerville Tucker residence matched the pilfered goods from the Chesterfield home invasion, connecting the 2 incidents. However, the ring, the one Ashley was wearing, was the one thing that gave them complete certainty. It was the wedding ring of Catherine Harvey. Dandridge and Gray had gone on a rampage, their bloodlust unquenchable. This was more than simply a botched heist. It was the continuation of a rampage that had already caused a great deal of damage and was only getting started. From one victim to another, Gray and Dandridge's rage had intensified. Their violence is growing more vicious and callous. They started a series of events that would ultimately result in their capture and the realization of their whole depravity as they focused on Ashley and her family. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray were apprehended on the morning of January 7, 2006. They were staying at Dandridge's father's house in Philadelphia when the cops discovered them. Dandridge lost all self-control an hour after their arrest. He admitted to killing Ashley Baskerville and Mary and Percy L. Tucker. However, that was only the start. Gray, who had been quietly boiling in his cell, requested to talk to a detective 12 hours later. It was chilling what came next. Gray handed out a 3-page confession in great detail. He didn't mince words. He revealed in his confession how he had mercilessly murdered the Harvey family by using a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Instead of attempting to defend his behavior, he stated, "I don't believe sorry is strong enough. None of this was necessary." However, he continued even after confessing to the Harvey murders. He continued by acknowledging that he had participated in the Tucker Baskerville killings and that he had battered his wife Treva to death, while Dandridge restrained her. Gray even admitted to attacking Ryan Carey in a vicious manner. Everything spilled out as the floodgates had opened. The cops put together more and more of the story as the investigation went on. Ashley Baskerville's involvement was confirmed by January 8, 2006. Not only was she a victim, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, she had taken an active part in the killings and robbery. It was evident from the evidence that she had contributed, including witness statements and objects discovered throughout the investigation. Ashley served as the lookout when Gray and Dandridge broke into the Harvey residence to rob them. One day, the monsters threw out Ashley, a discarded toy, at random. Ashley feigned victimization, according to Gray and Dandridge's confessions. As part of the scheme to loot her parents, she had consented to being bound. However, Gray decided he was done with her when things went wrong. He killed her as well because he no longer needed her, then took her parents' car to flee. It was all a perverse sequence of deception, coercion, and heinous violence. The confessions from Gray and Dandridge showed how profoundly they were implicated in the deaths of so many people, and what began as a robbery turned into something far deeper. The neighborhood would be rocked by their arrests, leaving a path of broken lives and unsolved questions in its wake. Like the atrocities they committed, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge's judicial processes were dramatic and terrifying. The murders weighed heavily on both men when they were tried in Virginia's City of Richmond Circuit Court. Legally, things began to take shape on February 9, 2006. Due to his involvement in the horrifying killings of the Harvey family, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder. These accusations included killing twice in 3 years, killing several people in one act, killing during a heist, and killing 2 children under the age of 14. Dandridge was accused of 3 counts of capital murder in connection with the Baskerville-Tucker family's killings. However, his involvement in the Harvey killings would later be covered by one of those accusations as well. Dandridge first entered a not guilty plea, but as the trial progressed and the evidence against him became more compelling, he drastically changed his mind. He agreed to a compromise that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life without the chance of parole when he changed his plea to guilty for all 3 murders just before the closing arguments. He did this to escape being executed, yet it was obvious that he was guilty. However, Gray remained steadfast in his not guilty plea. In an attempt to gain some leniency, his defense team claimed that he had been sexually and physically abused as a child, and that he was under the influence of PCP when the killings occurred. However, the jury remained unconvinced. They convicted him guilty of all 5 capital murder charges following a 4-day trial and only 30 minutes of deliberation. The jury suggested life in prison for the other 3 offenses and the death punishment for the murders of Stella and Ruby Harvey, the Harvey children. Gray's death sentence was formally imposed on October 23, 2006. However, the court cases continued. Ricky Gray was also charged in December 2006 with the murder of Cheryl Warner, 37, a mother of 3 whose body was discovered in a burning house in Culpeper County. Gray would have to deal with yet another horrifying act. She had been shot and hanged in the basement. However, due to conflicting evidence, this charge was ultimately withdrawn in 2008. Gray's case continued to drag on even after he was sentenced. His execution was repeatedly postponed between 2011 and 2015 as a result of appeals in both state and federal courts. One of his appeals was denied by the Fourth Circuit Court in November 2015. Additionally, Gray's execution was scheduled for March 16, 2016, in January, 1 year later. The delays, however, continued. His attorneys appealed to the U.S. once more. Later that year, the Supreme Court decided not to consider his case. After all appeals had been exhausted, Governor Terry McAuliffe finally rejected Gray's request for mercy in 2016. He was set to be executed on January 18, 2017. Additionally, around 10 p.m., Ricky Gray was put to death at the Greensville Correctional Center that evening via lethal injection. Ray Dandridge is currently incarcerated at Sussex 2 State Prison, where he is serving a life sentence. The trial wasn't the end of his story. He is still in prison, and the consequences of his crimes continue to haunt him. The trial and its aftermath demonstrated the depth of the evil that existed between these 2 men, Dandridge, who would spend his days in jail, and Gray, who would ultimately receive the death penalty. Both men left behind a path of destruction that continues to reverberate across the Richmond neighborhood. However, one question remains unanswered by those left to pick up the pieces when the dust settled. Was this really the end of their murderous rampage? Or was there still more out there just waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These 6 women's strangled bodies were found in remote locations in Kansas City, Missouri, between 1977 and 1993. This is a whole distinct case, though, before you start assuming that it has to do with Anthony Sowell, the strangler from Cleveland, or Henry Wallace, the strangler from Charlotte, which we have already discussed. The truth was finally revealed by DNA research, but unlike the others, this murderer eluded justice for decades and continued to maintain his innocence despite being intimately connected to his victims. The story of seemingly innocuous individuals who turn out to be cold-blooded serial killers is one that we have heard repeatedly. One thing emerges from covering so many cases: the majority of these murderers preyed on women who were at risk. Why? Because they were aware of the grim reality even then. The police would not be concerned if a woman disappeared. And this instance is a terrifying illustration of just that. It all began with 17-year-old Stacy L. Swafford, who had fled her home and was attempting to make ends meet on the streets of Kansas City. On April 17, 1977, her body was discovered face down in an empty lot. Her strangulation was confirmed by an autopsy. Georgine Swafford, her mother, never really healed from the loss and died of alcohol poisoning, clinging to the hope that she would finally see her daughter again in heaven. Then followed Gwendolyn Kazine, who was only 15 years old and the youngest victim. On January 23, 1980, her body was discovered with wire wrapped around her wrists and neck, left behind in a building. Although he hadn't seen her in more than a week, her father had reported her missing just the day before. She had been working as a prostitute. Like the others, she died from strangulation. Another 17-year-old girl, Margaret J. Miller, was discovered in an open field on May 9, 1982, by a teenage guy who was on his way to his grandmother's home. When police discovered her, some of her possessions were gone, and she'd been working on Troost Avenue. The death was caused by strangling. Catherine M. Berry was not like the others. She was battling mental illness following the birth of her 3rd child, not a sex worker. She took rides from random people while living on the streets. Her body was found in an abandoned structure on March 14, 1986, with a nylon stocking around her neck and covered in leaves. She had been strangled as well. 23-year-old single mother Naomi M. Kelly was attempting to change her life. She had been raising 2 kids and studying business when she was discovered in a dilapidated park on August 16, 1986, with a towel tied around her face and neck. Strangulation was verified by her autopsy. With the exception of her pink socks, Deborah Sue Blevins, 32, was discovered nude. She became addicted to drugs, and on November 27, 1986, her body was discarded in front of a church. She left behind a daughter who was 9 years old. The death was caused by strangling. On April 17, 1987, Ann Barnes was 36 years old when her body was found close to downtown Kansas City, precisely 10 years after the discovery of Stacy L. Swafford. In addition to prostitution, she had worked as an exotic dancer and housekeeper. She had been strangled like the rest. On June 9, 1987, Kelly A. Ford was discovered in Roanoke Park at the age of just 20. After graduating from high school, she had relocated to Kansas City in the hopes of a better life, but she was also strangled and abandoned. On September 12, 1987, 19-year-old Angela Mayhew was found face down on the side of the road. Police eventually discovered hairs on her sweater that linked her murder to the others, proving that she had been strangled. On November 3, 1987, 36-year-old Sheila Ingold was discovered inside a van outside an auto repair shop. Her rings were gone, and strangling was once again the cause of death. On December 19, 1987, 30-year-old Carmeline Renee Hibbs was discovered in a parking lot. Like so many others, she had been strangled and abandoned. On January 11, 1993, 29-year-old Connie Lean Luther was discovered laying on a snowdrift. She had a shoelace around her neck. She had been reared by a single mother who had died the previous year, along with 5 other children. Women were showing up one by one, being beaten, strangled, and abandoned. No one was able to piece together the patterns that were screaming at the police. You have no idea how many more victims there were, if you believe that to be the worst of it. The aspect that will really enrage you, though, is that the offender was arrested for assault several times and was always released. These ladies may still be alive today if the system had performed its function, but it failed. And the man responsible for this nightmare, the trash collector Trangler, Lorenzo Gilliard. What's more frightening is that Lorenzo Gilliard wasn't some eerie figure who lurked in the darkness. A diligent garbage truck driver who worked his way up to management, a man with a good job, a cheerful smile, and coworkers who vowed he was one of the nicest people around. He was, in fact, the last person you would suspect. And that's the scary thing, since history has repeatedly shown that the most dangerous killers aren't the ones who lurk in the shadow. The ones that are hiding in plain sight are them. Lorenzo was one of 5 kids born and reared in Kansas City, Missouri. His violent personality was evident at school, even as a young child. He participated in sports with his brothers, but he wasn't limited to using his strength on the field. His size made him terrifying. He was known for harassing younger children. He dropped out of school before he even made it to the 10th grade because of his lack of self-discipline, subpar grades, and frequent absences. He met Rena Hill, a young woman in the middle of the 1960s, and they soon became a pair. When Rena became pregnant, their relationship took a serious turn, and they were married on November 20, 1968. However, getting married didn't make Lorenzo any less vicious. Rather, he became more involved in criminal activity and started acting in ways that were unsettling to women. He was arrested for assaulting and inappropriately molesting a girl he knew in January 1969. He was freed, nevertheless, following what the police referred to as a reconciliation arrangement, in which Lorenzo apologized and the victim withdrew her allegation. However, an apology would not prevent him from hurting additional women. His family history was equally unsettling, which only added to the horror. Lorenzo Gilliard Sr., his own father, was found guilty of rape in 1970. 2 years later, Lorenzo Jr. got into problems once more, this time for assaulting and sexually abusing a lady. Claiming he had choked her unconscious, she courageously recognized him in a police lineup. However, the authorities withdrew the accusations after determining that her testimony was insufficient. Letting him go was the one choice that proved to be disastrous. In 1973, Lorenzo's violent tendencies were ruining his own house in addition to frightening visitors. He was arrested that year for the physical and sexual abuse of his wife, who courageously told the authorities that he had been mistreating her throughout their marriage. However, justice was nowhere to be found when a black woman was the victim. As was to be expected, Lorenzo left with a fine and a divorce, rather than actual repercussions, such as jail time or a permanent sentence. Then he was free to repeat the entire process. This individual was absolutely disgusting. He not only mistreated his wife, but he also acted aggressively against other women in public. To make matters worse, the cops did nothing at all. He was then taken into custody once more in February 1974, this time for assaulting a 25-year-old exotic dancer. She recognized him in a lineup, but like before, a purported reconciliation deal miraculously dismissed the accusations. 5 months later, he repeated the action. He targeted a 13-year-old girl this time, a youngster. He attacked her close to the Missouri River. She was a friend's daughter. However, the accusations were dismissed once more after the girl made a revision to her story. Let it sink in. A 13-year-old was hurt by a fully grown guy, and he was still allowed to go free. But this time, if you can call it that, he received a small amount of punishment. He received a 9-month jail sentence after being found guilty of engaging in an illegal behavior with a child. Less than a year, 9 months, not even long enough for his name to be forgotten. In some way, he remarried after all of this. Naturally, though, that was short-lived. He was violent, abusive, and dangerous, and his second wife left him for the same reasons as his first. He then got married a third time in the late 1970s. Is it not unbelievable? Despite his bad deeds, he was still able to persuade another woman that he was worthy of marriage. He resumed his work in 1979. He assaulted a young couple this time, threatening to kill the woman's fiancé. He was recognized by both victims as their assailant. Nevertheless, a jury acquitted him at his trial in September 1980 for lack of evidence. He was arrested for serious abuse against his third wife a few months later. And you know what? A fee and another divorce is just another absurd punishment. That's all. Once more, he wandered freely. Then, in 1981, the situation reached a completely new and terrifying level. He assaulted his former spouse twice. He knocked out her front teeth the first time. He used an ice pick to stab her in the hand the second time. They must have finally locked him up at this point, correct? False. He was released on probation after being charged with third-degree assault. Then, in 1991, he was jailed again, this time for stealing, but he was released the following spring after posting $3,500 bail. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaking his probation, not for his violent past offenses, his mistreatment of women, or his assault of a kid. Imagine that. Despite all the women he harmed and the lives he shattered, it was only a probation violation, not the blood on his hands or the years of trauma he caused, that ultimately led to his imprisonment. Another twist in this terrifying tale is that Patricia Dixon, his sister, was as lethal. She was given an 11-year prison sentence in 1983 after being found guilty of killing a client while working as a prostitute. Following his release from prison on January 10, 1983, Lorenzo was arrested for making bomb threats in Wyandotte County, Kansas, and was subsequently sent back in jail. However, like with all other instances, his incarceration was brief. He was back on the streets by the end of 1985, free to carry on with his life as usual. He was hired as a garbage man at Deffenbaugh Disposal Service in January 1986, where his father was employed in the maintenance division. He appeared to be a typical man with a typical job leading a typical life. However, Lorenzo's past was not forgotten at all. He was taken into custody and questioned on December 23, 1987, as a possible suspect in the murder of Sheila Ingold, age 36. As before, there was insufficient proof to keep him in jail, so he was released after the police collected a sample of his blood in the hopes that it might link him to the crime. Even after his fourth marriage in 1991, he was still able to persuade ladies that he was a good man. In addition, he was elevated to the position of supervisor, which allowed him to oversee several waste disposal crews in various Kansas City locations. However, even for people who believe they are untouchable, karma has a way of catching up with them. Lorenzo was accused of sexual harassment by a neighbor who went to the police in July 1996. According to her, the harassment began in September 1995 and lasted for about a year. However, no charges were filed against him, even after she came forward. As a result, she was forced to depart. When law enforcement declined to assist her, she was forced to relocate and uproot her life. When justice fails, victims have no choice but to save themselves. That is the truth of the world we live in. Then, however, an odd thing occurred. Lorenzo appeared to become silent. Since 1993, his name has not been associated with any documented crimes. People who knew him started talking about him favorably, as though his history had been cleared out in some way. That is, until 2001, when the Kansas City Police Department was awarded a federal grant worth millions of dollars to use modern DNA technology to re-examine cold cases. The truth eventually came to light at that point. When Lorenzo's blood sample from 1987 was analyzed again, there was no getting away with it this time. Sheila Ingold, whom Lorenzo Gilliard had been suspected of killing years before, was one of 6 women whose killings he was definitively connected to. That wasn't all, though. He was implicated in 6 further killings based on circumstantial evidence, making a minimum of 12 victims. The ladies he killed, all between the ages of 15 and 36, had been strangled with wire, shoelaces, or nylon stockings. Their remains were thrown out like garbage in parking lots, fields, vans, abandoned buildings, landfills, and snowdrifts. Nevertheless, no one had hurried to resolve their cases, in spite of the pattern and the astronomical number of victims. The fact that a serial killer was pursuing women in Kansas City had gone unnoticed. Why? Due to the fact that the majority of his victims were sex workers, women whose society had already rejected them. The news hardly mentioned their deaths. Their cases were dismissed. No national media attention, no public outcry, simply another woman discovered dead in a dump, hardly more than a historical footnote. There were more women whose lives ended in the same ruthless manner, abandoned as though they had no significance. In addition to the ladies we already know Lorenzo Gilliard killed, more victims were suspected by investigators, but not all of their identities were revealed. Then, on June 23, 2006, a breakthrough occurred. Gilliard was connected to another murder by DNA research. 26-year-old Austrian immigrant Helga Kruger came to America in search of a better life. Rather, she met a horrible and brutal end in February 1989. It was found that she had strangled herself with a towel. The uncanny parallels between her death and the others created a terrifying image, almost like a ritual. The true tragedy, however, is that no one made the connection for years. Because they were viewed as expendable, these women were forgotten. They weren't well known, they weren't rich, and many of them didn't have relatives who were actively looking for them. A few were not even listed as missing. For a man such as Lorenzo Gilliard, these ladies were ideal prey because they were social outcasts. And Gilliard's luck didn't run out until January 2007. Prosecutors made an agreement with his lawyer. The death sentence would no longer be an option if he consented to give up his right to a jury trial. Although it was a last-ditch effort, it gave him the best opportunity of escaping the worst punishment possible. The prosecution's case was based on DNA evidence that connected Gilliard to the murders, and the trial started on March 5th. There was no denying the evidence. He was at the scene of the killings since his DNA was discovered on several women. He never broke, though. All of the victims shared the trait of being discovered in remote areas. All of them were strangled. They all appeared to be having difficulty. Nearly all of them had experienced sexual assault, and they were all missing their shoes. It was a signature, a distinct pattern, and it led directly to Gilliard. Even when presented with forensic evidence, he continued to deny any wrongdoing. "I never met the victims," he insisted. However, how can you maintain your innocence when all of the prostitutes you have slept with die and your DNA is discovered on their bodies just before they are killed? Its haughtiness is astounding. Perhaps he believed that, like he had done for decades, he could talk his way out of it. Perhaps he believed that these women would be let down by the legal system one final time. His lies, however, were insufficient this time. At last, his luck had run out. On March 17, 2007, 12 days later, Lorenzo Gilliard was found guilty of 6 murders and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He was convicted of the murders of Carmeline Hibbs, Sheila Ingold, Ann Barnes, Kelly Ford, Catherine Berry, and Naomi M. Kelly. Even though there was evidence that connected him to other killings, he was not found guilty in some of them because they could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But everyone understood the truth. Whether or not the courts acknowledged it, more than 6 ladies had been murdered by this man. Despite being one of Missouri's most prolific serial murders, almost anyone ever mentions him. Then, in a televised jail interview in 2018, British journalist Piers Morgan challenged Gilliard, bringing him back into the public eye. Morgan wasted no time chit-chatting. He asked him directly if he believed that people were foolish enough to accept his denials. Gilliard's calm was broken by the inquiry, and rather than respond, he tore off his microphone and hurried away. Despite receiving several life terms and being in his 70s, he still denies what he did. He continues to hold on to the falsehoods that gave him the opportunity to kill for so long. This story serves as a harsh reminder of the ease with which certain victims are disregarded. Because these women were forgotten in death and abandoned in life, it is crucial to remember them, to mention their names, and to keep their tales alive. Because if we don't, murderers like Lorenzo Gilliard will have what they desire. Victims who have been erased, issues that remain unanswered, and the satisfaction that no one cared enough to pursue justice. I'd like to know what you think about this now. Do you believe that the police were careless in repeatedly allowing Gilliard to walk free? Should they have apprehended him earlier? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The woman found here was just one of many who either went missing or suffered abuse at the hands of the man who lived in this house. After 2 years, the decomposing remains of these 11 women were found inside, making neighbors realize that the awful smell lingering in the air wasn't from a sausage factory, but from this very house, and it became known as the True House of Horrors. This case was so disturbing that even after his acquittal, many still believed the so-called Cleveland Strangler had more than 11 victims. That's because several other murders in this town remain unsolved to this day, and all the victims were women. So today, we remember them, because no troubled past can ever justify what they went through. And once you hear the full story, you'll understand exactly why. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past. A past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own with nowhere else to go. They moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do, but this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It is said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony Sowell was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978, Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievement. Upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland for a while. He managed to live a relatively normal life, but that facade crumbled 4 years later in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S-worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange. Do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead your captor is talking about feeding you first. Like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified. But miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, attempted rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to a rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 12,220 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out. And so in 2007, when Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself. His behavior became more unstable, and then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tishana Culver, disappeared. Tishana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing, no police alerts, no flyers. Just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained. A smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part, Anthony Sowell himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Sowell had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug, and somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades and, well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000, 0 cents, on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Seoul was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Seoul had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Seoul's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story, insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. Both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talicia Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers, and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted her just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. Because of them, Shawn was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Seoul. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Seoul. On October 29, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody, but what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries. Decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Seoul. Then, on October 31, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard. 2 years later, loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a... Deshauna Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims, a mother of 3. She disappeared 3 months after Tashana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered. Only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008. Another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tonya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Soule's House of Horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tonya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers, but the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Soule's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death, strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tonya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life. Life took an unexpected turn at just 14. She became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who also died. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talisha Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Talisha and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009, at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio. Just outside Cleveland, a woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear. In September 2009, the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims, they were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserved to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony's soul, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Soul's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7, then to February 14, then to May 2, and finally to June 6, 2011, when proceedings finally began. Soul faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Soul was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Soul showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Soul was officially sentenced to death. On September 14, 2011, he was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Soul and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Soul had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Soul died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death. It still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Saul's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and spoke publicly, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when Black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte who also murdered 11 Black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness? Or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1,300,000 in settlements to the families of Soul's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice? Or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Soul? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. At this precise moment, Kimberly made a mistake that gave the cops a significant lead in the murder of her boyfriend. The serious investigation that was about to commence began with the discovery of 31-year-old Gabrielle Montanez's body, shot just outside her apartment. Even though there were several hints that fit the murder's chronology exactly, what transpired next completely upended the case. It all began on July 25, 2017, when a troubling 911 call regarding a fatal gunshot was received by Michigan police at 2:05 a.m. EM. Several troops raced to the site, not knowing what they were getting into. But as soon as they got there, they saw that the shot man was having trouble breathing. Based on experience, this blood trail would show that the victim was not shot at the scene of his discovery. Look under his hat to see whether he has any firearms. In an attempt to save him, the officers performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Paramedics quickly stabilized him and hurried him to the hospital as they arrived. He was taken in for emergency surgery by the hospital's surgeons as soon as he got there. His identity was eventually revealed when they discovered his ID card. He tragically died during the procedure, and his death was formally declared a homicide in spite of the doctor's best efforts. A mourning family, including a mother, wife and daughter who had always been by his side, were left behind when 31-year-old Gabriel Juarez Montanez passed away. At the same time, the police began investigating the murder at the crime scene. After making sure nothing had been disturbed, they guarded the entire area and started closely inspecting the location where Gabriel had been shot. The officers thought the blood trail they discovered during their inspection of the area belonged to Gabriel. This trail implied that he had crawled to the location of his discovery rather than being shot. After realizing this, they began searching the area for leads that might enable them to pursue the investigation. They soon realized that there were a number of apartment complexes close by, raising the possibility that someone had heard or seen something. They made the decision to discreetly knock on people's doors and ask them if they knew anything about the shooting. There was also an apartment complex nearby. The cops made the decision to look there as well. One of the men they encountered while knocking on doors was a 98111 caller who had actually seen the incident. He said that it was 2 shots. The man instantly ran away on foot, heading east, when he confronted the shooter. Even though this information was crucial, it was insufficient to identify the suspect. The pressure was on and time was running out. The officers were aware that they needed to apprehend the gunman as soon as possible to prevent him from killing anyone else. Following hours of research, the detectives focused on Gabriel's past in an effort to identify any adversaries or potential reasons why he would be the subject of their investigation. As they looked more, they found that Kimberly, also known as Kelsey, was Gabriel's ex-girlfriend. However, that wasn't the only item that caught my attention. They were particularly interested in a previous complaint that Kimberly had made against him. At Kimberly's request, the police had called Gabriel a few days prior to the shooting. He had shown up unexpectedly and hung around while she was at work, which infuriated her so much that she phoned the police to have him removed. The police initially thought this would have been a minor occurrence, but now they started to question whether it could have grown into something much more serious. They had to talk to Kimberly to find out the truth. Their suspicions about her only intensified as they began investigating her past and located her current residence. They went to her apartment with the search warrant in hand, not knowing what they would discover there or what the results of the inquiry would show. After rapidly assembling a SWAT unit, detectives arrived to her flat. Innumerable options flooded their thoughts as they ascended the stairs warily. Was she the one confined inside the barred walls, or had Kimberly murdered Gabriel? They unlocked the door and started yelling to let everyone inside know they were there and to make sure they weren't going into an unexpected situation. They were shouting for any possible dangers when a woman's voice came from the bedroom. Kimberly was introducing herself. Kimberly stayed in bed when investigators arrived, strangely composed in spite of the commotion and the constant loud fighting. Her inability to respond in the mornings left them wondering if she had actually been asleep or if she was just acting. But finding a clue that could unlock the case was more important than asking Kimberly about her strange behavior. They had to inspect her home for this. The police searched the entire house, but they were unable to find any evidence that clearly connected Kimberly to Gabriel's death. Nevertheless, they had a gut feeling that there was more to the story. In an effort to learn more, they turned to Kimberly and asked her if she had any information. But not only did she discuss her relationship with Gabriel, they were surprised by what she disclosed next. It wasn't shocking that she mentioned that it wasn't the first time she had lost her boyfriend. even though police hadn't yet told her of Gabriel's passing. It caused some grave worries. It implied that she was already aware of Gabriel's killing. They asked her to come to the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety headquarters to be questioned in order to ascertain exactly how much she knew about the crime. The cops persuaded her to come in for the interview, in spite of her repeated denials. She finally caved and showed up for the interview at the downtown sheriff's office. Kimberly claimed that she had met Gabriel at approximately 12:55 a.m. immediately after she got home from work. Kimberly's interrogation had yielded no important clues, but detectives assumed she was not aware of Gabriel's death and told her watching her intently for the smallest hint that would disprove their suspicions. However, her response was quite different from what they had anticipated. After witnessing Kimberly sob after learning the news, the investigators decided she was not a potential suspect since they believed her feelings were sincere. But they needed a lead, and Kimberly was the only person who could help them discover it. However, obtaining information from her proved to be more difficult than anticipated. Kimberly denied having any knowledge of Gabriel's passing. She did, however, acknowledge having several extramarital encounters while dating Gabriel, which caused him to become deceived. The detectives became suspicious. Could her deceit have contributed to his demise? They questioned her about the night of the murder, after pointing out her adultery with Gabriel. It was implausible that she hadn't heard the gunshots because the incident happened directly outside her home, but when they questioned her further, they discovered that she appeared equally confused about the murder as she did about the house search. Given that Kimberly's lover had just been shot and murdered outside of her apartment, it looked odd that she claimed to have been asleep and had no idea why the police were at her door. They were aware, though, that she was not being completely honest. Investigators had a hazy suspicion that Kimberly's adultery was a crucial line of inquiry to follow in order to learn more about the other men she had been seeing. Karen Riveted, the lead detective, was called in to answer questions. In addition to Gabriel, Kimberly had already disclosed to the other two investigators that she had dated 3 other males. She felt more at ease disclosing that Gabriel had accused her of cheating now that a woman was in charge of the inquiry. The idea that her deceit toward Gabriel may have contributed to this murder is strong. Detective Rivard, however, gave her the photo of the crime scene to ascertain whether she was genuinely unaware of the shooting outside her home or if she was just attempting to avoid the police. Kimberly didn't say anything. When Detective Rivard saw that she would not cooperate, he released her. They turned their attention to other places and started looking for hints in the neighborhood's CCTV cameras. Shortly after, they discovered a CCTV camera diagonally across the crime scene at a petrol station. They wasted little time in going to the gas station in the hopes of making a breakthrough. But as they watched the video, they discovered multiple pieces of evidence that pointed to Kimberly's knowledge of Gabriel's murder. She had actually been present when the shooting occurred. She didn't disclose this information throughout the investigation, but they discovered in the video that her automobile was parked outside the gas station. However, it wasn't the only unsettling aspect. The fact that another man, whom they previously knew, was in her car that day startled the detectives. Considering that Ellis, Kimberly's friend, had a history of running afoul of the law, his location was easy to find. In Kalamazoo, they discovered him sitting on the stairs of a house on a busy block. He had his child with him. They encouraged him to come for an interview at the sheriff's office, but he declined. They had no choice but to question him there, even though it wasn't the best moment for an interview. In the hopes that he would turn himself in after being presented with concrete evidence, detectives began by playing him the CCTV footage from the petrol station where he was obviously caught. Rather, he took an unexpected action. He vehemently disputed that he was the man in the video. Detective Rivard tried to calm him down and encourage him to talk more, because he could tell he was afraid of being caught. Detectives were unable to extract any useful information from Ellis despite the reference. He did, however, offer an alibi for the murderous day. He maintained that he wasn't on the video and that he had been with his girlfriend Samantha at the time. Detectives now looked to Samantha to confirm his alibi in light of this knowledge. They called her in for interrogation after determining her whereabouts. Detectives found that Samantha and Ellis were no longer together shortly after she was brought in for an interview. In fact, they had met a month prior, which obviously contradicted Ellis's alibi. After then, Samantha was questioned by detectives regarding Gabriel's murder and told that she didn't know anything. They showed her the same CCTV footage from the petrol station where Ellis was caught to make sure she wasn't lying. She eventually said something at that point, stating unequivocally that Ellis was the man in the video. She acknowledged that Ellis was at the gas station, but she denied any knowledge of Gabriel's murderer. She retreated entirely when Detective Rivard urged her to talk to Ellis and get confirmation regarding the murderer. Detectives changed their strategy when Samantha failed to provide a reliable lead. After obtaining a search warrant for Kimberly's vehicle, they were shocked to discover more unsettling than they had anticipated. However, this was nothing compared to what they discovered next: a pile of traffic tickets belonging to Cornell Head, a 21-year-old guy. Given all of the evidence, it appeared that Kimberly knew the identity of the murderer and had full knowledge of the events leading up to the murder. Detectives summoned her in for an interview in light of this. Kimberly broke down and appeared frightened of any repercussions related to Gabriel's murder, but detectives decided to take a chance and pressured her a bit harder, forcing her to talk. Detectives, who were determined to locate the murderer, encouraged her to write down the murderer's name in the hopes that it would ease her into confessing, but what she revealed was a terrifying admission of a more sinister reality. Kimberly had cheated on Gabriel with a man named Cornell. She also said that he was the third person in the car that evening. She picked Cornell and Ellis up after work, and the three of them continued on to McDonald's, then to a gas station, and eventually to Kimberly's house, where they parked the car in the lot. Shortly after, she became alarmed when she noticed Gabriel driving toward her car from the passenger side, where Cornell was seated. She heard 2 gunshots as Gabriel opened the door. The next thing she noticed was Gabriel on the ground, dead. She then ran inside her flat and went into hiding. Detectives quickly located Cornell after confirming that he was the true murderer. They rushed to Chicago to interview him after learning that he had already been arrested there. Detectives discovered that Kimberly had cheated on Cornell in addition to Gabriel. After speaking with Cornell, all along she had been deceiving. Even worse, Cornell was completely unaware of her involvement with him. He was completely taken aback by the news. Cornell, however, changed his account after learning of Kimberly's treachery, asserting that Gabriel had struck him first and that he had only fired in retaliation. But he was not saved by the law. On November 6, 2018, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and given a sentence of 30 to 50 years in jail, plus 2 more years for each of the 2 felony firearm possession convictions. The sad tale of love and betrayal that Gabriel Montanez told ruined not only him but also everyone who knew him. Growing up, his daughter missed him more than anybody else, and each moment felt like a stolen memory that she would never be able to recover. The loss caused by Cornell's crime of passion was irreplaceable, shattering lives and leaving hearts in eternal sadness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I look for a young boy that is between the ages of 18 and 25. Is your body typical? I'll kill you and consume your lustful flesh. This terrifying tweet may sound like something out of a horror movie, but it's actually true, and it resulted in a crime that made headlines all around the world. The fact that the victim voluntarily consented to be killed and consumed makes this case extremely stranger. The man regarded as the most courteous killer, Armin Meiwes, existed before Jeffrey Dahmer stunned the world. The title may sound odd, but you'll understand why after hearing the twisted details. And like many murders, his journey into darkness began long before the horrific event itself, so it all begins with his early years. On December 1, 1961, Armin Meiwes was born into a family that appeared to have had everything. Armin's father worked as a police officer and had a steady, well-respected career. With his constant income, he was able to buy a large 16,000 square foot estate in Germany with 36 rooms and a luxury lifestyle for the family. It was a house that represented prosperity, achievement, and the kind of life that many people would aspire to. But the family's life was anything but perfect within the confines of that magnificent estate. Armin's parents were very different in age. When his father, at just 21 years old, married his mother, she was 40. This significant age gap created the foundation for an unbalanced and problematic relationship. These disagreements would frequently get so out of hand that Armin's mother would threaten to harm him or commit suicide if she didn't get her way. Armin had to deal with an emotionally suffocating environment at an early age, which caused him a lot of stress and instability. Being the youngest of 3 kids, Armin's family's dysfunction only got worse as he got older. When Armin was only 5 or 6 years old, his 2 older siblings made the decision to leave the family home because they were so overwhelmed by the turmoil and poisonous nature of their parents' relationship. Being older teenagers, they were at their breaking point. After they left, Armin was left to deal with his mother, who was becoming colder and more aloof. He felt much more alone and abandoned when his brothers were gone, not only by them but also by his father, who would shortly go. Armin's father abruptly left the family when he was just 7 years old, with no prior notice or explanation. His father got into his car, packed up, and drove away, never to be seen again. Armin, who had already lost his siblings, was devastated by this abandonment because he now had no father. A profound sense of loneliness that would follow him for the rest of his life was brought on by the emotional burden of these separations and being abandoned by people he should have been able to depend on. Armin's connection with his mother remained cold and unloving despite all of this upheaval. She didn't care for him. If anything, she was harsh and demanding, expecting him to do things around the house that a small child couldn't do. Armin was already in charge of running the family by the time he was 6 or 7, with his mother making very little effort. He was made to feel invisible and unloved by her frequent yelling at him. His home exuded a pervasive sense of neglect rather than warmth or kindness. Armin turned to reading as a coping mechanism for his inner stress. Reading gave him solace, and Robinson Crusoe was one of the books he became obsessed with. Despite being primarily about adventure and survival, this great book included a little line that would have a profound effect on Armin. There is a cannibal reference in the story, which caught his interest and held it ever since. Armin became obsessed with the concept of devouring someone else while he was just 10 years old. His twisted and sinister aspirations began with this terrible obsession. His life would be defined by this passion, which went beyond simple curiosity. This infatuation would not materialize so quickly. You see, in an attempt to establish a career as a professional soldier, Armin left home at the age of 19 and enlisted in the West German Army. He served in the military for 12 years, during which he experienced a feeling of routine that kept his darker impulses at bay. He had a few female companions while in the army, but none of them were more than platonic. One of his friends later said that everyone seemed to know Armin might be gay, but he was the last to realize it, or perhaps he didn't understand it at the time. Armin started to doubt his own sexuality and would occasionally ask his friends, "Do you think I'm gay?" To which his friends would reply, "That's something you need to figure out for yourself." Armin began drinking more because he was confused. He drove while intoxicated in each of the car accidents that occurred from his alcohol consumption. He was expelled from the army at the age of 32 as a result of these actions. To take care of his sick mother, Armin returned home. Although she had never been particularly independent, she was now much older, battling disease and unable to care for herself. Now that Armin was back at home, he would be the one to take care of her at the big mansion. At one time, the area where they lived looked tense and icy. Armin also made the decision to switch careers at this time. He succeeded in his new position as a computer engineer at a bank, but he would soon learn about something that would completely alter his life in the 1990s, the World Wide Web. Since the internet was still in its infancy, websites were frequently unpolished and primitive. Soon this absence of oversight would become a major factor in Armin's developing fixation. Armin started browsing the internet and discovered something unexpected, a group of people who were interested in the same weird and sinister thing he was: cannibalism. Cannibal Cafe was an online community that provided a safe space for those with cannibalistic fantasies to meet and freely discuss their wants. Armin was surprised and relieved to find this community. At last he had company. His perverted beliefs were shared by others and he felt understood for the first time. Because of its unrestricted expanse, the internet has made it difficult to distinguish between fact and imagination. Eager to further explore his impulses, Armin built his own website where he could discuss cannibalism in an open manner. He even started creating fictitious pictures to feed his own and other people's imaginations. Just to give you a spoiler, the website is no longer accessible if you were considering looking it up. You can still see traces of the past, though, if you utilize the Wayback Machine, a neat program that lets you explore websites that have since disappeared. You won't find any of Armin's posts from that time period after things took a bad turn, even if the majority of the website is no longer there. Although his contributions were removed, it was essentially a platform where people may freely discuss their most sinister desires. People posted things like, "I want to eat your flesh," or "I can't wait to kill this person and devour them." These posts were disturbingly common. Armin Meiwes, with his deranged wants, found a way to connect with people who shared his horrific ideas in this unsettling part of the internet. Armin chose to literally take matters into his own hands rather than just discussing them. With a combination of gruesome inventiveness and a chilling wish to be perceived as a true cannibal, he went to butcher shops, purchased actual meat, and altered it to resemble human body parts. He captured his creations on camera and shared them online, presenting a graphic depiction of consumption and murder. Many people were duped. In a place where fancies ran wild, Armin looked all too real, and they later started to worship him after believing his gory posts. As he persisted in controlling the forum, his online persona gained popularity, gradually establishing a reputation among the visitors of the website as the man who was truly pursuing his deepest desires. But Armin's life changed on September 2, 1999. When he got home from work and went into his mother's bedroom, he found her dead. Most people would have been depressed or grieving, but Armin was not. Rather, he experienced a profound sensation of relief. His mother had dominated his life for years, using her aggressive and possessive ways to manipulate him. He felt free to pursue his twisted dreams without his mother's scrutiny or oversight. He intensified his passion, no longer constrained by her presence. He converted one of the house's rooms into his cannibal room, where he could privately indulge his deranged fantasies without being constrained by social conventions. Armin then started looking for those who would give in to his worst urges, which led to a spiral into insanity. And it all started with that post you saw in the introduction. Although Armin received a surprising number of answers from interested parties, the majority of them would abruptly withdraw. But one individual in particular was adamant about seeing it through. This man, whose identity is unknown, kept exchanging emails with Armin, showing a keen interest in Armin's strange and terrifying fantasy. During their conversations, he freely acknowledged that being eaten was his fantasy. Presumably interested, Armin agreed and set up a rendezvous at his home. The man was met with a somber scenario upon arriving at Armin's estate. Armin had laid the man out on a table and laid out the details of his evil plans, outlining each step of what was going to happen. However, the man abruptly changed his mind and said he didn't feel good and didn't want to continue the torture. He let the man get up, walk away, and head home, much to Armin's amazement. Although Armin was obviously disappointed, his main goal was to locate a willing participant. He didn't want to put anyone in the terrible circumstance he had in mind. And when you consider it, that man was lucky that Armin wasn't completely overcome by his insanity and that things didn't get worse. But Armin was not deterred. Unwilling to give the impression that his hideous fantasy was coming true, he turned to an unsettling kind of artistic expression. He used papier-mâché to create a realistic body, painting it to look like a real human body. He also bought an old mannequin from a store that was getting rid of it, painted it to look like a corpse, and took pictures of the finished product. Armin's internet reputation grew even more after he uploaded these pictures on the cannibal website. Users of the website were captivated, thinking that Armin had truly killed and eaten someone. They praised him as a hero, a living example of their collective cannibalistic desire. Many people idolized him for what they saw to be his gory actions, which helped him gain notoriety among the cannibal community. Armin's determination to locate a willing participant remained unwavering in spite of these online spectacles. He kept looking and braced himself for the moment when he would find someone who would sacrifice themselves for his perverse goal. He had converted one of his mansion's rooms into what he called his slaughter room. With no windows, a cage to house his victims, and meat hooks dangling from the ceiling, this area had a sinister appearance, evocative of a horror film. Finally, when Armin heard back from a man named Brandis, his perseverance paid off. After disclosing that he was interested in pursuing connections with guys, 34-year-old engineer Brandis recently ended his marriage. His marriage had probably been strained by his internal conflict over his sexuality, and his wife's departure had left him to face his cravings on his own. Brandis had also been active on the cannibal forums and had indicated that he would be open to joining Armin in his grotesque fantasy. Throughout their many email exchanges, Armin described his plans for Brandis's body after the act was finished. In response, Brandis offered his own suggestions and asked that his skull be turned into an ashtray once he passed away. He also requested that his penis be cut off and that the two men share in its consumption in a very unsettling interaction. According to Armin, who would subsequently talk about his reasons in interviews, he never intended to go against what his volunteers wanted. He was more than happy to comply with the wishes of those who desired to be consumed in a specific manner. Every element had to be in line with what his victims wanted, according to his perverted sense of respect. Following weeks of communication, March 9, 2001 was chosen as the day. Brandis would go to Armin's house and execute their unimaginable scheme together. Before they made the preparations, they had sex when he arrived. In an attempt to lessen Brandis's suffering, Armin gave him beer, sleeping pills, and even Vicks, thinking that these substances would make any pain go away. Knowing exactly what was going to happen, Brandis voluntarily took these medications. In order to allow him to enjoy the event long after it was ended, Armin also told him that the entire process would be filmed. Brandis lied down on the table with the cameras set up and prepared to record everything. As agreed upon, Armin started with the act Brandis had asked for. He cut the man's genitalia with a sharp blade. In subsequent interviews, Armin recounted how Brandis screamed horrifyingly for a brief period of 20 to 30 seconds. Armin's mind would be permanently etched with the picture of blood spraying from the wound like a fountain. But the horrors of the night were far from done. Following Brandis' instructions, Armin carried the severed organ to the kitchen. There he made a careful effort to prepare it as a dinner. He put it in a pan with oil after seasoning it with salt, pepper, and garlic. Neither he nor the investigators, who would later learn the somber facts of this crime, would have forgotten the bizarre quality of the moment. Armin tried to cook the cut organ, then plated it elegantly and served it to Brandis and himself. However, it was not what he had anticipated. It was almost impossible to eat the extremely tough flesh. Armin acknowledged that it tasted awful, chewy, rubbery, and simply not what he had anticipated. Brandis was bleeding profusely in the meantime, and the situation was becoming unmanageable. Armin brought him to the bathtub in the hopes that the running water would help contain it. He expected Brandis to pass swiftly, so he checked on him every 15 minutes, but the process was taking far longer than he had anticipated. He read a Star Trek book to kill time as he waited, but even as he read, Brandis was still alive and gradually disappearing. Armin made the decision to expedite things after almost 3 hours. "Sorry, but you're taking too long." He walked into the bathroom, glanced at Brandis, and sliced his throat after kissing him. Armin started working after Brandis died. After dragging the body from the tub, he cut it up and meticulously placed the various parts in his freezer, but the skull was given its own place to repose. In his garden, it was buried. For future meals, the remaining remnants were wrapped and kept fresh. In an interview, Armin talked about how he used his best crockery and lit candles as he meticulously arranged the table. He fried a chunk of Brandis back meat with Brussels sprouts and mashed potato. Armin survived on Brandis remnants for the next 6 to 8 months, keeping them in his freezer beneath piles of pizza boxes. He consumed the meat in a variety of ways, including frying it, topping pizzas, and even eating it for breakfast. Eating, however, was insufficient. He needed approval. Showing off his accomplishment to the shadowy corners of the internet, he went back to the cannibal forums and posted pictures of Brandis's remains. People on the website were excited by his posts and showered him with praise. After several months of eating human meat, he was nearing the end of his supply by late November or early December. He went back to the cannibal websites and posted ads for a new volunteer since he was looking for a new victim. An Austrian student, however, became aware of Armin's online behavior after discovering his posts and the unsettling pictures he had uploaded. When the student realized this was more than a fantasy, he informed the police, saying, "I think this guy actually killed someone." The police showed up at Armin's residence early on the morning of December 10, 2002. At first, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary when they searched the house, but they found 50 pounds of meat when they unlocked the freezer that was concealed beneath piles of pizza boxes. When cops looked more closely, they discovered something startling. The flesh still had human skin attached. Armin calmly explained that it was a wild pig. Armin made no attempt to conceal anything when confronted with the facts. He instantly came clean, confessing to everything he had done, including turning over his computer, the pictures, and the VHS film that showed the crime. He was immediately apprehended by the police, and as the case progressed, the public was appalled by the revelations. Armin was found guilty of manslaughter on January 30, 2004, and given a meager 8.5-year prison sentence. Outrage ensued because many people thought the punishment was excessively light. His defense, nevertheless, was unique and powerful. The emails and the fact that Brandes had come to Armin's house voluntarily demonstrated that he had voluntarily participated. Because cannibalism was not technically outlawed in Germany, this case revealed a startling legal loophole. Prosecutors pushed for a retrial as public pressure grew, claiming that Brandes was not in a stable enough state of mind to give his own consent. Armin was found guilty of murder on May 10, 2006 and given a life sentence. Since then, Armin has changed in an unexpected way. He gave up meat completely and became a vegetarian while he was serving his term. In his numerous interviews, which are readily available online, he discusses his misdeeds in a cool, collected manner. You wouldn't think he was a murderer if you saw him. If true crime has taught us anything, it's that murderers can appear to be quite normal. Although Armin has admitted that his actions were wrong, the harm had already been done, and his case is still among the most unsettling in contemporary history. What do you think then? Did he merit a life sentence? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Ludmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Ludmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Ludmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Ludmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Ludmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Ekaterina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life. As Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years, alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, but in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Viktor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Viktor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due to their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Victor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Viktor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on, which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He seemed invisible, boring, forgettable. But behind that dead-eyed stare was a monster who couldn't stop killing even when the bodies started stacking up. Gary Ridgway wasn't flashy. He wasn't a genius. He didn't have a signature catchphrase or a flashy MO. He was just ordinary, a guy who stuttered often while speaking, who clocked into his job at a truck factory, mowed his lawn on weekends, and blended in so well with suburban life that even when he was a prime suspect in a string of grisly murders, the cops couldn't quite make it stick. But don't let the bland exterior fool you. This man murdered 49 confirmed, but he claims the number could be closer to 70, maybe even higher. His victims were young women, often sex workers, often runaways, always vulnerable. Gary strangled them with his bare hands or with crude ligatures like shoelaces, ropes, whatever was around. Then he dumped their bodies near Washington's Green River or in the thick woods nearby, and sometimes he'd come back not to bury them, not to move them, but to violate them again, long after they were dead. It was the early 1980s, and in King County, Washington. Bodies were turning up fast. A woman here, another one there. 5 in total, all found in or near the Green River. The media needed a name, and they got one. The Green River Killer, a faceless predator who hunted at night and vanished into the fog by morning. But here's the kicker. The killer was already known to police. Gary Ridgway had been questioned back in 1982. He even passed a lie detector test. The man responsible for one of the biggest murder sprees in U.S. history was right under their noses, and they let him walk free. At home, Ridgway played the part of a devoted family man. He was married multiple times. He was deeply religious. He even tried to preach door to door, but all the while he was searching the red light districts of Seattle, looking for his next victim. And the scariest part is that he'd often bring his young son along for the ride as a human shield. "See, I have a kid with me. I'm not a threat." That's the kind of calculated manipulation Ridgway was capable of. Cold, heartless, methodical. Where did this monster come from, you may wonder? Gary Ridgway didn't crawl out of the shadows. He was born in broad daylight in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949. The middle child of 3 boys, Ridgway grew up in a house that looked normal from the outside, but inside it was a wreck. His mother, Mary, was a force of nature, controlling, intense, and terrifying. She ruled the house with a tight grip and wasn't afraid to use a belt or stick when her sons went out of lines drawn by her. His father, a bus driver, wasn't any good, often venting about the filth of sex workers he'd see on his routes. That constant commentary would embed itself into Gary's twisted worldview and fester into a hatred that would lead him to become a nightmare. Gary would later tell psychologists that he felt both anger and sexual attraction toward his mother. The same woman who disciplined him with belts and dominated the house was the subject of his violent fantasies. He even imagined killing her. So far, it sounds like a textbook serial killer origin story. Wait till it gets worse. By high school, Ridgway was already falling behind. He had dyslexia, struggled in class, and got held back a year. His IQ would fluctuate in the low 80s, but what he lacked in smarts, he made up for in something far more sinister. At just 16 years old, he did the unthinkable. He lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him in the ribs, piercing his liver. The boy survived, but Gary Ridgway had made his first real move toward becoming a killer, and no one seemed to notice. No follow-up, no serious consequences, just another angry kid from a rough home. But inside that teenager, something was growing. A rage, a hunger, a compulsion that would eventually take hold and leave dozens of women dead in his wake. Gary Ridgway graduated from Tahi High School in 1969 and did what a lot of young men did back then. He married his teenage girlfriend, Claudia Craig, and enlisted in the Navy. From the outside, it looked like he had found his calling, but Gary never stayed on the path for long. He was shipped off to Vietnam, where he served on a supply ship and saw combat, but it wasn't the bullets that left a mark, it was the brothels. While overseas, Ridgway racked up frequent flyer miles with local sex workers. He even caught gonorrhea, which infuriated him, but not enough to make him stop. That compulsion was already starting to take hold, and just like that, his first marriage crumbled. Done within a year. Back in the States, Ridgway gave the word double life a whole new meaning. By the time he married his second wife, Marcia Winslow, he'd become intensely religious. He'd read scriptures out loud at home, cry after sermons, and preach door to door like he was on a mission to save souls. But while he was reciting Bible verses by day, he was cruising the streets at night looking for sex workers. His appetite was insatiable. His ex-wives and girlfriends said he demanded sex multiple times a day, often in public places, or even in the same wooded areas where, years later, his victims' bodies would be found. To the outside world, Ridgway was weird but harmless, a bit too intense with religion, maybe a little off, but nothing scary. Behind closed doors, though, Gary was unraveling. He had a sick obsession with prostitutes, and not just lust, it was hatred too, a burning resentment. He admitted in court that he didn't want to pay them and felt justified in ending their lives. Some believe he was at war with himself, his raw, animalistic urges clashing against his desperate need to feel righteous. That tension between the preacher and the predator would fuel one of the most horrifying murder sprees in American history. While all of this was happening, he had a son with Marcia, a child growing up with a serial killer dad who had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Gary Ridgway began acting upon his hatred in the summer of 1982. It was then that the lifeless body of his first known victim surfaced along the banks of the Green River. Wrapped around her neck was a piece of clothing tainted with an industrial spray paint, one that wouldn't be analyzed for another 2 decades. At the time, it was just another overlooked detail. But had it been tested, that microscopic trail could have pulled Ridgway into the spotlight much earlier. Instead, he slipped back into the shadows and kept killing. Over the next 2 years, death spread like a plague across King County, Washington, and the Green River became more than just a picnic spot. It became a graveyard. Body after body surfaced along its muddy edges and in dense, mossy woods near Seattle, Tacoma International Airport. The victims had one haunting thing in common. They were all young women, many of them sex workers or runaways, the forgotten and discarded of society. They were easy prey, and Gary Ridgway knew it. He stalked Pacific Highway South in his pickup truck, armed with nothing but a disarming smile, a wallet full of cash, and sometimes a photo of his son. In that image, so ordinary, so innocently paternal, drove his victims into a false sense of security. It was part of his carefully crafted trap. Ridgway would coax the women into his truck, drive to secluded areas, and then, after briefly getting intimate, he would strike with terrifying precision. One arm locked across their necks like a vice, the other pulling tight with practiced force. There was no hesitation, no remorse. He squeezed the life out of them slowly, methodically, until their limp bodies sagged in the seat beside him. Often he'd kill them in his home or truck, other times in the middle of the forest, where no one could hear their last gasps. Then he'd dump the corpses in clusters without clothes and twisted among ferns and dirt, sometimes posed in grotesque, degrading ways, their eyes staring up blankly toward the trees. But his brutality didn't end with death. Ridgway revisited his victims' corpses. Sometimes days later, he'd return to their graves like a predator guarding its kill, crawling through branches to lie beside their rotting bodies, violating them again. It wasn't about lust, he later confessed. It was about control. Raping dead bodies meant no resistance, no rejection, no cost. He didn't have to pay them and didn't have to worry about being turned in. The silence of the dead was the only intimacy he craved. He went so far as to contaminate his dump sites, leaving behind cigarette butts and chewed gum from other people, scattering belongings that weren't his, all in an effort to confuse investigators. In some cases, he even transported victims across state lines, dumping bodies in Oregon to muddy the trail. It worked. The body count rose, and the killer stayed hidden behind his mask of normalcy. By 1983, the panic had become undeniable. With 5 women dead and more missing, the Green River Task Force was formed, spearheaded by seasoned officers like Robert Keppel and Dave Reichert. The group was under immense pressure. They were chasing a ghost who left almost no forensic evidence and blended in with blue-collar regulars. Desperate for insight, the task force even turned to Ted Bundy, who, from his prison cell in Florida, offered his own theory. The killer was returning to the bodies for sex. Bundy warned them to stake out fresh dump sites. He wasn't just speculating. He was describing Ridgway's behavior with eerie accuracy. Still, Ridgway eluded capture. He was arrested once in 1982 and again in 2001 for prostitution charges, but released both times. In 1983, 18-year-old Marie Malvar disappeared. Her boyfriend and pimp had trailed the truck. He entered a maroon pickup to a house. That house belonged to Gary Ridgway. The police interviewed him, noted his calm demeanor, and let him go. Other tips named him too, but nothing stuck. A year later, he passed a polygraph test. The man killing women by the dozens was clever enough to beat the machine. What the task force didn't know was that Ridgway was also juggling a personal life that shielded him from suspicion. By 1985, he had met Judith Mawson, a kind, unsuspecting woman who became his third wife. She moved into his modest house in SeaTac where, unknown to her, countless women had died just feet from the bed she slept in. There was no carpet when she moved in. Detectives later told her that's because he'd likely used it to wrap up corpses. But Judith had noticed nothing. Ridgway played the role of a loving, quiet husband. He brought her flowers, mowed the lawn, and held a steady job at the Kenworth truck factory. When he disappeared early in the morning for overtime shifts, Judith never questioned it. Those hours were when he hunted. Curiously, Ridgway's murder spree slowed significantly after marrying Judith. He later told investigators that she made him feel content that he truly loved her, and perhaps that fragile connection was enough to curb the storm inside him. Of his 49 confirmed murders, only 3 occurred after their wedding in 1988. Judith herself once said, "I feel I have saved lives by being his wife and making him happy." But love wasn't enough to bury his past. In 1987, investigators collected saliva and hair samples from Ridgway, storing them in evidence lockers for years. It wasn't until the rise of DNA profiling in the early 2000s that science finally caught up to him. A year later, in November, while he was at work painting trucks at Kenworth, police walked in and arrested him. 2 decades of horror came to a halt on that factory floor. DNA linked Ridgway to the murders of Marcia Chapman, Opal Mills, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Ann Christensen, all of whom had been discarded like trash across King County. Later, 3 more names were added to the indictment: Wendy Caulfield, Deborah Bonner, and Deborah Estes. The link wasn't just semen, it was microscopic spray paint spheres matched exactly to the formula used at Kenworth during Ridgway's tenure. That same paint had clung to clothing wrapped around his first victim's throat. The monster had always been right there, driving among them, smiling at coworkers, quoting Bible verses, killing again and again, and still being lucky enough to head home for dinner. By the summer of 2003, whispers began swirling through Seattle's media. Gary Ridgway, the man behind the worst serial killing spree in American history, might escape the death penalty. The idea sent shockwaves through the public. How could the Green River Killer, a man who had confessed to choking the life out of dozens of women and desecrating their corpses, be allowed to live? The answer is a deal with the devil. Ridgway had spent over 2 decades outsmarting law enforcement, blending into society and leaving a trail of bodies stretching from Washington to Oregon. But now, with the hard evidence finally catching up to him, DNA, paint particles, and recovered remains, he was cornered. His lawyers, led by Anthony Savage, began to negotiate the unthinkable. Ridgway would be spared execution only if he confessed fully to the murders and helped locate the victims still lying in the woods, forgotten. In November 2003, the plea was finalized. The Green River Killer stood in court and admitted to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. But this wasn't a display of remorse. It was a calculated confession delivered in exchange for life. In his signed statement, Ridgway explained how he had committed every murder inside King County, Washington, and transported a few victims to Oregon specifically to throw investigators off his trail. It was a long game of cat and mouse, a game he had nearly won. Deputy Prosecutor Jeffrey Baird acknowledged the scale of the deal. 41 of the 48 victims would never have been connected to Ridgway in court if not for the plea. The case against him had evidence for only 7 murders without his cooperation. The rest would have remained nameless, numbers buried in case files. On December 18, 2003, Ridgway returned to the courtroom, not as a suspect, but as a self-admitted mass murderer. There would be no trial, no debate, just the cold hammer of justice. Judge Richard A. Jones handed down the sentence: 48 life sentences without the possibility of parole, to be served consecutively, 480 additional years, 10 for each victim, for tampering with evidence, while Gary received rightful curses from the victims' families. One statement from a victim's father would break his emotionless facade. In the months that followed, Ridgway led police to 3 more bodies. On August 16, 2003, a hiker found the remains of 16-year-old Pammy Annette Avant dumped off State Route 410. Then, in September, the bodies of Marie Malvar, the woman whose boyfriend had once led police to Ridgway's door, and April Bucha were unearthed in shallow woodland graves. 2 years later, on November 20, a weekend hiker in Issaquah stumbled upon a human skull. DNA would confirm it belonged to Tracy Winston, a 19-year-old who vanished from Northgate Mall in 1983. It was the 49th confirmed victim, and it earned Ridgway 1 more life sentence. And even decades later, Ridgway's trail of destruction kept unraveling. In 2023, forensic science finally gave a name to a victim long known only as Bone 17. She was a 15-year-old, Lorianne Raspatat, last seen alive in 1982. Her remains had waited nearly 40 years to be identified. Over the course of 5 months, Ridgway sat across from investigators, dead-minded and disturbingly calm, unspooling one confession after another. In some interviews, he claimed 65 victims, in others, 71, and he often couldn't remember names, only places, vague appearances, or where he had left their bodies. On February 9, 2004, prosecutors began releasing the videotaped confessions. What the world saw was not a remorseful man, but a cold, matter-of-fact killer talking about strangling women like it was part of his morning routine. He admitted to necrophilia without a flicker of shame. He explained that he buried later victims to stop himself from revisiting them because he feared he might not be able to resist. He confessed to picking prostitutes because they were easy to pick up and because he hated most of them. To Ridgway, they were disposable objects. Their lives meant nothing beyond his brief, violent thrill. With 49 confirmed victims, Ridgway confessed to more confirmed murders than any other serial killer in American history, but investigators and Ridgway himself believe the real number is much higher. Dozens more women may remain missing, their bodies still hidden in forests, ravines, and rivers across the Pacific Northwest. He now lives out his days in Walla Walla State Penitentiary, where he will never again walk free. The Green River Killer is no longer stalking highways. He's locked behind bars. But the scars he left, the empty chairs at dinner tables, the daughters who never came home, the mothers who died not knowing what happened to their children, those remain. When Gary Ridgway entered the Washington State Penitentiary in January 2004, the man who once roamed highways and back roads as a predator was now just another inmate, stripped of power, cloaked in a jumpsuit, and watched around the clock. But Ridgway was no ordinary prisoner. He was placed in solitary confinement, isolated from other inmates not for his safety, but for theirs. Even among rapists and murderers, his name carried a weight of revulsion. His crimes were too depraved, too numerous, too cold-blooded. For over a decade, he rotted behind those stone walls in Walla Walla, but then, in May 2015, he disappeared from Washington, quietly flown across state lines and deposited inside USP Florence, a high-security federal prison in Colorado. The move went mostly unnoticed. Once word spread, the public backlash was quick and furious. Why was the most prolific serial killer in American history being housed out of state, hundreds of miles from the crimes he committed and the families who still demanded justice? Governor Jay Inslee stepped in, so did Corrections Secretary Bernie Warner, and soon the message was clear. Ridgway was too important to move off the map. He still held secrets, answers to open murder investigations, clues buried deep in his decaying memory. On October 24, 2015, Ridgway was flown back to Washington State Penitentiary, chained, watched, and escorted by a chartered plane like some twisted form of royalty. He's remained there ever since. But even now, the story isn't finished. In September 2024, Ridgway was quietly pulled from his cell and transferred back to King County Jail, the place where all of this began. The move was unannounced, unexplained, and shrouded in mystery. For days, he vanished from the penitentiary's records, raising questions among journalists and victims' families. Why now? Why him? What did he still know? The silence only deepened until March 2025, when the sealed transfer order was finally made public. The reason: Ridgway was still leading investigators to bodies. More women, more forgotten graves. Even after 2 decades behind bars, the Green River Killers still had secrets to spill, and we may never know all of their names. Many were runaways, prostitutes, or young girls caught in the cracks of society. Women whose disappearances barely made headlines, whose families were told they were probably just out there somewhere. But Ridgway knew better. He hunted them because they were easy to forget. In some confessions, he struggled to remember their faces. He gave investigators vague details. The girl I left by the fence, the one with curly hair, the one I went back to. His victims became ghosts defined only by where they were discarded. Even now, with decades of police work behind it, the Green River case feels unfinished. Some remains were found by hikers, others were uncovered by dogs, a few were discovered only because Ridgway agreed to speak, and some may never be found, buried so deep in the woods they've returned to the earth completely. To this day, the FBI and Washington state investigators believe there are still bodies out there, waiting for someone to remember them, waiting for their name. And that's the final horrific legacy of Gary Ridgway. Not just the number of women he killed, but the silence he left behind. The names that will never be known, the stories that will never be told. Can any punishment ever be enough to make up for the horrors he committed? Or is true justice a pursuit that will forever remain out of reach? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnatiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a 5-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Giulia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Giulia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Giulia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Giulia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Giulia's choice to become pregnant. Giulia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Giulia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Giulia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Giulia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Giulia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Giulia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events. so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Julia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Julia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Julia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Julia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer, and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Giulia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Giulia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Giulia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Giulia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Giulia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Giulia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Giulia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Giulia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Giulia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Keller family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Keller, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Keller children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her 2nd year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother Pat saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their second daughter, in May 1993. The Callers seemed to have it all: two intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people-pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With two children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006. and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school, and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive, even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sunny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison, and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party. Even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her, the situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sunny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sunny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sunny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sunny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sunny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sunny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sunny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sunny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sunny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sunny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sunny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sunny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame, which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who was now 12 years old, shown incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically, only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty, or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf, and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness, in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were two gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the two pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed, his body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, one of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. 2 distinct autopsies, 2 entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. 2 brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. 2 cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from 2 additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There is a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks's findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse. The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps, somewhere in the digital abyss lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family, nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due, or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say that staying safe from those with bad intentions comes down to a few simple rules. Stay aware of your surroundings. Don't hesitate to ask for help if something feels off, and leave immediately if you sense danger. But do these rules always work? Can they truly guarantee protection? It's common knowledge that being intoxicated might impair one's ability to survive. People often believe that nothing can harm them, and when judgment is impaired, they may unintentionally place themselves in dangerous situations that have the potential to worsen. The story of Christina Kraft, an American model and well-known personality from the venerable glossy magazine Playboy, made headlines worldwide and sent shockwaves across the nation in 2018. Christina, a young woman in her early 30s, was discovered dead in her apartment. The apartment was in a nice home in one of Ardmore, Pennsylvania's most tranquil districts. The specifics were quite unsettling. The flat itself had been brutally looted, and her body was found in a gravely deformed state with obvious evidence of savage abuse. Law enforcement officials described the site as one of the most gruesome they had ever seen, and the case shocked the local community. The case was made much more disturbing by the fact that Christina had allegedly been robbed and drugged only a few days prior. While the crime was being investigated, investigators started to wonder if the same person could have returned. If so, what is the reason? On November 11, 1981, Christina Carlin Kraft was born in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She came from a close-knit, loving, and supporting family, and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Her mother's Swedish ancestry and her father's German and Russian ancestry made up her heritage. Christina grew up with her sister and younger brother, and the 3 of them had a close and affectionate relationship. Stuart Kraft, her father, ran a little business that supported the family comfortably. Because of this, Christina's mother was able to devote all of her time to raising the children and making the house a cozy and inviting place. Unfortunately, Christina's mother passed away in late 1990, following a protracted and challenging struggle with a degenerative illness. Losing someone so close at such an early age had a lasting effect on Christina, who had just turned 9. Stuart, who was still grieving the loss of his wife, reared the kids by himself for over 4 years. However, he got married again in early 1994. The size of the home suddenly doubled since his new wife also had 3 children from a prior relationship. Luckily, Christina's stepmother got along well with the family almost away, and the newly integrated siblings didn't have any serious arguments. Christina was well known for being gregarious, extroverted, and having an easy time connecting with others. She had no trouble making friends and was frequently the lifeblood of any group she joined. Her positive outlook, excellent sense of humor, and contagious laugh won her the admiration of her peers. She fared well enough academically, but she wasn't at the top of her class. She really enjoyed social studies and literature. Christina had a striking appearance from an early age. When she reached adolescence, she had developed into a beautiful young lady. People always told her that she had the kind of beauty that belonged on the cover of fashion magazines or in Hollywood, so she never lacked attention. Christina longed for a future like that. She started going to casting calls while still in high school in the hopes of getting into modeling. Her efforts were successful. Long-term contracts were still just out of her grasp in those early years, although she did earn a few gigs in advertising campaigns for apparel and accessory retailers. Following her high school graduation, Christina made the decision to live alone in 1999. After relocating to Atlantic City, she accepted a position as a waitress at a renowned casino. She enrolled in a nearby college to study interior design at the same time. Christina cherished the excitement of the entertainment business, the recognition it provided, and the respect she got from everyone. She frequently found herself in brief partnerships, drawing suitors who were utterly enamored with her, and frequently prepared to shell out a lot of money to gain her love. Christina met Alex Chase Cotel, a young and accomplished Wall Street banker, in 2005 while she was employed at the restaurant in the Borgata Hotel. Soon after, the two started dating, and they even had plans to get married, until Christina's untimely death in 2018. Christina never gave up on her goal of being a well-known model throughout the world. She emailed her portfolio to agencies, kept going to casting calls, and ultimately signed with a personal agency. According to her biography on the modeling website Model Mayhem, she is a brunette with olive-toned skin and green eyes, who has Swedish, German, and Russian ancestry. It's interesting that she named New York as her destination, even though she never spent a lot of time there. Christina frequently claimed to like traveling, making new friends, and trying out daring, occasionally outlandish fashions. She said she would go to any state for the proper chance, and was open to doing lingerie and swimwear shots. She started to get more of these opportunities in the middle of the 2000s. She walked the runway with Victoria's Secret's most famous models, got a deal with renowned jewelry designer David Yurman, and made appearances in lingerie and swimwear advertisements for the business. Over the years, Christina developed a network of contacts with prominent designers and photographers, specializing in high fashion and glitz. Several well-known fashion magazines, including Maxim, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and others, featured her image. However, being in Playboy had always been Christina's greatest ambition. She yearned to be in the centerfold and on the cover as the featured model. But for some time, she was unable to seize that chance. Christina finally received the offer she had been waiting for in the spring of 2008. She was chosen as the model of the week, and the magazine included her pictures and a brief interview. However, a younger newcomer was given the cover and primary feature. At the time, Christina was 27, which is frequently seen as being near retirement age in the modeling industry. However, she persisted. She continued to hang out at the Playboy Mansion, remained good friends with Hugh Hefner, and even appeared on a reality show. However, her career slowed down after she was featured in the magazine. The controversial nature of the shoot caused some brands to back off, and her bookings began to drop. Christina adored the social scene, high-end venues, exclusive events, and stylish nightlife. Even though she wasn't very good at drinking, she still liked to go out to parties. She occasionally lost control, behaved provocatively, or got into arguments while intoxicated. The 34-year-old model was spending the evening at the Upper West Side of Manhattan at a fancy bar in March 2016. When the bill came, she refused to pay for one of the expensive liquor bottles since she had had too many strong drinks. The situation rapidly became more intense. Other guests noticed the situation that Christina created. She became even more enraged when a manager intervened to defuse the situation and she retaliated aggressively. The matter reached the courtroom. Christina asserted that she was defending herself after being shoved by the manager, Sergei Inokin. But there were security cameras at the location, and the video made it quite evident that nobody had touched her. The physical altercation started because of her. The staff member was ultimately found not guilty, and Christina apologized in public. Christina's modeling career was almost over by the beginning of 2018. Although she was still occasionally approached for photo shoots at the age of 36, the big jobs had ceased to come in. Alex formally proposed to her at that point, and she gladly accepted. The pair started organizing their nuptials. They decided to move to a more tranquil area since they both wanted to settle down and establish a family. They relocated to Ardmore, a quaint little town in Pennsylvania with fewer than 16,000 residents. In one of the safest and most sought-after communities in the area, they bought a condo in a posh residential complex. Christina found the change difficult. She found it difficult to adapt to her new surroundings. It appeared like the glitzy gatherings and late-night parties were over. Now she spent her days taking care of household chores and beautifying their house, which were tasks she wasn't very good at. She missed the attention, the excitement of traveling, and the buzz of photo sessions. After a while, Christina started going to one of the few nightclubs in the area, where she would relax with a few potent cocktails and dance the night away. Her fiancé was unconcerned. He frequently accompanied her on these nights out because he saw how difficult the lifestyle shift was for her. Alex set out on a roughly week-long work trip to New York on Friday, August 17, 2018. Christina made the decision to go out to a nearby nightclub that evening in order to decompress and have fun. At the bar, she drank many cocktails. Eventually, a stranger came right up to her, started a polite discussion, and offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and then her recollection abruptly vanished. Christina woke up the following morning with a severe headache. She was laying on the ground, confused, and momentarily unable to determine her location or the circumstances. She slowly got to her feet and looked about. She was relieved to find herself at her own apartment, but she couldn't recall how she got there. Pieces of the previous night returned as the fog began to clear. Before the recollection of the unknown man and the martini he bought her came back, she recalled that she had only had 2 cocktails at the bar, barely enough to induce such a blackout. At that point, everything was dark. It was becoming obvious that her drink had been tampered with. However, why? Why did he do it? Christina was taken aback by the mayhem surrounding her as she stood up. Someone had broken inside the apartment. Her jewelry, credit cards, cash, and a number of expensive designer handbags were all gone. The lack of her keyring, however, which meant that whoever did this may come back at any time and enter without restriction, was what really unnerved her. With the exception of a really bad headache that was probably brought on by whatever had been placed into her drink, Christina was fortunately unharmed. Her clothing was undamaged and intact, and there were no scars, bruises, or indications of abuse. Even while that provided some respite, she was still afraid the invader would return. Christina reported the break-in to the police that same day, but authorities had very little information to work with. The culprit left no footprints and wore gloves. Because of the previous night's blackout, Christina was unable to describe the suspect, and none of the stolen cards had been used yet. She decided not to disclose the incident to Alex, her fiancé. She didn't want to cause him anxiety or interfere with his crucial work trip. She hurriedly changed the front door's lock, but the uneasiness persisted. Christina didn't know where to go for solace and no longer felt secure in her own house. When Alex contacted his fiancée on the evening of August 21 to inform her that he would be returning home the following day, Christina initially didn't pick up. He didn't give it much thought. He assumed she was at a club and that the sound would have drowned out the phone call. However, when he attempted to call again the following morning, the phone was off. It was not like that. Alex tried to contact her repeatedly during the day, but she didn't respond. When he eventually made it home at around 8 p.m., his key did not work when he attempted to unlock the door. He explained the problem and requested help from the local emergency services. Given that a burglary had been reported at the same address only a few days prior and the culprit had escaped, The police's prompt response was extremely noteworthy. Since there was no alternative means to enter the unit by 10 p.m., cops made the decision to force entry. Alex saw there was a serious problem as soon as he entered. The flat was in complete chaos, with furniture toppled and destroyed, drawers flung onto the floor, and belongings thrown everywhere. Someone had apparently been looking for something desperately. The most unsettling finding, however, was in the bedroom. Christina's lifeless body lay on the bed, under a cover soaked in blood. She had obviously died some time ago because it had been badly scarred. It was already rigor mortis. The floor, furniture, walls, and drapes were all covered in blood splatters and streaks. Christina had been injured in almost every inch of her body. She had endured a protracted beating, been rendered completely deformed, and perhaps even tortured. Multiple ligature impressions on her neck indicated she had been strangled with foreign items, and markings on her wrists indicated she had been confined. Specific bruises and bruising in sensitive places were evidence of multiple acts of violent assault. Her face had been ruined, and her entire body was covered in abrasions and cuts that were probably caused by a knife. Her right cheekbone and lower jaw were broken, her nose was smashed into her skull, and both eye sockets were damaged. She had almost all of her skull's bones shattered, according to an autopsy. Given the extent of her injuries, it was likely that she had been trampled on rather than simply beaten. The official cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxia, despite the fact that all of the injuries were severe. Given the extraordinary level of brutality involved, which suggested a personal motive, Christina's fiancé was immediately the main suspect, as is sometimes the case in such crimes. That theory was swiftly disproved, though, when officials verified Alex's flawless alibi. He had been in New York since August 17 and had no idea that their house had been broken into. The man Christina was seen with walked her out of the building and put her in the back seat of the car, according to surveillance footage taken outside the nightclub on the night of the crime. It was impossible to identify the man because the license plate was hidden. Meanwhile, a second camera, this one placed at the front door of her apartment complex, captured the same man escorting Christina inside. After about half an hour, he was spotted leaving the building with a big package that was probably full of stolen goods. On August 23rd, the man's identity was eventually verified when he used one of the credit cards that had been stolen, and a clear picture of his face was taken by security cameras at a retail establishment. He was identified as Andre Melton, age 31, who had a criminal history that included convictions for armed crimes and robbery. He had already escaped when a police unit was sent to his last known address. Officers confirmed his involvement by discovering multiple stolen goods from Christina's house inside his flat. Investigators started to question whether Andre may have gone back to the crime scene. If that's the case, how did he enter the apartment after Christina had replaced the locks immediately following the initial break-in? And why would he need to return at all? Surveillance footage from the night of the crime provided the answers. Later, it was discovered that Christina had returned to a neighborhood nightclub on August 21. She used a well-known app to order a ride when it was time to go home. Surveillance footage, however, shows that she wasn't alone when she left. She was with a man who seemed to be the same person who had been spotted with her earlier that night. The rideshare driver, who immediately recognized the two, was apprehended by authorities. According to him, both travelers appeared to be very drunk. He inferred from their chat that Christina had been uneasy at the club and that the man had offered to escort her home to ensure her safety. Together, they got out of the car and walked side by side into the apartment building. It's interesting to note that no CCTV footage showed the guy leaving the structure. Investigators think he might have left through the balcony door because the flat was on the ground floor. There would have been no sign of a forced exit if it had been opened from the inside and closed behind him without locking. Andre Melton was still on the wanted list at this time, while the second person's name was still unknown. Police thought the two might have been collaborating. Both men's photos were shown on the evening news, along with a request for information from the victim's family and police authorities to assist identify the unidentified man. This tactic was more effective than anticipated. Melton himself called the station that same evening. Although he acknowledged the heist, he maintained that he had never met the second individual and that he had no idea who he was. Fearing that he might be held accountable for the horrific act against Christina, he flatly refused to enter. A short while later, a guy called the station again to report that he had shared a hospital room with someone who fit the description of the unidentified suspect. The caller recalled being extremely uneasy due to the other man's unsettling tales. Even though they had only been in the same mental health facility for a few days, he claimed that the individual talked extensively about his preoccupation with violent conduct, particularly his passion with strangling people and witnessing their last moments. The circumstances surrounding Christina's death were uncannily similar to the caller's description. Sadly, there was no helpful information at the clinic. The individual was disoriented and had been brought in under the influence of illegal narcotics. He was admitted using the generic placeholder John Doe since he refused to provide his name, and after a brief stay, personnel decided he did not immediately constitute a threat to the public. On August 29, the matter eventually became public. The police department received a call from a woman claiming to be the sister of the man they were looking for. She identified him as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had a criminal record that included distributing illegal drugs and several instances of violence against women. Only a month and a half before, he had been released from prison and had spent a brief period of time at the mental institution. According to the caller, Jonathan had taken a bus to Pittsburgh earlier that day to stay with friends and be quiet until the situation resolved itself. Police were able to find him and take him into custody at the bus terminal the same day because of her tip. It's obvious that Jonathan Harris wasn't prepared for law authorities to find him so rapidly. He first denied any involvement in the violent incident when he was taken into custody by the police. He even asserted that he had never visited Christina's flat or met her. However, his tale began to shift once he saw the security footage and heard the rideshare driver's statement. Harris claims that he met Christina that night at the nightclub. She allegedly begged him to pose as her lover in order to help her escape an overbearing admirer. They then drank and, he said, used illegal narcotics together for the remainder of the night. According to Harris, Christina offered they stay the night at her house and invited him back. He consented, anticipating a romantic meeting as well as payment for the drugs he said he had given her. He maintained that there had been no non-consensual interaction between them and that any wounds discovered on her were the consequence of rough play, which he said Christina had asked for following their run-in. According to Harris, Christina told him that their time together was the payment and that she would not be providing him anything else when he sought money for the drugs. He said he was angry by this response. When she started yelling for assistance, he confessed to attacking her out of rage. He said that while she was asleep, he tried to silence her by choking and tying her up. Unaware that the apartment had been looted a few days before, Harris scoured it for cash and valuables. He started destroying the entire home, leaving a path of devastation in each room since he was furious over the lack of money. Although Harris acknowledged that he had attacked Christina once more in a fit of rage and frustration, demanding payment for the items he had brought, he maintained that since Christina was still alive and conscious when he left the apartment, he couldn't be held accountable for a crime as serious as killing her. Naturally, Harris was lying in an attempt to downplay the gravity of his behavior and escape a severe punishment. His account of what happened soon unraveled. First, the toxicology analysis revealed that Christina had only alcohol in her blood and no traces of any illegal substances. Second, she would not have been able to survive due to the severity of her injuries. Third, it was evident that Harris had exploited Christina's vulnerability since, according to the rideshare driver, she seemed scared and drunk that evening, anxious about being followed. According to the inquiry, the suspect volunteered to walk Christina home, but he wouldn't leave the apartment once he was inside. After that, he repeatedly attacked her, severely injured her, and finally strangled her to death. Then he went out the balcony door and threw the apartment in the trash. Jonathan maintained his innocence throughout the trial. His lawyer tried to reduce the accusation to aggravated assault instead of first-degree murder. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously convicted Harris guilty on all counts in spite of their best efforts. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Andre Melton wasn't taken into custody until January 2019. After he committed another burglary in a neighboring state, authorities were able to track him down. Considering all of his transgressions, he received a 22-year prison sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This house may appear to be nothing more than an old deserted structure at first, but believe me when I say that the more you learn about today's case, the more you'll understand that it was the location of some of the most horrific murders that occurred in 1987, complete with heaps of trash all over the place. Even while the case hasn't been formally solved, many people, including law enforcement, have theories about who the real culprit is. Stay with us through to the very finish if you've ever wondered why this case is still one of the town's most sinister mysteries. You can be shocked by the reality and start to doubt everything you believe to be true. Allow us to begin by discussing the Kunz family, who occupied the residence. They were a quiet, solitary group that the public hardly knew existed. The family had always stayed to themselves, even though they lived in a town with less than 1,000 residents. However, nobody could have foreseen the tragedy that would soon rock the modest, quiet town of Athens, Wisconsin, to its very foundation. The village would be shocked by the vicious murder of the Kunz family, but it would also expose some really odd and disturbing facts that would trouble people for years to come. As previously stated, the Kunz family now resided in a dilapidated farmhouse distant from the bustle of the closest town, leading a life of hardship and loneliness. They named a 108-acre plot of property near Athens, roughly 6 kilometers from the city center, home. Despite being remote, their house was anything but a comfortable retreat. Like their lives, it was collapsing. Helen, 70, Clarence, 76, Irana, 81, Marie, 72, Randy, 30, and Kenneth, 55, were among the family members. The siblings were Helen, Clarence, Irana, and Marie. The offspring of Helen were Randy and Kenneth. There wasn't much interaction between this family and the outside world. They kept to themselves, creating a small, close-knit environment. Actually, the only person who ever left the familial circle was Kenneth. He had been employed for 35 years as a milk pasteurizer at the Kraft Inc. cheese factory. The only one who regularly interacted with individuals outside the house was him. Without any friends or acquaintances to mention, everyone else essentially stayed to themselves. Right up until that terrible day, their lives seemed regular despite their solitary lifestyle. On July 5, 1987, Kenneth came home from work anticipating a typical peaceful morning with his family. However, what he discovered would leave him and the entire town of Athens in shock. Kenneth came inside to discover his whole family dead, ruthlessly killed in their own homes. In the entryway of the entrance, his Aunt Marie lay dead, as though she had attempted to flee but failed. His cousin Randy's death was discovered on the kitchen floor, obviously the result of a brutal struggle. Another aunt, Irene, sat slouched in a chair without moving. The old father of the family, Clarence, was discovered in his bed, seemingly awoken from his slumber. The killers were merciless. They had all been executed by being shot in the head with a .22 caliber gun. The residence was littered with 8 wasted casings and many fired rounds, demonstrating the murderer's ruthless efficiency. Another oddity, however, caught the attention of investigators. Tire impressions found on the property near the garden did not belong to any vehicle believed to be connected to the family. The disappearance of Kenneth's mother, Helen, was possibly the most horrifying revelation of all. There was no sign of her. Was something more nefarious going on? Or had she been taken? The less-than-ideal living conditions of the Kunz family were something the authorities noticed as soon as they arrived and started their inquiry. The house needed urgent repairs because it had seen better days. In addition to lacking many of the contemporary comforts that most people take for granted, the family did not have running water. The only entertainment equipment they had was a VCR and a television. The focal point of their everyday existence was a wood-burning stove, which served as their main source of cooking and warmth. The condition of the house, however, shocked detectives even more. It was so dirty, with rubbish strewn around, that it looked like the house of a hoarder. However, it didn't stop there. The investigators discovered something even worse as they searched further. A plethora of sexual publications and films strewn all throughout the residence. It didn't seem appropriate, particularly in a house that was so chaotic. The officials were more interested in the money they'd discovered in plain sight than in the condition of the house. They discovered about $20,000, 0 cents in cash, scattered about the house, as if it had been left there. Everyone had the same question. Who were the Kunz family in reality, and why was so much money simply lying around? Now, the more investigators delved, the more they learned about the Kunz family's turbulent background. Their past seems to be filled with tragedy and bloodshed. In 1905, it all started with their parents, Anna and Ignaz. They were residing with Mary, Ignaz's mother, at the time. When Anna returned home one day, she discovered something horrifying. Wendell, her brother, had bludgeoned their mother to death in her bed. Wendell was quickly sent to a mental health facility. But the family's troubled past didn't end there. Wendell was not alone in having mental health issues, it turned out. Long before the murder, Ignaz's other brother had already been committed to a mental health facility. The family seems to have a history of mental illness. Since Kenneth was the one who had discovered the bodies, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him as the inquiry proceeded because of his long history of violence and instability, which dated back generations. However, Kenneth had a strong alibi and was soon exonerated. Kenneth struggled to make sense of the horrific situation, but he did his best to describe what had happened to the police, despite his shyness and low IQ. Another odd information was discovered throughout the research. A family member who did not reside with the Kunz family, Germaine Petcher, stopped by for a picnic on July 4, 1987. What was the connection between the murders and this visit? Could Germaine have had information that the police needed to hear? Or was it just a family get-together? On that sad night, Kenneth told the police that he had stayed with his family until about 8 o'clock in the evening. He chose to go out and work in the garden after hanging out with them. While the rest of the house settled down for the evening, he remained there until around 10 o'clock at night, silently tilling the soil. Kenneth claimed that after finishing, he decided to wash his car at his job, which was around 3 miles away, rather than going back inside. It seems that he did this frequently. Kenneth claimed that after cleaning his car, he stopped midway between the factory and a neighboring bar to buy some pyrotechnics. He then chose to spend some time there. He decided to spend the night in his automobile instead of immediately returning home. He claimed that he came home at 5 in the morning the following day, only to find himself in a nightmare. Although they had not yet gotten the official time of death from the coroner, the sheriff investigating the case assessed that the killings most likely took place between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that evening. The fact that Randy's automobile was discovered parked close to the garden was one peculiarity. Kenneth asserted that Randy never parked there. Additionally, investigators observed that the enigmatic tire impressions discovered next to the garden were completely different from those of Kenneth's vehicle. The authorities focused on the most apparent mystery, Helen, the missing family member, because they had little evidence to work with, and the residence was providing more confusion than clues. Nobody knew at that time if she had been abducted, fled, or had some other connection. Kenneth was adamant that his mother would never go out alone. When she needed a ride, Randy was always the one to take her because she disliked venturing out on her own. While she ran whatever errands she had, he would wait in the car. Authorities were informed by Helen's sister Germaine that Helen's behavior on the day of the picnic was the same. She didn't seem apprehensive or suspicious. Germaine thought Helen would have displayed at least a trace of nervousness if she had been plotting something, but there was none. However, once a couple named Gail and David Weiler came forward with an odd story to tell, the idea that Helen might have been involved in the murders began to gather traction. About 3 weeks prior to the killings, Helen had visited Weiler's hardware store, which they owned, to place an order for a toaster. She also purchased a box of .22 caliber ammunition while she was there. Gail said that Helen was often a gentle, kind person, but that day she was different. She appeared irate, even resentful. She began to gripe about her family, claiming that they spent their days viewing filthy films together. Gail recalled Helen's frustrated tone and the way she clenched her teeth as she spoke. According to Helen, She was purchasing the bullets for Randy in order to allegedly deal with some black birds that were causing them problems on the property at the time. Gail didn't give it much thought. The encounter was a touch strange, to be sure, but nothing that shouted danger. Until the horrific killings became public, Gail had called the police and told them everything by the next Monday. In the end, the police discovered a weapon in the house that was the same caliber as the rounds Helen had bought, but strangely, the barrel was covered in cobwebs, indicating that it had not been used in a while. The local community remained hopeful, despite the numerous unresolved concerns and uncertainty around whether Helen was the perpetrator or a victim. They banded together to organize search parties, made badges and T-shirts featuring her name and face, and supported the search for her. But that hope was replaced by heartache. Helen's body was found approximately 19 miles from the family's residence, 9 months after the killings. In a frozen brook, her remains were discovered. She had been shot in the head, just like the others. As a result of this finding, investigators and the town as a whole were left to deal with an even more sinister mystery. The most terrifying question was whether Helen had been slain in reprisal after being held captive for months. If yes, who did it and why? The Kunz family has always been the subject of odd and unsettling rumors. In addition to being abnormally close, others speculated that the family may have engaged in inappropriate and romantic connections inside their own lineage. The family had been plagued by these allegations for decades, dating back to 1933 when Helen, then 15 years old, fell pregnant with her first child, Kenneth. At the time, Helen alleged that a local farmer called Frank Gums had abused her. She was not universally believed, but Frank was ultimately found guilty and imprisoned. A different version was being spun around town, one that blamed Helen's own brother Clarence rather than an outsider. Because of their extremely close relationship, many people thought Clarence was Kenneth's biological father. Nor was that distrust confined to local rumors. Kenneth acknowledged that he had been repeatedly informed that Clarence was his biological father. There were still more inquiries. Since there was no father indicated on Randy's birth certificate, Kenneth claimed he also felt Clarence might be Randy's father. Ultimately, though, Kenneth acknowledged that he was genuinely unsure of his brothers and his own father, which only served to bolster the already strange and unsettling notions. As if that weren't disturbing enough, it was also said that Helen's son Randy slept in the same room as her. In the meantime, it was said that Marie, Irene, and Clarence slept in the living room. Even more eyebrows were raised, and the rumors in town became louder when it was revealed that Helen had slept so closely with her grown son while the rest of the family was apart. For a long time, Helen's initial accusations of assault were disregarded by many. Investigators speculated that years of rejection, loneliness, and repressed anger may have led to her eventual murder, possibly even a lassie retribution from someone who viewed her as the source of scandal and humiliation. But if you were one of the detectives investigating this strange and disturbing case at the time, would you truly think that Helen, a woman with a tragic past and no criminal record, could have planned the ruthless murder of her entire family? Sincerely, I'd want to hear your thoughts. However, the theories went beyond the complex dynamics of the family. Drugs started to surface as another potential motive. Since there had been a significant drug problem in the region at the time, Randy was instantly suspected. In fact, a witness came forward during subsequent investigations to acknowledge that they had bought drugs from Randy. The notion that the entire tragedy was the product of a botched drug deal became even more scary after that revelation. Additionally, there were indications of physical assault on Randy's body, suggesting that a struggle may have been involved in whatever occurred to him. Police were able to identify a 21-year-old farmer named Chris Jacobs as someone who had previously communicated with the Kunz family, despite their solitary lifestyle. He only knew the Kunz family since he had purchased a car from them. Nevertheless, Jacobs was known for being a robber and a troublemaker in the community. The authorities started focusing on Jacobs since he was one of the few individuals who had any contact with the remaining family members, who had been ruled out as suspects. Investigators persisted despite the fact that the only tangible evidence linking Chris to the location was a tire trace that coincidentally matched his vehicle. He was not at the scene when the murders occurred, and there was no reliable forensic evidence. No fingerprints, no DNA, and no witnesses. Authorities accused him of 5 counts of murder, in spite of the absence of concrete proof. The start of his trial was October 28, 1989. However, the case swiftly started to fall apart in spite of the startling accusations. The evidence was simply insufficient to convict him. Since there was nothing tangible linking Jacobs to the crime scene, the entire case had been based on circumstantial evidence, and he was found not guilty on all 5 counts. That appeared to be the end of the case for a while. Another cold case fading into obscurity. However, something unexpected occurred only 4 years later. Jacobs was charged again just before the statute of limitations was about to run out, this time for Helen's kidnapping and false imprisonment rather than murder. In a fierce defense, Jacobs claimed that the new charges went against his constitutional rights against double jeopardy, which forbids being tried twice for the same offense. He attempted to push his case all the way to the Supreme Court, but they turned it down. On June 8, 1998, his second trial got underway, and it lasted for 2 anxious weeks. This time, the prosecution claimed that Jacobs had abducted Helen, held her hostage for months, killed the entire Coons family, and then killed Helen as well. But in June 1993, Jacobs' ex-girlfriend Stacy Weiss came out with information that put their entire case on the line. Long before any charges were brought, Chris Jacobs made a terrifying confession, according to Stacy Weiss. It happened during what appeared to be a typical trip home from a night of pool league, she told police. Suddenly, Jacobs questioned her how she would feel if he were found to be the one behind the horrific killings of the Coons family. Jacobs allegedly confessed calmly and without regret, stating he wanted to prove to himself that he was a man before she had a chance to even comprehend the question. To feel something, to prove something to himself, no matter how heinous it was his purpose, his motive. Weiss recalled that on July 4, Jacobs informed her he went to the Kuntz family's house and Randy let him in after opening the door. A dispute erupted between them. The cause is unknown, but it got out of hand until Jacobs pulled out a gun and shot Randy. Then, Weiss said, he made the decision to kill everyone in the house except Helen in order to destroy anyone who might be connected to the crime. She wasn't immediately killed for reasons he never gave. Rather, he bound her and took her to a swamp, where he finally got rid of her. Even though the facts were horrifying, they were strangely detailed, especially for someone who was lying. Weiss's assertion that Jacobs had previously recounted this similar scenario to the district attorney was even more concerning. Jacobs' confession was allegedly recorded by the DA, who had him sign it and then sealed it in an envelope. Another issue in this already perverse story is whether or not that envelope actually existed. The defense, of course, attacked Weiss's credibility by highlighting her criminal history, including pending robbery accusations in another state. They portrayed her as having a personal goal. They said that she only came out to get a better bargain for herself. In addition, she was given a plea bargain in return for her testimony, to be fair. Regardless of her background, however, the prosecution insisted that her story aligned with important pieces of evidence and filled in the gaps that investigators had been unable to complete for years. Her testimony and the circumstantial evidence that was already in place were sufficient for the jury to find her guilty. Chris Jacobs was convicted after only 4 hours of deliberation, not of murder, but of Helen Kuhn's kidnapping and wrongful imprisonment. Even if it wasn't the 5 murder charges he was initially facing, the prosecution nonetheless won a big battle. Jacobs received a sentence of 31 years in jail, with February 8, 2020 as the mandatory release date. Additionally, he was mandated to remain under extended surveillance till 2029. But when it came time for him to be released, Jacobs disobeyed the conditions of his parole. He refused to appear before a parole officer or sign any documents. Why? Because, in his opinion, doing so would be equivalent to confessing guilt, and he had no intention of doing something he denied. Jacobs decided to spend the rest of his sentence behind prison as a result. Even now, he still insists he is innocent. The case is still officially categorized as unsolved, even though he was found guilty. No solid evidence has ever emerged, and no one has ever been directly connected to the Kunz family's murder. However, the residents of Athens, Wisconsin, are still adamant that Jacobs is to blame. A strange and tragic narrative of the Kunz family, which is characterized by rumors of incest, exclusion, and generational trauma, is preserved in local mythology. The case was really the subject of a whole book by journalist Crocker Stevenson's Blood Relative, Portraits of a Mass Murder, which delves deeply into the family's past and examines the unsettling ancestry that surrounded them. However, the weird legends that clung to the Kuntz name were too complex for even that book to unravel. This case was rendered even more bizarre by the way the rumors about the family's lifestyle seemed to dominate the actual killings. The question of whether Helen's brother Clarence had fathered her kid Kenneth, and possibly even Randy, preoccupied many more than the identity of the murderers. No one ever verified or refuted the rumors that had been circulating for years. The likelihood that the truth will ever be revealed is further diminished by the fact that Kenneth died in 2001, and there is no documentation of DNA testing. Thus, all that remains is a guy who sits in prison clinging to his innocence, a cold case that still divides a town, and a family whose legacy will always be tarnished by rumors, unsolved questions, and unimaginable tragedy. However, what are your thoughts? Is Chris Jacobs the real murderer, in your opinion? Or was he merely a suitable scapegoat in a case full of secrets and darkness? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime in the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. Flávia Godinho Lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flavia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flavia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flavia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Xistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalva sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Xistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and coworkers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. The school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations, about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online, after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zolmia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zolmia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Flavia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold, and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino, a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalba's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalba had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalba, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalba had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalba were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalba to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Schistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We've all heard the heartbreaking tales of cheaters who somehow destroy their families over the years. The case from today will definitely go down in history. The crazy thing about this one is that it completely upended our preconceived notions about cheaters and murderers, and it took an incredible 13 years to unravel. At the heart of this bizarre tale is David Cam, a guy who was once thought to have killed his whole family. But did someone else pull the ropes, or was he the actual murderer? And who could have committed such a horrible deed if it wasn't him? I promise you that this is one of the most bizarre and astounding mysteries you will ever hear, and as always, we will dissect this case in detail. Kimberly and David Cam are shown here. The two met in the middle of the 1980s and grew up in the same city, New Albany, Indiana. By 1989, Kim had become David's second wife after they clicked. Everything appeared to be moving in the correct way. David applied for and was accepted into the Indiana State Police that same year, eventually serving as an officer in the Emergency Response Unit. A few years later, in 1993, the couple had Bradley, a boy, as their first child. It was David's second child, as he already had a daughter from his prior marriage, but Kim's first. When David began an affair with Stephanie McCarty, a younger woman he met at the gym, in the summer of 1994, everything looked to be going well for the expanding Cam family. Kim was expecting their second child, so the timing of this treachery couldn't have been worse. Things immediately got out of hand. Kim was left to rely on her family for support after David left their house and moved in with his mistress. In spite of everything, her family, and David's, supported her and provided the assistance she required during such a trying period. On February 28, 1995, Kim gave birth to their daughter Jillian, and the entire family was there to support her. That is, everyone but David. However, the affair ended by March of that year, and David made an effort to make amends. Motivated by her love for her family and her responsibilities as a mother, Kim thought about giving him another try despite the grief. Unexpectedly, David returned, and both families supported Kim's decision to forgive him. Soon after, the couple started construction on a new house on Georgetown, Indiana's Lockhart Road, marking a new beginning for them. Because of the personal connection, they decided to make this place their home. In fact, the road was named after some of David's mother's side relatives, giving their house more background and meaning. Things appeared to get better for a time, and they appeared to be headed in the right direction. However, as the adage goes, a cheater is a cheater forever. Despite his reputation as a flirt, David did more than just flirt. He would locate ladies with whom he could have casual romances, frequently hooking up in his patrol car. In addition, David and two other state troopers were sued for allegedly punching a 19-year-old while making an arrest. In addition to his already dismal record, he was the target of countless other complaints. When he was demoted once more, his ego suffered, which only made his narcissistic tendencies worse. David, fed up with the disrespect, took a risk. After submitting his resignation, he accepted a sales position with his uncle's basement waterproofing company. The benefits became immediately apparent. He was able to spend more time with Kim and the children because of his new job's better hours, which he had not been able to do while working as a state trooper. He was no longer only an outsider in his own house. He was present and actively participating. Their lifestyles were made a little more luxurious by the fact that he was earning far more money than he ever did as a police officer. Everything appeared to be coming together for the family by the year 2000. While his younger sister, Jill, was only 5 years old and in kindergarten at Graceland Christian School, Bradley, now 7, was excelling in the 2nd grade. Kim appeared content as she thrived in her role as a senior accountant at Louisville's insurance group. Life appeared to be ideal from the outside. Even in this apparently contented household, there were still rumors that David might have cheated. Kim had even confided in her best friend about her concerns regarding the circulating reports. However, until one fateful evening in September, nothing ever came of all the rumors. David went about his daily business on Thursday, September 28, 2000, playing basketball at the local church recreation center with his friends. As usual, Kim supervised the children's activities and escorted them home. The night was much like any other, but the game took longer than David had anticipated. When he finished, he was anxious to get home because he thought Kim might be angry. He reached for his garage door remote and pulled into the driveway. Knowing that their house was only a few minutes away, However, David was stopped in his tracks when he saw what was inside the garage when the door slowly opened. He found his wife Kim lying on the floor in the garage, apparently shot in the head. Below her, a puddle of blood splattered on the floor. Her black Ford Bronco's passenger door was open, but David couldn't see right away if his children were inside. He hurried over and peered into the Bronco. His greatest worries materialized in the rear seat. Bradley and Jill, his kids, were in the same terrible shape as Kim. David's instincts as a law enforcement officer took control. After a cursory assessment, he concluded that Kim and Jill could not be saved. Since his son didn't appear to have any brain injuries, David Cam thought he might still be alive. On the basis of optimism, he got into the Bronco's passenger side, pushed his way past the two bucket seats in front, and gingerly took his son out. There was a slight warmth in Bradley's little body when he touched him. After setting the youngster on the garage floor, he started doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jill's head and torso sagged forward and to the left, as a result of David's left knee pressing into the center of the rear seat throughout this procedure. She touched David's t-shirt with this motion, putting bloodstains on it. Whether David was guilty or not, this moment became one of the most important ones in the case. His DNA was now entangled with the crime scene as a result of his actions, and reality struck him like a truck after his efforts failed. David realized he had to move fast. He dialed his old employer, the Indiana State Police Department, seeking assistance in a panic. He ran across the street to his uncle's house, following the call, yelling for someone to inform him of what had transpired. Then, overcome with panic and perplexity, he ran back to the garage. Kim was just as David had described when the cops arrived on the scene. Her corpse was on the ground, her pants were taken down, and blood was streaming from her skull. Jill's body was discovered in the rear seat of the vehicle, and Bradley's lifeless body was discovered nearby. All three of the victims were suspected of having been shot dead at once. A bucket that smelled like bleach was now in the garage. Kim parked in a public lot every day for work, so the investigators didn't give it much thought when they discovered some unidentified fingerprints on the outside of her car. Nobody seemed to identify the sweater with the term backbone inscribed under the collar that was tucked beneath Bradley's body. David said it wasn't his when the cops questioned him about it. As previously stated, Kim was discovered wearing only her blouse and underpants and no pants, but there were her blood-stained jeans close by. David was not an exception to the rule that the spouse is generally questioned first in murder cases. David was quite cooperative, giving a detailed account of his day and stating that Kim and the children had most likely returned home at 7:30 or 7:40 p.m. Given the condition of the vehicle, David reasoned that the killings had to have taken place shortly after they got home. However, he was unable to identify the person who might have wished to harm his family. There was nothing that would have made Kim and the children adversaries. Furthermore, David remained steadfast in his alibi. He maintained that, from 7 to 9:20 in the evening, he was at a basketball game at the rec center, just as he had stated. Additionally, David persisted in his assertion that Kim would never have incited such violence. The investigators initially pondered whether it might have been a robbery gone awry, but that thought was quickly dispelled. The garage showed no indications of forced entry. No one had attempted to enter the house, and nothing appeared to be missing. The evidence pointed to something far more sinister than theft: a deliberate assault on Kim, Bradley, and Jill. Later, however, the phone company disclosed that David had called at 7:19 p.m., which was the most incriminating proof. The evening of the killings. Given that David had stated that he was playing basketball starting at 7 p.m., the fact that the call was placed from his home landline raised serious concerns. Until 9 p.m., considering that he called after 7 p.m., cast severe doubt on his story and contradicted it. The question was further compounded by the autopsy report. In addition to Jill's blunt force trauma to her vaginal area, the examiner discovered that all three victims had died from gunshot wounds. Her death and this injuries appeared to have happened within the same 24-hour period. An assault could not be ruled out, although the examiner speculated that it might have been caused by a fall. Oddly enough, Jill had sobbed and complained of pain in that area during her dance session. It was a terrifying detail, but it was unclear if this had anything to do with the devastation to her body. Before the killings, Kim had told a friend, "History is repeating itself." She didn't go into further detail, but her friend recommended that she take the kids to Florida so they could talk more. Kim concurred that a vacation could be beneficial, but sadly, she was never given the opportunity. Was Kim talking about a past of abuse, something connected to David's supposed adultery, or something more sinister? Since Kim was removed from her family before she could tell the truth, we might never find out. There was also something disturbing in the medical examiner's report. The tops of Kim's feet were sliced and bruised. It seemed strange that her shoes were on top of the automobile. It didn't make sense. None of this had a clear explanation from the police. Even though the inquiry was still in its early stages, Kim's mother and other close friends of David began to have severe concerns about him. According to her mother, Jill was an outgoing, feisty youngster who would have spoken up if she had been heard by someone she didn't know. She believed that David was the only one who could have effectively silenced Jill. The rumors persisted on Sunday 3 days later, particularly because no one had been arrested. However, David continued to attend church as usual with his parents and friends in spite of the mounting strain. The church had close ties to the family, and his uncle, the pastor, led the service. David's grandfather had even assisted in the construction of the church, and Kim had been the treasurer. David wept throughout the event, displaying what appeared to be sincere grief. But when he exited the church, everything changed drastically. He was besieged by reporters, and the media coverage immediately made him seem suspicious. People saw that David didn't appear to be grieving as they had anticipated. More questions were raised by his icy, unyielding manner. Was David accountable for the heinous killings of his wife and kids? If so, what is the reason? Things were a little heated when David visited the station later that afternoon to talk to the cops. It just took two things, his clothes and a phone call, for the police to arrest him following this interview. His alibi of being at the rec center from 7 to 9:20 did not align with the call that was placed at 7:19 in the evening. That inconsistency was sufficient to get him arrested. However, the fallout affected David's entire family, not just him. The Cam family rose to the top of the public enmity list in Georgetown, a small town where everyone knows one another. They received harsh looks from strangers. Hateful messages flooded their answering machine. As if that weren't enough, the locals began referring to them as a pack of wolves. Even David's grandfather was affected. His church closed because so many people didn't want to be associated with the Cam name. When it came time for the trial in March 2002, the prosecution was ready to address the most pressing question. Why would David do this? His affairs, they hypothesized. They claimed that David was so fed up with his marriage to Kim that he decided to kill his entire family rather than simply file for divorce. About a dozen women who either had affairs with David or said he had approached them while he was married to Kim were brought in by the prosecution to support this theory. They portrayed David as a chronic cheater who had little regard for his marriage vows during the course of weeks of testimony. Then the proof arrived. Blood splatter and that dubious phone call were the two main pillars upon which the prosecution built its case. The defense, however, had no intention of surrendering. They contended that gunfire was not the source of the blood on David's shirt. Rather, they said that it arrived while he was attempting to save his son Bradley, and Jill's blood-soaked hair touched him. Using wigs and fake blood, they performed a live presentation in court to demonstrate how the same pattern might occur with ease. The defense attributed the phone call to Indiana's infamously erratic time zones. They clarified that a 1-hour zone difference was not taken into consideration by the call's timestamp. The call really fit David's schedule when it was modified. Before he even went for his basketball game, it was made. Then there was basketball. David's alibi. He was at the church gym the whole time, according to the testimony of all 11 of the guys on his team. Not even for a minute did he leave. It appeared that the defense had exposed some significant weaknesses in the prosecution's case with this incredibly strong lineup. However, the jury didn't think so. David was given a sentence of 195 years in jail, after being found guilty on 3 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy. Everyone initially appeared to be able to exhale in relief. Surely justice had been done. Not so quick, actually. David wasn't prepared to die in silence. He filed an appeal, claiming that the court should never have admitted the evidence on his affairs. And you know what? The judge concurred in 2004, reversing his conviction. The case was suddenly cast back into disarray. A pivotal event occurred in early 2005 when the defense pressed for a second examination of the DNA from the sweatshirt discovered at the crime scene. David's second trial was set for January 2006. They specifically requested that the National DNA Database, CODIS, be used to analyze the 2 unidentified DNA profiles. After a court order, the prosecution was compelled to comply, even though they had earlier refused. It turned out that one of the DNA samples had never been tested before, despite the prosecutor's assurances that it had been examined and no matches had been identified. The test findings showed that one of the samples had a match. Charles Boney, a convicted felon from nearby New Albany, was identified by the DNA. After being found guilty of a string of armed assaults on women, many of which involved stealing their shoes, Boney was on parole at the time of the crime. He attempted to kidnap 3 women at gunpoint and committed an armed robbery as one of his most recent crimes. Boney now has a troubled past. Prior to the attack, some of his victims said that he had been pestering them over the phone for months, asking them if they were wearing high-heeled shoes and what they were wearing. Considering that Kim Camp's shoes had been taken off and neatly stacked on top of her car in a chaotic crime scene, Boney's admission of having a foot fetish also sounded significant to the defense. Additionally, Kim's foot displayed abrasions and bruises that appeared suspiciously connected to Boney's previous actions. Boney underwent a polygraph test and an interview, but the findings showed that he was lying. He claimed to have given the sweatshirt to a charity and denied any participation, but 2 weeks later, Boney was arrested after his palm print was discovered on Kim's car. However, he was accused by the police of planning the killings alongside David. Charles ultimately revealed how he knew David in a 5-page written confession. He claimed that they met at a pickup basketball game in New Albany and that David seemed like a really sincere guy. Additionally, he said that David urged Charles to buy him an untraceable gun for $100, 0 cents at a meat store, where their paths eventually crossed again. Charles unintentionally left his palm print on David's Bronco when he accepted and handed him the rifle. But when more questions were asked, Charles's account started to change. He went on to say that David was a nasty guy, accusing him of cheating on his wife, Kim, and intimately assaulting his daughter, Jill. Charles claims that David wanted the entire family killed to hide his secrets when he lost it, when Kim found out what he was doing to their daughter. Charles claimed that in order to stop oil leaks, he wrapped the gun in a gray sweatshirt before giving it to him. He waited in the driveway after following David to his residence. A furious debate was heard by Charles, followed by a gunshot. In a terrifying moment, he said he heard Bradley, Kim's son, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy," just before a gunshot was heard. Charles said that a few moments later, David came outside and pointed the gun at him, perhaps intending to kill him as well. Moving Kim's shoes, as though cleaning up while running for his life, Charles sought refuge in the garage. Charles ran away when he heard a woman pull into the driveway. Charles confessed that he did not pull the trigger, simply sold David the rifle. Being a black guy, he was hesitant to report the killings for fear that he would be held accountable by the authorities. He was ultimately arrested for conspiracy to commit murder as a result of his statement, and he was returned to custody for trial. Charles had already spoken to Stan Faith, one of the prosecutors in David's initial trial. It was discovered after his arrest. Charles said that he was close to Stan and had conferred with him prior to being named as a suspect. Stan then apologized for his part in it. Police found Charles's ex-girlfriend Mala's DNA on the gray sweater, which led to the discovery of another clue. They were in a relationship at the time, but it terminated soon after the killings. Mala explained that, after telling her he was heading to work that night, Charles returned home at midnight with scraped knees. She was uncomfortable when he showed her a gun, which she had never seen before. Charles and his mother watched news reports about the killings the following morning. Mala departed after an argument and didn't see Charles again for weeks. She later ended their relationship, but the reason for the blood on the hoodie was that she has diabetes and often pricks her finger to check her blood sugar levels. Charles's tale started to take shape. His girlfriend's account contradicted his assertion that he left the scene without getting the gun, implying that Charles may have gone back for it. This increased skepticism regarding David's guilt. Nevertheless, the killings were charged against both individuals. Charles publicly disclosed selling the gun to David and his involvement in the killings in his autobiography Blackbone, which he wrote while incarcerated. He added that in return for the gun, David had offered him Kim's life insurance money. In 2005, Charles was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder thanks in part to his writings, confessions, and Mala's testimony. As a repeat criminal, Charles received a sentence of 225 years in jail. And what about David, if you ask? On January 17, 2006, his second trial began, and things were going to get even more convoluted. Recall that the judge decided that the prosecution erred in discussing David's numerous affairs, which is why he was initially given a retrial. His adultery, which had been one of the prosecution's main points at the start of this second trial, was thus formally off the table when the trial started. The prosecutors needed a fresh perspective without that piece of the puzzle, and they didn't hold back. They turned to a startling charge. David had been mistreating his daughter Jill for a long time, and he killed his whole family to hide his crimes. The accusations were extremely upsetting and instantly complicated the situation. David's defense team, however, refused to give up. They called in a reputable medical examiner who reported that Jill's autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, notably no hymenal injury. The defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation of sexual assault, and that the prosecution was fabricating the evidence to support their theory of the crime. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of other types of abuse, since some techniques would not cause obvious harm. Although Jill did sustain blunt force injuries, some of which were in her pelvis, this expert also noted that these injuries weren't always a sign of sexual assault. The expert stated that there was no hard proof to back up the prosecution's allegations, and that these were only wounds from the vicious assault. The charges against David were only one aspect of this trial. Another was the fresh evidence that had surfaced as a result of some investigative work that had located Charles. Charles provided a lot of the fresh information that the police discovered. Charles's own evidence even revealed to them that David had bought a gun with the intention of killing his family. However, the defense persisted in claiming that the prosecution's evidence was insufficient to convict David beyond a reasonable doubt. On March 20, 2006, following weeks of testimony, the jury found David guilty of killing his wife Kim and their kids, Brad and Jill. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. However, David immediately filed an appeal after being found guilty, this time because of the claims of abuse against his daughter. He contended that the claims had affected the jury's verdict and insisted that there was no proof he had ever hurt Jill. And you know what? In a shocking decision, the Indiana Supreme Court sided with him. In agreement with David's argument that the prosecution's abuse claims lack sufficient evidence, they reversed the verdict. According to the court, the allegations of sexual abuse were not supported by any reliable evidence. What was going on for Kim's family amid all of this, do you think? They had to repeatedly witness the terrible deaths of their daughter and grandchildren in the courtroom. Frank, Kim's father, was heartbroken by the choice. His voice was filled with fury as he stated, "I was kind of surprised by the overturn of the last verdict. All we want is the truth, and the truth is that David's guilty." Kim's family was adamant about David being permanently imprisoned. They simply wanted justice because they were tired of the back and forth. In August 2013, almost 13 years later, David's third trial got underway. This trial was not like the others. The prosecution chose to take a different approach, concentrating on the life insurance policy David had purchased for Kim prior to her passing. Charles said David wanted the money and had no intention of letting anyone stop him. It's interesting to note that Kim signed off on the modifications, indicating that she was aware of and approved of the fact that her life insurance policy had been enhanced just before she passed away. During this trial, Charles mounted the witness stand once more, and his testimony was as shocking as ever. He asserted that David had deceived him into attending the house at the time of the killings. Charles also stated in his testimony that David almost shot him before he was able to get away. Charles claims that David carried out all of the murders and that he never came into contact with Brad, Jill, or Kim. David's defense, however, was prepared. They had more DNA proof. This time, they provided evidence that Kim's underwear and Jill's and Kim's clothing had Charles's DNA. Furthermore, Kim had retaliated before being killed, as evidenced by the discovery of Charles's DNA beneath her fingernails. The blood spatter on David's shirt was the most convincing evidence connecting him to the crime scene, even with all the DNA evidence and Charles's dubious involvement. Although David's defense team maintained that this could be readily explained by the fact that David had attempted to assist Brad after he was shot in the head, brushing up against his hair and left blood on his shirt, the prosecution maintained that the blood belonged to the victims. On October 24, 2013, the jury reached their verdict: not guilty on all counts, after weeks of deliberation and dramatic courtroom proceedings. David was found not guilty. He was so overcome with emotion when the news was revealed that he started crying and thanked the jurors and his legal team for having faith in him. After years of stressful court cases, it was a historic occasion. Not everyone, though, was overjoyed by the decision. There was division in the community. After all, a lot of people had been wondering whether David had really been innocent after 13 years of media coverage. Despite the overwhelming evidence, some people believed there were still unresolved issues. David made the decision to remain in the town where everything took place in spite of the controversy. He went back to work at his uncle's company and started to put his life back together. David sued other members of the prosecution team in a civil case, as if his trials weren't already grueling. You can't wreck someone's life, take away their freedom, their reputation, their identity. You're not supposed to do that in this country, he stated, clearly expressing his rage. He ultimately got a settlement of more than $5 million, 0 cents, some of which he utilized to pay back people who had helped him during his 13-year fight. David is attempting to move on today. Even after starting over, he still feels the pain of losing his family and reputation. He has been in touch with the jurors who contributed to his release since his acquittal. He even became a case coordinator for the Innocence Project. Given his personal experience, David seems to be an ideal fit for the foundation, which seeks to clear those who have been unfairly convicted. Charles, the subject of all the controversy, continues to insist on his innocence in the meantime. He is now a devoted Christian and says he has found Jesus. He has provided multiple accounts of what transpired that evening in previous interviews, but his account hasn't altered all that much. He claims that he brought an untraceable weapon to the Cam home the night of the murder. He asserts that David was the one who pulled the trigger after he heard arguments and gunfire. With so many contradictory tales, it's difficult to understand why Charles did what he did. Although there are still many people who think David was involved in the killings, the evidence was insufficient to indict him. Some people wonder if Charles was driven by jealousy, avarice, or something else entirely. It's comforting to know that David has found freedom and serenity, rebuilding his life and profession, even if you think he is innocent. However, if you believe he is guilty, you can't help but wonder how he got away with it. What are your thoughts? Did David get away with murder, or was he really innocent? And what motivated Charles to behave in such a drastic manner? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The date of this call was September 3rd, 2019. What began as a straightforward property theft case swiftly turned into one of the most horrific murder investigations in Alaskan history. When a woman unintentionally stole an SD card from a man, she was confronted with graphic video of a vicious murder. The fact that the victim was someone she knew, however, was the true nightmare. The life of Brian Stephen Smith was one of deceit. He was a loving husband to his wife, He was regarded by his co-workers at the Marriott Hotel as a giving individual who loved vlogging. He was a sinister and deranged mystery to his mistress. To his victims, however, he was a self-describable serial killer who had terrorized them beyond belief before taking their lives. And that one small SD card contained it all. The monster's mask would eventually be torn off by that small piece of proof. Even with him imprisoned, though, the terrifying question still stands. Are there any more victims that we are unaware of? According to reports, Smith was the kind of man who appeared to be your typical American neighbor, the kind that no one would ever suspect of being evil. And everybody, I mean everybody, affirmed his normalcy. Even after he was imprisoned, his wife maintained his innocence and refused to accept that he was capable of such atrocity. However, Smith picked up a woman one night while cruising the streets in search of companionship, ostensibly offering her a ride and a cozy place to stay while he entered a business. In his automobile, she sat by herself. She picked up a cell phone he had left behind out of curiosity. She would be horrified by what she discovered inside. A folder named Homicide at Marriott Hotel Midtown. It contained a number of graphic images and videos that showed a woman's frantic pleas for assistance. As her body lay crushed and battered, the video showed her struggling for oxygen as a guy ruthlessly recorded himself stamping on her throat. There were 12 films and 39 pictures on the SD card, all of which documented the same horrific event. These files, which we have lawfully gotten from law enforcement, are unquestionably quite graphic. Extreme violence and a vicious sexual attack against a woman inside what looked to be a hotel room were captured on camera. The voice was audible, but the individual behind the camera never revealed his face. The woman struggled back, scratching at him, attempting to get away, but he strangled her. He once grumbled that his hand was growing weary. Instead of pausing, he started stomping down with his entire weight on her neck. Anyone who watched the video was left disturbed for days as the man repeatedly strangled the woman, who was already dead at one point. But the next round of pictures was much more unsettling. They displayed the woman's dead body on the ground, bare, beaten, and abused. As if recording his crime without regret, the man had even snapped close-up pictures of her face and genitalia. The file's timestamps showed that they were taken on September 4, 2019, which was less than a month before the SD card was found. In a place like Anchorage, this was really unsettling. With a population of slightly under 300,000, it is the largest city in Alaska, but violent crimes of this kind are uncommon there, since residents know one another. The individual never revealed his face, as was previously indicated, but officials were able to identify his voice. Investigators were already aware of Brian Smith for some reason, and they recognized him as soon as they heard the voice on the recordings. And this is how that voice sounded. The most notable aspect of this case was that initially, detectives thought there was only one victim. But during Brian Smith's interrogation, just as the police were about to wrap up and depart, Smith muttered something chilling, something that implied there was more than one. Authorities named the first casualty that same day as Kathleen Jo Henry, a 30-year-old, who was born on December 22, 1988. Although Kathleen was not well known, she had been active on social media until 5 days prior to the horrific videos that were captured in the hotel room. Her hometown was Eek, Alaska, a secluded community of less than 500 people, primarily Native Alaskans. You couldn't even travel from Anchorage to the location because of its extreme isolation. It was more than 400 kilometers away, over rough terrain and rocky mountains. Kathleen had relocated to Anchorage from that tiny world. Divorced, she referred to herself online as a tough Alaska chick since 1997. She obtained her GED in 2012 while jailed. She had a history dating back to 2007, which included numerous charges of theft, violence, disorderly conduct, drunk driving, and resisting arrest. On January 12, 2019, she was charged with fourth-degree assault, which in Alaska can include everything from hurling bodily fluids at law enforcement or other protected people to causing physical harm. Kathleen appeared resolute in her resolve to change her past. She had mentioned feeling optimistic about the future. There were individuals who loved her. She was well-liked and well-known for her love of poetry writing. However, it's still unclear how she met Brian Smith. Police reacted to a call regarding human remains in the city's southern section, which they thought belonged to the woman in the video. 2 days after the card was found. Brian Smith wasn't even in Alaska at the time. He and his spouse were on vacation in Virginia. You could even view their YouTube videos, where they appeared to be a loving pair. Smith had no idea what awaited him at Ted Stevens International Airport when he eventually made it back to Anchorage and disembarked from his aircraft. There were already authorities. Although he was already employed at a Marriott location close to University Lake, he had returned to begin a new position at the Residence Inn, another hotel under the Marriott brand. This new job was meant to represent a new beginning. Rather, authorities intervened as soon as his boots touched the earth, and he was immediately taken into custody and accused of murder. But the real question is, how did his wife never suspect anything, and who was Brian Stephen Smith? South Africa's Queenstown, in the Eastern Cape, is where Brian Stephen Smith was born. With the exception of a series of alarming Facebook posts and an unnerving online presence, his past is still mostly unknown. He once managed a guest home in South Africa while attending Queen's College High School, and he had aspirations of opening his own hotel someday. But for whatever reason, he decided to abandon his homeland and start over in Alaska. Why he made the move has been the subject of several theories. Some others think that he may have been involved in troubling actions long before he even stepped foot in the United States, and that his dark tendencies did not start in Alaska. We do know, however, that his life changed drastically when he met Stephanie, his future wife, while playing online games. Despite the fact that Stephanie was about 20 years older than Smith, they fell quickly and forcefully. They married in 2014, just 7 months after they first met, and Smith moved to Alaska that same year. Although Stephanie was an administrative officer for the U.S. government, she was passionate about music. One job that readily handled immigration papers was Immigration and Naturalization Services. In retrospect, Stephanie said she had no suspicions. For the record, there was no criminal history of Brian Stephen Smith in Alaska, apart from the fact that he had served in the military after immigrating to the United States. There were little data available regarding his background in South Africa. Over the years, Smith held a number of jobs, including those at the Marriott at University Lake, Dell Engineers, and Alaska Tire Service. He seemed like a regular guy adjusting to his new life. He then formally became a U.S. citizen in September 2019, a few weeks before the shocking SD card was found. Smith, his wife, and their cat shared a house in Geneva Woods, a quiet neighborhood in Anchorage at the time of his arrest. Although they appeared to be a typical pair at first glance, Smith's internet behavior suggested otherwise. He chronicled his life in Alaska with travel vlogs and other videos on his active YouTube page. He was unaware that his compulsive urge to record everything would ultimately be a major factor in his demise. In addition to YouTube, Smith was a frequent user of Quora, a website where people post questions and receive answers. It was on Quora that he revealed another troubling aspect of himself. He was obviously prejudiced. His posts exposed a pervasive animosity, especially toward South African and African racial relations. There was little question about his prejudices, because his outbursts were full of poisonous radical viewpoints. However, Stephanie, the wife of Brian Stephen Smith, emphasized once more that she never found anything odd about her husband. He was merely a hard-working man living a tranquil life in Anchorage, Alaska, with a reliable job, in her opinion. However, as we all know, in private, murderers can be masters of deceit. Smith was leading 2 separate lives. One of his mistresses was considerably younger than his wife. She wasn't just any affair, and her name was Alicia Youngblood. His worst desires were shared by this woman. Smith himself claimed that their bond was based on delusions. They supported one another's desire for sadistic gratification in addition to their affection for one another. Smith would receive terrifying messages from Alicia about her violent dreams of attacking and possibly killing someone, and Smith was turned on rather than horrified. According to Smith's interview, his mistress was the one who initially admitted to possessing sinister secrets, including ones that allegedly included murder. Nevertheless, this proved to be merely a story. However, Smith claims that it served as inspiration for his own criminal activity. But many folks weren't persuaded. Long before Smith ever stepped foot in Alaska, they thought he had violent impulses. After all, he previously boasted that it was simple to commit crimes and dispose of dead covertly, calling the state the ideal location for carrying out horrible deeds. The fact that Smith obviously preferred to target Native Alaskan women added to the frightening nature of his acts. However, text conversations showed that long before the SD card was even found, Brian Smith had really told Alicia Youngblood about the murders. In a single message, Youngblood inquired, "Did you ever find your deleted videos? Just a teeny tiny clip would be the ultimate baby. I promise I would erase it. In fact, you wouldn't even have to send a video. Audio would be great." Then he couldn't help himself. Smith responded, "I deleted it at the airport. When I came to the US, I was so paranoid that the FBI would scan my hard drive." He began to explain his actions. He discussed slapping and kicking the woman's intimate region. He even acknowledged at one point that, even though she had died, he felt better knowing she had lived. "I would have loved to see that," Youngblood said chillingly, to which Smith reported, "I didn't know then how serious you were." Smith has previously discussed his aggressive impulses, particularly in relation to sex. He sent Youngblood videos of his violent and brutal wants in several messages, as if to see how far she would go. He confided his sinister secrets to others besides Youngblood. Smith also confided in Ian Calhoun, a buddy. Prosecutors used text messages during the trial to demonstrate that Smith had informed Calhoun of his offenses. He even alluded to wanting to show him Kathleen Henry's body before disposing of it on the Seward Highway during one of their conversations. However, Calhoun was never charged with a crime in spite of this incriminating evidence. In the end, Youngblood gave in to the cops and revealed all of her knowledge about Smith. The most unsettling aspect, though? In drive-through CCTV footage, she and Smith were seen ordering lunch casually, as Kathleen's body was inside the same truck, and Alicia Youngblood disappeared. Just as the world was eager for additional information, she committed suicide in 2021, leaving behind more questions than answers. The horror didn't end there either. It turned out that Smith had more victims than only Kathleen. Youngblood might have discovered even more terrifying information about the man she once referred to as a lover if she had survived, because Smith casually confessed to yet another murder the day he was captured. During their investigation of Smith's house, police confiscated a number of electronic devices, including USBs, SD cards, and hard drives. Among them, they discovered a disturbing film of a woman lying still on a couch. Veronica Abuchuk was the woman in question. Months had passed since Veronica vanished. Christy Grimaldi, her daughter, made the devastating Facebook plea, "I don't think anyone should have to go through this. Just hoping she is alive and well," when word of her absence first broke. Sadly, Veronica's bones had been found in April 2019, months before Smith was arrested, but nobody knew who she was because there was only a skeleton and a bullet fragment in her skull. Smith's identity and the graphic reality were only revealed after her confession. Smith then acknowledged that, when his wife was out of town, he had taken Veronica from the streets and provided her with a comfortable bed for the night. He said she smelled, so he even let her take a shower. However, his monster nature took over after that. Veronica was brutally murdered, just like Kathleen, but Smith shot her before disposing of her body in the woods. Veronica's story was made even more awful by her tragic past. Veronica never had the opportunity to raise her and her siblings, according to reports made by her daughter Christy Grimaldi. She had lived a difficult life, which Christy thought was caused by trauma experienced as a youngster. She revealed that her mother had suffered a life-altering tragedy when she was assaulted by a Catholic priest in St. Michael. Grimaldi had attempted to get back in touch with Veronica after becoming a mother herself. After learning that they had a basic yet reassuring favorite snack, rice with melted cheese, she even extended an invitation for her to move in with her. However, the streets consistently dragged Veronica back, no matter how many times she attempted to start again. She met Valerie Kassler, the person who would eventually find the solution to this whole situation, in this way because it was Valerie who discovered the SD card, the single piece of evidence that sealed Smith's doom. How did she discover it? Well, Brian Smith had a sinister tendency that would eventually bring him to ruin. He stalked the streets every night looking for women who were at risk, sex workers, fugitives, and people society ignored. Valerie Kassler spent the following 12 hours with Brian Smith after he picked her up off the streets one evening. Valerie said there was nothing strange about him. He didn't threaten her, harm her, or even say anything out of the ordinary. He was merely another customer. However, when Smith went to an ATM to take out cash for their date, everything changed. Valerie's curiosity overcame her as she waited in his automobile. She grabbed up 2 phones he had left behind, wondering if she would recognize any of the photographs or if they had any contacts in common. What she discovered, however, was much worse than she had ever dreamed. She happened onto the horrific footage of Kathleen Henry's vicious murder. Panic struck the once she became aware of what she was witnessing. She snatched up the phone and ran without thinking. She hid in the woods for days because she was afraid Smith would find her. He probably knew she had his phone now that she had witnessed his abilities. But Valerie had the guts to accomplish something no one else had, in spite of her anxiety. Finally, Brian Smith's reign of terror came to an end when she turned in the evidence. But it wasn't easy to get justice. Brian Smith's trial wouldn't even start until 4 long years after his arrest. Smith abruptly changed his mind after being questioned for 8 hours straight, alleging that he was coerced into confessing to the murders, even though he had previously confessed. However, there was no denying the evidence against him. Furthermore, the trial was cruel. The horrific tapes that Smith had taken were shown to the jurors. The judge contemplated whether or not to play them in public. Despite Smith's attorney's best efforts, the court refused to have the tapes removed. The entire nation watched as the case was live-streamed, revealing the horrifying details of his crimes. The jury then returned a guilty verdict on all 14 charges in February 2024. Smith was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder for the heinous murders of Veronica Abachuk and Kathleen Jo Henry. That wasn't all, though. In addition, he was convicted of tampering with evidence, second-degree sexual assault, and even mistreating their bodies after they passed away. The jurors made it quite evident that his treatment of Kathleen was extremely cruel. Smith was automatically sentenced to 99 years in prison for torturing her. An additional 30 to 99 years were added after Veronica's murder. His final sentencing was also scheduled for July 2024. The courtroom was full when that day eventually came. Advocates, friends, and victims' families came, many of them dressed in red to pay tribute to murdered or missing Indigenous women. In front of the court, Veronica's daughter expressed her strong desire for Smith to remain incarcerated for the remainder of his life without the possibility of release. The judge concurred. Even her niece expressed hope for a better trial outcome in one interview. Smith received a 226-year prison term with no possibility of parole or future freedom. However, the case did more than merely provide the relatives of the victims with justice. It brought attention to a far larger issue, the horrifying reality that Alaskan Indigenous women must deal with on a daily basis. Because women like Kathleen and Veronica had been going missing for too long and no one was paying notice, activists came out, calling for change and asking authorities to take more action to protect these communities. However, the fate of Cassandra Boskovsky remained a mystery long after Brian Smith was convicted. In the summer of 2019, she was last heard from, and then, one day, she just disappeared. Cassandra was more than a case of a missing person. She had 7 children and maintained good relationships with her family and friends. Her abrupt quiet was alarming. Cassandra was then formally reported missing in September 2019. However, it wasn't until investigators obtained Smith's phone later that year that the truth would start to come to light. Unsettling pictures of a woman lying on the ground, presumably dead or unconscious, were hidden among the files. The woman in the photographs looked a lot like Cassandra. Her relatives were certain it was her. However, the police never formally named her as a victim. In spite of the graphic evidence, although Smith acknowledged being with the woman in the photos, he maintained that he left her alive. She wasn't formally pronounced dead by a jury until September 2024, 5 years later. Her family put in a lot of effort to demonstrate that she was one of Smith's victims, citing little but obvious clues that the woman in the pictures was Cassandra, such as a butterfly tattoo the size of her feet. Emotions were running high when the jury returned its decision. There felt profound sadness mixed with relief. Cassandra's family members desired more than a formal announcement. Justice was what they want. Just like Smith had been held responsible for the others' deaths, they wanted him to be held responsible for hers. However, Brian Smith has not yet been charged or found guilty in relation to the death of Cassandra Boskovsky. Her case serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the number of Indigenous women abducted, the number of families kept in the dark, and the length of time it can take for justice to be served, if it is served at all. I'd like to know what you think now. Is it your opinion that Brian has additional victims, even in South Africa? Might he have been doing this? Please share your comments below, and keep in mind that the most terrifying monsters aren't those found in horror films. They are the ones waiting for their next move, while hidden in plain sight. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving 2 young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite, She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoiled to most of those around her. Due to her frequent tantrums and altercations, teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimal. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile. so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billy, Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potter's own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was. and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977. And they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother, Jean Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. Agnes was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmamme to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was François. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation. setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelet's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renée Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious despite Renée's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renée had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978, after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lesueur. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lesueur to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet A. was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lesueur, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993, when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelets reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977, but he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agneles's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked a justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Annie Leas hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Relationship termination nearly invariably results in emotional distress and scars that take time to heal. Individuals respond to such circumstances in different ways. While some choose to stay friends, others would rather never see or talk to one another again in order to prevent revisiting old scars. Nevertheless, there are situations in which ex-lovers are no longer together but are also unable to fully split up because of a common characteristic that is difficult to end fast. Unpredictable results may result when ex-lovers begin new relationships while still in each other's company and continue to communicate. Though it seemed like a fairy tale, the saga of Ildiko Krajniak, a prosperous businessman and owner of a posh spa salon in California, ended tragically and suddenly. At first there were hints of an accident, an assault, or rival schemes, but the reality was much more sinister. The successful and gorgeous woman suffered a terrible fate at the hands of Ildiko Krajniak, whom she formerly loved and trusted deeply. Early life. On June 8, 1969, a girl named Ildiko Krajniak was born in the northern Hungarian city of Miskolc. She was the youngest of 2 children in a middle-class household. In the 1980 Ses Juliana, her mother, retrained in the increasingly popular field of aesthetic medicine after working as a nurse in the Department of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. She then launched her own clinic. Laszlo Krajniak, the family patriarch, worked as a common laborer at a nearby factory for the most of his life in an effort to support his family. From early childhood, Ildiko was only a few years older than her older brother, who was named after their father. The siblings were almost inseparable and had a good relationship. Her brother, who followed in their father's footsteps, earned an engineering degree and spent some time working at the same machine-building facility before launching a small business of his own in their hometown. Ildiko, who had always been artistic and creative by nature, felt limited in both Miskolc and traditional Hungary. She had aspirations of exploring the globe, seeing different cities and nations, starting her own company, becoming successful and well-known, and escaping the routine in which her family lived. Following in her mother's footsteps, young Krajniak attended a medical college after graduating and subsequently earned a license to practice aesthetics and cosmetology. Her goal was to become a real star in her field and accomplish more. When she was barely 20 years old, she had her first success. The aspiring expert expertly developed her career on her own, creating a strategy and business plan. Her clientele grew rapidly, and she began to make a respectable living by the standards of her city. Ildiko was always learning and developing her talents, keeping abreast of the most recent advancements in medicine, cosmetology, aesthetics, and the beauty business in general. But she knew that as a specialist, she would soon hit their ceiling, and that her opportunities at home were limited. She would have to look for a place that gave her more opportunities to reach her full potential in order to proceed. The driven young Krajniak made the decision to move to the USA after graduating with a bachelor's degree in medical aesthetics. This young lady had admirable goals, but few thought she would actually make such drastic adjustments because Ildiko was so close to her family and didn't appear likely to ever leave them. But in the summer of 1992, just after turning 23, Ildiko made the decision to follow her lifetime ambition and relocated to the United States of America in pursuit of the American dream. The resolute Hungarian took the chance and gambled everything. It was a desire to totally transform her life, not merely a move. She collected all her savings, purchased a one-way ticket, and left for a different continent. She didn't have any friends, family, or acquaintances there. She stepped into the unknown, despite the fact that no one was waiting for her and that she hardly knew any English. Her parents were conflicted about their daughter's choice, but since she was an adult and capable of making such important choices on her own, no one attempted to stop her. Her family, however, was rather worried about how her life would turn out in a strange country. Ildiko made the decision to go directly to sunny California, where she intended to study the language and hunt for work. Put down roots, so to speak. She had lived in strict, prim, and frigid Hungary, so the move was a true cultural shock. In fact, America appeared to be a land of fairy tales and unrealized hopes. Since she still needed to find a work, which was difficult without understanding the language, the young woman first tried to conserve money by staying at a cheap hostel, but shortly she was fortunate enough to get employed at one of the neighborhood beauty shops as a master stylist's assistant. She was able to meet her basic needs and rent a respectable apartment thanks to the pay, but Krajniak had to become fluent in the language and get the necessary U.S. medical license in order to work in the cosmetology and aesthetic medicine fields. Ildiko had no friends or acquaintances, therefore she was forced to rely only on her own power. She put in a lot of effort, spending all of her leisure time learning English and honing her communication abilities. Her diligence and tenacity soon paid off. She earned a license to work as a leading specialist in cosmetology after passing the necessary tests. A few years after relocating, Ildiko rose to the position of chief expert at a spa in a 5-star hotel that was frequented by celebrities and show industry stars. People booked her months in advance because she was known as the best cosmetologist in town. She also continuously improved her credentials and educated herself as a professional. She went to conferences and exhibitions around the world, possessed a thorough awareness of the ingredients in cosmetics and treatments, and was able to assist clients in resolving nearly any aesthetic skin concern. The young woman had exceptional diplomatic skills in addition to her professional abilities. She swiftly built ties with business partners, had a natural business sense, and cultivated influential friends and helpful contacts with ease. Unsatisfied with constantly working for other people, Krajak had aspirations of starting her own salon, which she believed would be the greatest in the city and the entire state of California. The young Hungarian was the most sought-after specialist at the facility where she worked by the mid-1990s. Following their initial treatment visit, clients attempted to schedule appointments exclusively with this cosmetologist. Ildiko was already aware that even if she moved jobs, the clientele she had developed would remain. The spa complex's management was aware of this as well, so they made every effort to keep the experts by providing the best possible working and family environments. Due to her openness, friendliness, sociability, and beauty, Krajak naturally attracted a lot of male attention and had a large following. However, she prioritized learning the language, developing professionally, and advancing her job during her first few years in the US, putting her personal life on the back burner, possibly as the 5th priority. She met Ramilo Vestal, a young guy of Asian descent who had come to America as a kid with his family, in 1995. He was employed as a physician at a nearby hospital after pursuing a medical degree. Romantic feelings immediately grew between the couple as they were able to communicate with each other. Only their closest friends and family were present at their little wedding, which took place in the spring of 1996, a year after they first met. The couple's only child, a son they called Keanu, was born 2 years later. The new parents spent all of their leisure time with family since they loved their child. Everyone who knew them observed how well they complemented one another and how joyful they exuded, and their house was a place of love and understanding. They traveled together in the mid-1990s, and Ildiko persuaded her cousin to follow suit, relocating to the US with her spouse and kids. The family moved close to her house. Their families became great friends, they visited one another frequently, and they corresponded frequently. Krajnak's father died in 2000 following a protracted illness, which was a devastating loss to the family. By then, their mother, Juliana, was living alone in the family house, depressed, while her older brother Laszlo was already married, had children, and lived in a different city. She also started exhibiting dementia symptoms, which made it dangerous to leave her alone. To ensure that her mother wouldn't feel alone and could live out her last years with family, Ildiko made the decision to move her to California. Moving to America was a difficult transition for Juliana as well, but her daughter supported and loved her at this time. In addition, the grandma was ecstatic about the opportunity to show off her kid. In 2002, Krajnak made the decision to create her own salon based on Keanu, whom she had previously only seen in pictures. By then, with the help of her loved ones, she had amassed a sizable clientele, acquired business expertise, and amassed enough money. The young lady was willing to take a big chance. Ildiko opened her spa in Aliso Viejo, California, which is in southern Orange County's San Joaquin Hills. Magyar Cosmetica, which means Hungarian cosmetics, is the name she gave it. Her restaurant quickly received a 5-star rating, and word of its success quickly traveled across the state. Ildiko exclusively employed high-end cosmetics, treatments, and tools in her work. She took tremendous delight in her status as one of the top cosmetologists. The woman had picked a great spot for her salon and had built and run her business with finesse. Her business was situated in a Southern California commercial district, around 70 miles from Los Angeles and 10 miles from the well-known Laguna Beach. The cosmetologist built her business successfully for many years, and her income increased steadily. She and her spouse moved in with their kid and Krajak's mother in a lavish, spacious home they had purchased by the late 2000s. The woman had domestic help and her own driver, was able to live the life she had always imagined and afford anything she wanted. It's also important to remember that Ildiko was a live billboard for her salon. She never seemed to age and always looked beautiful. She also earned an international medical certificate, continued to improve her credentials, and was able to practice in almost any nation. As time went on, the cosmetologist also started teaching seminars and courses for industry professionals. Krajanak worked at her favorite job for many years, always trying to be the greatest. In order to remain competitive, she conducted market research, created advertising campaigns, identified trustworthy suppliers, and created business plans. Despite all of this, she continued to see clients in person who came to her for help with her only child, whom she loved. The woman covered the cost of language classes, music lessons from the greatest professors, and schooling at a prestigious private school. She had first-hand knowledge of the value of learning multiple foreign languages and their potential applications in daily life. Keanu enrolled in a prominent university in 2016 and traveled to Washington for his studies. Crisis and the final vacation. Ildiko had a particularly difficult start to 2017, when the business center where her spa salon had been located for more than 15 years abruptly changed hands. Tenant leases were soon terminated, once the new owner made it apparent that he had his own ambitions for the building. In a prestigious region, Ildiko had to find a new place to move Krajanak right away because he was unprepared for this change of events. It was a significant source of stress. After suffering enormous losses, she looked for a suitable location near the old one. Moving from the opulent business center to a 2-story commercial structure that took up half of the first floor, she remained in Aliso Viejo. Because it involved moving a lot of pricey equipment that needed to be handled carefully, the move itself also came with a high cost. Before the new facility could open for business in March 2018, it also required some minor cosmetic renovations. A stressed out and exhausted Ildiko made the decision to take a brief vacation after the major construction was over and the spa salon reopened at the new location. She took a plane to Portugal, where she spent 2 weeks lounging at a well-known beach resort under the warm sun. She appeared to have overcome the challenges and was eager to make up for lost time. Laszlo took a plane to California a month later to see his mother and sister. They spent time together, communicated effectively, and even surprised Keanu at university on May 5 with a family trip to Washington. Ildiko took a plane to their home country of Hungary with her brother. Ildiko chose to combine a work trip with a visit to relatives she hadn't seen in a while. While the man was heading back home to be with his family, she was excited to apply the cutting-edge therapies she brought back home, which had beautiful, revitalizing results. Sadly, the salon where she had poured her soul was demolished less than a week later, and on May 15, 2018, she was discovered dead from an accident, an attack, or a planned crime. Several reports of a strong explosion were sent to the emergency services at around 1 in the afternoon, and a fire at the business complex where Ildiko's spa salon is located. A few streets away, the bomb was heard, and terrified individuals thought it might have been an attack, worrying it was the first in a series. When parents learned of what had happened, they hurried to the daycare across the street from the demolished building to make sure their kids were safe. Several police patrols, fire engines, and ambulances were sent to the location right away. The structure itself suffered some damage. The interior was engulfed in flames, and bricks, glass, and pieces of roofing covered the roadway. It was unknown at the time how many individuals were inside when the explosion occurred, and if anyone had been killed or injured. A loud blast and acrid smoke were observed by witnesses, and they swiftly spread along the roadway, setting off nearby car alarms. The image grew more horrifying as rescuers approached the explosion's epicenter. Inside and behind the rubble and shattered furniture, there was blood everywhere. Later, 2 injured individuals were located. They turned out to be a mother and daughter who had visited the spa for treatments. The women suffered serious burns, shard lacerations, and concussions on that awful day. Thankfully, both were spared, although the blast wave rendered them unconscious. The most horrific finding awaited the rescuers behind the former reception desk: deformed and horribly burned human remains. A number of additional staff members and customers were brought to the hospital after suffering minor injuries and smoke inhalation. Although identification was not feasible right enough, it was quickly determined that the person in the epicenter was Ildiko Kradiak, a 48-year-old spa proprietor. Since there was no guarantee that another explosion would not happen, bomb disposal troops were there. It was challenging to identify what had exploded and what had produced such a catastrophic blast right from the start. Since there was a particular place of explosion, the original explanation of a gas leak and electrical short was promptly discarded. Although no more explosive devices were discovered in this or nearby buildings, the likelihood of a terrorist act was looked into. The idea of a well-thought-out crime against Ildiko was another really credible argument. The dead was a generous, honest, and charitable individual who was always ready to lend a hand to others. She was a prosperous businesswoman, though, and had a lot of jealous competitors who would have wished to completely destroy her. Every theory had to be verified, but first, the surviving witnesses and the victim's friends and family had to be interviewed. Meanwhile, a woman named Lori Stone called in an emergency because she was unable to get through to her boyfriend Stephen Bill. He was a co-founder of the spa salon and may have been inside the building when the explosion occurred, she said. Eyewitness reports. The surviving mother and daughter were in critical care after suffering severe injuries and undergoing an emergency operation. They consented to talk to police authorities and describe everything that transpired that day as soon as their condition somewhat improved. The women were receiving care at the spa salon in Kraniak. Previously, they headed to the reception counter to pay for their cosmetic services. Everything was going according to plan because they had been there previously and knew the owner well. Ildiko was at the desk at the time and frequently handled the responsibilities of the receptionist herself. There was a big parcel on the desk in front of her, and she was going through the mail. She collected the money, gave the customers their receipts, and then, carrying on the lighthearted discussion, grabbed a box cutter and started to open the box itself. Then there was a sudden, strong explosion, and the rest of the time seemed to be a blur. The daughter claims that after seeing a bright flash and a thunderous blast, she felt a rush of heat and realized she was in midair. In actuality, the blast wave threw her, but she miraculously survived, found her mother in the midst of the confusion, and pulled her to a wall that had been demolished so she could breathe. She then passed out and awoke in the hospital. After talking to the victims, it became clear that the explosive device had been disguised as a regular parcel and that this was a deliberate act. Finding a group of suspects and figuring out who might not only want the woman dead but actually carry it out were the following stages. Nor was it obvious if Ildiko was the only target, or if Stephen Bill, her 59-year-old business partner, was also in grave danger. Police were sent to the man's house right away. Bill had just gotten back. He received a stack of goods at his door after earning money on a business trip. Bomb disposal specialists assessed all the boxes once he was evacuated to a safe distance, but they just contained store orders, and no explosives were discovered. When questioned, Stephen seemed stunned to learn of Krasic's passing and was unable to identify any former spouses who might have wanted her to suffer harm. Romeo Vestal, the deceased's spouse, showed up on the scene. He was completely distraught after learning of the incident, even though he had believed until the very end that his wife may have lived. But there was also the need to interrogate him. Only a handful of the Krasnia family were aware of this extremely odd detail at this stage. As it turned out, Ildiko and Romeo were no longer a couple in the traditional meaning of the word. They still resided in their spacious, opulent, shared home. Although they had remained friendly and had not filed for divorce, in recent years they had reduced themselves to just neighbors, each with their own private life. They were willing to let go entirely if either of them found true love, and had no jealousy toward one another. The cops found this situation to be odd and quite suspicious. Ramillo, who was still his wife's legal spouse, would inherit the house, all of the property, and the lucrative business in the event of his wife's passing. This final factor, however, supported the man's innocence. Why would he ruin their family business partners and ex-lover's primary source of income, the spa salon? It was determined that the deceased had dated at least 5 different males in the previous 2 years. Two identities caught the investigators' attention in particular, although the majority were passing curiosities. According to a close friend of Krajak, the woman had been dating a man named Nicholas for a few months and was very attracted to him. She did not rule out the idea that their relationship could develop further, possibly even ending in marriage. The couple flew impulsively, canceling all other plans, to spend a weekend together in Sacramento, 1 week prior to the tragedy. This man was swiftly caught and questioned by detectives, but it was discovered that he had nothing to do with the tragedy, was just as startled by what had happened as everyone else, and had no reason to hurt the woman he loved. It later came to light that Ildiko had been intimately associated with her business partner Stephen Bill for a number of months prior. About a year and a half ago, when the woman was having major business issues, trying to find a new location for the salon and suffering large losses, an interesting story emerged when investigators looked into how they met and why they became partners, even though Bill had no prior connections to the beauty industry. She got to know Stephen. She was so beautiful that he fell in love with her right away and promised to pay for all the costs of moving the spa center. Additionally, he made a sizable investment in its growth and concurrently joined Krajak as a business partner. They started dating, which lasted for roughly 6 months. The woman probably gave back out of appreciation, but she didn't really have a strong connection to Bill. They took a vacation together in Portugal in March 2018, but by then, Ildiko had already begun an affair with Nicholas and was always phoning him, which annoyed Stephen. She was already content in her new relationship, but she broke up with him as soon as she got back. The two of them kept running the company together, and Bill persisted in attempting to win her back. He even began dating Lori Stone in an attempt to incite her jealousy. However, this had little effect on Krajak. She had lost interest. Bill probably had a grudge against her and might have pursued a bizarre pastime, skeletons in the closet, or retaliation. After deciding to investigate Stephen more, the cops learned that he had a very particular pastime. He was skilled in pyrotechnics and worked on creating explosions. The individual did not hinder or refute this. Officers searched his house and discovered professional equipment, ingredients for making rockets and fireworks, gunpowder, and other flammable compounds. Bill was released since the police at the time lacked a good reason or any supporting evidence to hold him. But after deciding to look into his past more, they learned that his wife had passed away 10 years prior under mysterious circumstances. An unexplained mishap at home while they were there preceded the official cause of death, which was pancreatitis, moving furniture. Although nothing could be established, it seemed that Stephen had started the incident. Additionally, after becoming a widower, he received a sizable insurance settlement, which further raised the possibility of a motive for the murder, arrest, and trial. Bill bought a variety of flammable chemical components and pieces for creating poppers, which were later discovered at the explosion scene. According to Ildiko security film from May 10, the detectives were able to locate many months later. It was also disclosed that he went to the spa salon early on the morning of the disaster in order to drop off the lethal item. On March 3, 2019, he used his key to enter through the back door and parked his car on a nearby street so that no one would notice. Stephen Bill was taken into custody on suspicion of purposeful building destruction. A number of additional accusations pertaining to causing serious bodily damage were introduced throughout the trial. One woman was severely burned on the face and torso, and another lost her eye in the explosion. Despite Bill's not guilty plea, the facts and testimony gathered did not support his position. Witnesses also said that he had started stalking Ildiko and had never come to terms with her leaving him. The woman had told friends just before she passed away that she was afraid for her life and worried that her ex-lover would get even. Stephen Bill was only convicted on all counts in early 2024 and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He and his legal team filed numerous appeals, all of which were denied. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, there was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home, where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield. Now that the defense has invoked, stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Timothy Ray Jones Jr., age 32, did an unimaginable atrocity on August 28, 2014. Timothy killed his 5 children, ages 1 to 8, at their family's mobile home on South Lake Drive in Red Bank, New Jersey. Why may this man have killed his own children? Red Bank is a community in the U.S. state of New Jersey's Monmouth County. The community, which was founded in 1908, is traversed by the Navesink River, which has historically served as the area's route to the ocean and other ports. Red Bank is a community in the New York metropolitan area that serves as a commuter town for New York City. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, there are 12,936 people living in the borough. In August 2014, 5 young children died in this area in the most horrifying way. Cindy Jones, who was 16 when she became pregnant, and Timothy Jones Sr. welcomed Timothy Jones Jr. into the world in 1981. Unfortunately, Jones Jr. was only 18 months old when Cindy left the house. Timothy Jones Sr. remarried after this. As a child, Jones Jr. had legal issues in 2001 after being detained in Illinois on suspicion of car theft, check fraud, and cocaine possession. He served only 2 years of his 7-year prison sentence before being freed in 2003. From this point on, his life appeared to improve. In 2004, he married Amber Kaiser, whom he had met as a youth. 3 children were born soon after. Jones persisted in his studies, eventually graduating from Mississippi State University with a degree in engineering. Later, the young family relocated to Blythewood in search of brighter prospects. Mara, who is 8 years old, Elias, who is 7 years old, Nathan, who is 6 years old, Gabrielle, who is 2 years old, and Abigail Elaine, who is 1 year old, were their 5 children by 2014. Their marriage started to deteriorate over time, and Jones' conduct altered significantly as he started smoking, drinking, and using synthetic marijuana. In the middle of these difficulties, Amber gave birth to Abigail Elaine, their final child. Jones, though, wasn't sure if he was the child's biological father. Jones and Amber separated in 2013. As a result of this and other marital issues, Jones was granted custody of the children following the divorce. Jones was supposed to be the ideal father and do everything in his power to keep his kids safe. However, who could have foreseen the horror that would follow? Jones picked up his 2 youngest children from their babysitter and his 3 older children from school on Thursday, August 28, 2014. He disappeared. When Jones and the kids disappeared for a few days the following day, his family finally called the police, but only after they had been unable to contact him for a few days. Elk, the babysitter, attempted to call him at 9:36 a.m. the following day but got no answer. Elk was unfazed, and at 9:38, he texted Jones to ask about dropping off the youngest kids at daycare. Jones told her that the children would return on Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, and said, "Don't worry about this morning. I'll see you next week." Roberta Thornsberry, Jones's grandmother, called him frantically from Mississippi, but he didn't answer. Thornsberry became increasingly alarmed on August 30 and texted Jones many times during the day before ultimately asking him why he was not responding at 5:13 p.m. On September 1 at 4:54 p.m., Elk politely reminded Jones to pack diapers when he dropped off Gabriel and Abigail Elaine. He later called Elk about 6:15 p.m. to tell him that he was going to leave South Carolina with the kids and start again. He offered her everything she desired from the items he left behind and asked Elk to tidy up his mobile home. Amber called at 7:00 p.m., but Jones didn't pick up. Since they were unable to contact him, his family contacted the police. Jones was reported missing and traveling with his 5 children, prompting the issuance of a nationwide alert in search of him. However, they wouldn't learn of his whereabouts until September 6th. A startling find was made during a regular traffic safety stop in Smith County, Mississippi, on September 6, 2014. Around 7:00 p.m., Tim Jones Jr. was taken into custody. Around 8:00 p.m., Under Sheriff Marty Patterson arrived on the scene. He saw evidence of intoxication in Jones. A terrible stink came from an Escalade as he got closer to Jones' vehicle. Patterson noticed bleached spots around the baseboard. Jones was supposed to be traveling from Lexington with his 5 children, according to an unsettling hit from the FBI National Crime Information Center when Jones' ID and license plate were run. Patterson called the Lexington County Sheriff's Department right away. Jones first denied having any children when asked about them, but when pressed further, he stated that he only had 3 in South Carolina. Investigators in Smith County quickly contacted Jones's father, Tim Jones Sr., who subsequently notified Jones's ex-wife Amber and Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsbury. Investigators from SLED and the Lexington County Sheriff's Department traveled to Mississippi on September 8, 2014, to begin their investigation. Jones consented to guide investigators to his children's bodies 2 days later, on September 9. On September 10, the bodies of Mara, Elias, Natan, Gabrielle, and Abigail Elaine were found, marking the beginning of the discovery. Unsettling and eerie was the evidence gathered from Jones's Escalade on family photos, clothes, children's artwork, letters written by their mother Amber to the children, Bibles, Tim Jones' Mississippi State University diploma, and his passport were among the items recorded. Timothy Jones also wrote handwritten notes that were as terrifying, including disturbing chores like melt bodies, sand bones to dust or small pieces, and burn up bodies. The notes also specified materials such as gas, acid, and camping equipment that were necessary for these gruesome acts. The idea that this father had painstakingly planned to murder and dispose of the remains of all 5 of his children sounded unreal. Jones was booked into the Kirkland Correctional Facility on September 13, 2014, and kept apart from the rest of the inmates in solitary confinement. However, what had actually happened that fateful day? What led Jones to conceal the children's bodies after he killed them? The police's investigation and Jones's confession revealed the sinister reality about what Jones did during the week that he and his kids vanished. The terrifying series of events began in the afternoon of Thursday, August 28, 2014. Tim Jones collected his 2 youngest children from the daycare center and picked up his 3 older children from school. Nobody could have predicted that the fairly typical day would turn into a nightmare. Anger swept through the family's mobile home before 7 p.m. Jones brought up the subject of damaged electrical outlets with Nathan, his 6-year-old son. He subjected the child to a physical punishment by beating Nathan. Jones even went so far as to bombard the small child with inquiries. He received a call around 7:10 p.m. from Amber, his estranged wife. Fearful and distraught, Nathan explained that the event had been an accident, but Jones stepped in and accused Amber of defending their kid before cutting the conversation short. The darkness grew darker as the evening went on. Amber's frantic attempts to get in touch were ignored, and Nathan was sent to bed. Although the specifics remained unknown, Jones either found Nathan's dead at 8:30 p.m. or made an unsuccessful attempt to wake the boy. Jones had to confront the sobering fact that his child was no longer with him. Apparently spurred by his own imagination, Jones would later tell the police that Nathan was attempting to hurt him by using the electricity in the mobile home. He killed his children as a result of this paranoia. The next morning, Jones took his daughter Mara, who was 8 years old, to a convenience store to purchase smokes. When he got home, he was overcome with violence. Jones confessed to officials that he killed Gabriel and Abigail Elaine by suffocating Mara and Elias, ages 8 and 7, with his bare hands while wearing a belt. After that, he covered his children's bodies with blankets and sheets from their beds and put them in the back seat of his car. Jones's search history was also examined by the authorities, who discovered an odd fascination with Atlanta and herbal incense. Jones was clearly searching for spice, a synthetic marijuana that was illegal in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi but lawful in South Carolina. He searched the internet for smoke shops or head stores across state lines, determined to obtain the drug. He also turned down calls from his grandmother, with whom he had previously made arrangements. Around this time, up to 23 calls and texts had been left by her. According to tracking data, Jones was in the vicinity of Moody, Alabama, about 2:20 p.m. Between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jones resumed his hunt for smoking businesses, concentrating this time on Alabama and Mississippi. Jones changed locations throughout the day, starting at 8:04 p.m. in Lithonia Springs, Georgia, and ending at 10:29 p.m. in Washington, Georgia. He was obviously making significant progress. Jones's phone location by August 30 showed that he was in Red Bank. By August 31, Jones' phone search inquiries indicated that he was going to start over. He searched animal services, Lexington County dumps, and South Carolina camping areas. Jones was in Athens, Georgia, on September 1, according to a store receipt discovered in his car. Remarkably, his phone data also showed that he was in Winsboro and Spartansburg at 1:20 a.m. on the same day. The location of the phone changed to Folly Beach when Jones performed a number of alarming Google searches on September 2 at 10:35 a.m. The situation took a more sinister turn. The phone was tracked to West Columbia, where he searched for body in landfill, muriatic acid burn, camping near Columbia, South Carolina. What does no extradition laws mean? And facing legal problems, where should you run? Elk and Jones texted back and forth between 11 a.m. and noon on plans to clean his Red Bank mobile home. Intel Jim McConnell, Jones's supervisor, contacted him at 11:54 a.m. to ask why he hadn't been to work. In addition, Saxe-Getha School left unanswered calls on Nathan, Elias, and Mira. The issue worsened about 1:30 p.m. when McConnell's phone went unanswered at 1:53 p.m. The position of the phone was subsequently tracked to Lawrenceville, Georgia at 6:04 p.m., Athens, Georgia at 4:19 p.m., and Clinton, South Carolina at 3:22 p.m. Jones received an update call from Elk at 10:08 p.m. after ignoring 2 calls from Amber at 6 p.m. throughout this hectic day. The situation became alarming by September 3. At 10:07 a.m., Jones missed 2 calls and an ignored text from Intel colleague Kevin McKinney. Additionally, there was no answer to his boss's phone at 12:11 p.m. On September 3, surveillance footage from multiple sites showed Jones at the Dollar General in Orangeburg, an Advanced Auto store in Lake City, and the Augusta Road Walmart in Lexington. In the disturbing Walmart video, he was seen buying things, including goggles, a 5-gallon bucket, trash bags, muriatic acid, a saw, and saw blades. When the phone turned back on at 3:37 a.m. on September 4, Jones Googled missing children and Tim Jones. The phone was located on James Island, which is close to Charleston. Later that day, Jones's phone was tracked to Camden and then Orangeburg when the texts from Thornsbury and Saxe went unanswered. Jones was observed depositing a check for $3,518.49 at the Augusta Road ATM in Lexington between 5:17 and 6:33 p.m. It turned out that this money was the profits from the sale of Intel stock he had made weeks earlier. On a logging road between Greenville and Camden, Alabama, Jones would tell the police that he disposed of his children's decaying bodies in black plastic garbage bags. Since August 29, 2014, the bodies had been in the back seat of his car. The phone was found in Greenville, Alabama around 9:14 a.m. on 1:06 p.m. Jones is seen on surveillance footage and receipts from the same day, visiting the Bypass Food Mart in Camden, Alabama. Such an action by a father is not common. Because of this, the authorities tried to figure out what drove Tim to murder the kids. In order to confirm his mental state, an investigation was started. Following his incarceration, Tim Jones Jr.'s psychological condition was extensively monitored by mental health specialists. Although forensic and clinical psychologists and psychiatrists participated in the assessment, they disagreed on his diagnosis. Others proposed that he might have a personality disorder or schizoaffective disorder, but they disagreed on whether his use of synthetic marijuana could have affected his mental state at the time of the crime, or whether a traumatic brain injury he sustained at the age of 15 contributed to his underlying psychosis. During the trial, the jury was given these conflicting hypotheses to help them understand the causes of Tim Jones Jr.'s mental illness. 3 generations of the Jones family's history were mapped out and examined. The goal was to determine how Tim Jr.'s mental health might have been affected by a tumultuous upbringing and a family history of mental illness. The circumstances surrounding Tim Jones Sr.'s conception and delivery were explained to the jury throughout the trial. Tim Sr.'s mother, Roberta Thornsbury, became pregnant at the age of 12 after being abused by her stepfather. Interestingly, there was a familial history of mental illness in Cynthia, Tim Jr.'s mother. The young couple was barely out of their teens when Tim Jr. was born, but their relationship became tense and Cynthia tried to remove Tim Jr. from his father. Tim Jr. was reared by his grandmother, Roberta Thornsbury, after Tim Sr. eventually obtained custody. When Cynthia was diagnosed with schizophrenia, Tim Sr. had her committed to a mental health facility in New York. In order to help the jury understand the complicated web of factors that may have contributed to Tim Jones Jr.'s mental condition, these complex family dynamics were offered as evidence. There were several problems in Thornsbury's marriage. Calls to the police for shootings, stabbings, drug possession, and physical and alcohol abuse were common during the marriage. The atmosphere did not appear to be steady. Tim Sr. had several marriages throughout the years, divorcing Cynthia and then married Carolyn, with whom he had 2 additional boys. Tim's family was fractured by the time he was 9 years old, and as the years passed, he saw his father get married again, this time to Julie when Jones was 16. Jones met Amber after being freed and the two married. Jones and his father did not get along well. They were silent for 18 months as a result of this, intensifying throughout the 2012 Christmas holidays. The last time Jones's father would see the kids was over the 2012 Christmas break. In 2019, the trial started on May 15. Testimonies from a wide range of people were coming in, illuminating Jones' horrible crime. Testimonies were given by law enforcement officers, mental health specialists, penitentiary officers, instructors, school authorities, babysitters, and even members of Jones's own family. Jones' culpability was evident right away. The evidence against him was strong and he had admitted to the crime. In spite of this, the defense aimed to prove that the individual was suffering from a serious mental illness and was therefore not fully accountable for his acts. But the jury categorically rejected the defense's reasoning when they returned a guilty judgment. After establishing guilt, attention turned to figuring out the proper penalty for the killings. Teachers and previous babysitters were asked by the prosecution to explain the trauma they experienced as a result of losing these innocent youngsters during the sentencing phase. Their testimonies demonstrated the effects of Jones's actions on those left behind. Despite the fact that they were not biologically connected, the defense mostly depended on pleading for mercy from Jones's family members, who favored a life sentence rather than the death penalty, although they did not bring in experts to support their position. In the emotionally heated courtroom, Jones's father and grandmother testified about Jones's troubled childhood and adulthood. However, their heartfelt testimonies strongly opposed the possibility that he would be executed. The next day, Jones's wife and the children's mother, Amber Kaiser, took the stand once more during the trial. Her initial appearance was characterized by tears and obvious misery, but this time she found the courage to ask for Jones's forgiveness. She understood her children's thoughts and thought they wouldn't have wanted their father dead, even though she herself wanted to hurt him. She boldly stated that she was prepared to accept the verdict of the jury. The state's final arguments during the penalty phase of the Timothy Jones Jr. murder trial were made by attorney Rick Hubbard. With a startling question, Hubbard addressed the jury. "Would you save execution for the worst? The worst of the worst? Isn't he pointing at Tim Jones?" "Yes, Tim Jones, who killed his 5 children in a ruthless manner," Hubbard went on, pleading with the jurors to take into account the type of guy Jones really was, a killer who ruthlessly betrayed the faith of his own flesh and blood, depriving them of their priceless youth. When Hubbard thought back on Jones's turbulent upbringing, he admitted that his family had attempted to protect him because they saw something unique in him. In spite of his own flaws, Jones's father had loved his son, and his grandmother had also shown her affection for him, while acknowledging his tendency toward selfishness. Hubbard emphasized how Jones had developed a sense of entitlement by learning to control his family, since he knew they would constantly approach him and apologize. Hubbard displayed 2 images. The first showed Jones's happy family, while the second showed the dead remains of the kids in black trash bags. Hubbard made it clear that Jones was to blame for the dissolution of this devoted family. Hubbard emphasized that Jones's decisions, not his family history, resulted in the sad act of leaving his children's bodies exposed. He said, "No father does this to his children." Hubbard forced the jury to face the truth about Jones' behavior by presenting them with images from the crime scene and the autopsy. Hubbard pushed the jury to consider whether a guy who perpetrated such an unimaginable murder merited mercy throughout his closing statements. The jury was allowed to decide Jones's fate after considering the seriousness of the offense and the weight of the evidence. Casey Secor, Jones's lawyer, fervently urged the jurors to sympathize with the Jones family. He made them think about the family's continued pain and anguish. Secor urged a fair verdict that recognized both harsh punishment and compassion, acknowledging the seriousness of Jones's conduct. The jury found Jones guilty after just over 6 hours of deliberation. Jones declined to testify in his defense during the guilt or penalty phase, despite the seriousness of the issue. Rather, a chilling 2014 audio confession that was unquestionable was played in the courtroom. The 12-member panel rendered its decision after only an hour and 45 minutes of rigorous discussion. The death penalty wasn't always the result. The jurors in this case unanimously decided to execute Jones after carefully weighing any extenuating circumstances. Before the judge legally handed down the death sentence, all 12 jurors had to sign a verdict form and concur. The case would not finish, but the Jones family stayed silent and did not react to the media as they sadly left the courthouse. 2 years after being given a death sentence in 2021, Jones requested a second trial and the abolition of the capital penalty, arguing that jurors were biased against him because they had seen upsetting autopsy images during the initial trial. Robert Dudek, an attorney, contended that Jones, who has schizophrenia, was wrongly convicted. The defense argued that prosecutors overstated the repercussions of an insanity plea and that the use of graphic autopsy photos distorted the punishment against Jones. Fairness questions were raised by these photos, which were taken 9 days after the youngsters passed away. Additionally, the defense argued against the exclusion of expert witness testimony that questioned Jones' diagnosis and mental condition. Despite criticism from the court for perhaps influencing the jurors' emotions, attorney Rick Hubbard defended his choice to display the pictures. Although the court typically allows compelling defense arguments in instances involving the death penalty, questions were raised regarding how the trial was conducted. But Jones's appeal was denied by the South Carolina Supreme Court in March 2023. Although the court recognized that there were 2 mistakes made during the trial, it decided that they were insignificant and did not call for the conviction or sentence to be overturned. The first error was leaving out Dr. Adriana Flores's evidence, which was intended to refute another physician's allegations that Jones was fabricating mental health problems. According to the court, her input ought to have been permitted. The second mistake is displaying unsettling autopsy images. Nevertheless, the court pointed out that Jones attempted to conceal the crime. Therefore, the pictures had little bearing on the jurors' choice to execute him. The loss of all 5 children and the prospect of Jones's execution must have caused Jones's family to experience unfathomable emotions. The work of debating through the case's horrors fell to the defense lawyers and prosecutors. The unsettling pictures and Jones's own admission are undoubtedly haunting the police. More importantly, can the mother of the children who has suffered unimaginable suffering since that awful day on August 28, 2014, be able to go on and begin anew? Do you believe that Jones deserves the death penalty? Or should the jury have chosen a life sentence in light of Jones' plea of mental health? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine living in a peaceful, tight-knit neighborhood where crime is uncommon, and everyone appears to know one another. A teacher, a loving mother, and a devoted member of her neighborhood church. Sarah Starr was always smiling and paying attention to everyone around her. One morning, however, she abruptly disappeared, and a few hours later, she was discovered dead in her own driveway. She was instantly killed by 2 shotgun rounds. The odd thing is that Jason, her ex-husband, was the primary suspect. Despite witnesses' accusations that he had threatened her, he maintained his innocence and even offered a strong alibi. What is actually happening here then? Was there anyone else engaged in this unfortunate turn of events? Why, in spite of the absence of concrete proof, did the authorities still suspect him? We'll go into a multi-year, intricate inquiry today. You will uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of this idyllic community and see the extent to which desperation and a desire for vengeance can drive a person. Are you prepared to learn the truth about Sarah Starr's true fate? It all began on a bright morning on November 27, 2017. Coffee County, Alabama's emergency services received a troubling call at around 9 in the morning. Despite his composure, The man on the telephone made it clear what he was saying. Sarah Starr, his acquaintance, had probably committed suicide, he said. Officers hurried to the location right away, which was a tiny church-owned home. Originally constructed to accommodate the pastor, this house had been rented out to churchgoers exclusively for years. The church had given Sarah Starr, a woman with a complex past, unique terms to live there. After going through a 2-year divorce procedure and being left alone with her 4 children, the house had become her haven. At the age of 38, she was making an effort to move on from the unpleasant memories and disputes of her past. In 1979, Sarah was born in Colby, a small Kansas town. She was always seen as gifted and kind, particularly with regard to children. She decided to become a teacher, and after completing college, she began working as a literature and writing instructor at a nearby school. Many people characterized her as a cheerful and attentive teacher who had no trouble connecting with her students. In 2001, she and Jason got married. She was 22 years old at the time and had recently graduated with a bachelor's degree in education. Jason had just returned from the service and was 6 years older. Their relationship appeared to be harmonious. Both seemed content and had aspirations of starting a family, but, as is frequently the case, problems were simmering beneath the surface. Their marriage appeared to be harmonious at first. After settling in Colby, the couple had twins, then another pair 5 years later, but Jason found it difficult to handle the obligations of parenting. He grew more and more agitated, yelling at Sarah because of the children's commotion, the ongoing mess, and his lack of sleep. He became increasingly irritated with every year that went by, and he didn't think twice about disparaging her, even in public. Sarah took comfort in her beliefs and made an effort to maintain harmony. The local Baptist church eventually became her second home, and she became a dedicated member. She gained friends easily because of her gregarious demeanor and gentle disposition. To escape the chaos at home, Sarah immersed herself in hobbies, taking up gardening and photography. When Sarah's life appeared to be more stable in 2016, she began teaching 4th grade. She was still seen as a kind and amiable individual, but there were hidden problems beneath that kind veneer. Tension in their marriage increased as Jason, who was becoming more and more resentful of his duty as a father to 4 children, became more violent. Sarah ultimately made the decision to file for divorce after multiple attempts to keep their relationship intact. She left the house to Jason and took sanctuary in a house that the church provided. She thought moving to Alabama would give her a new beginning, but her financial condition deteriorated, and the divorce process took a long time. Jason claims that Sarah started to spend excessively, which made her problems worse. It didn't go as well as she had planned, even though the relocation was meant to be the start of a new chapter in her life. Sarah asked 2 close friends, Dana and Lawrence, to assist her with the move the day she left Jason's residence. They remembered her being agitated, rushing around, losing stuff, and pacing back and forth. Dana and Lawrence felt Sarah was terrified of something because of her erratic conduct. That was her biggest worry, that Jason might arrive and start a fight, and her worries weren't unjustified. Despite the help of her church, Sarah, a single mother now, felt that her life was getting harder and harder. She was lonely and had a lot of debt. Jason did actually show up when Sarah and her kids eventually made it to the new home the church had supplied. He went to the front door, but Lawrence refused to let him in, knowing that a confrontation would not be beneficial. After a while, Jason departed. However, Sarah reacted as though she had seen a ghost, according to Lawrence. She was crying and trembling. Jason had threatened her, she said, and now her darkest nightmares were real. The divorce process was eventually completed 2 years after the incident. The court decided that both parents will split custody of the children. Jason's financial condition was severely disrupted when he was ordered to give Sarah child and spousal support. He was forced to forfeit over half of his salary. While Jason relocated to a different adjacent property and stayed with his mother, Sarah remained in the residence supplied by the church. With one significant exception, Sarah didn't arrive for work. The morning of November 27, 2017 began as any other. Her co-workers, who were aware of her exceptional punctuality and responsibility, were instantly alarmed. Sarah's disappearance appeared totally out of character, and she was not returning calls or reading messages. Concerned, one of her co-workers drove to Sarah's residence to see how she was doing. Her co-worker discovered Sarah's lifeless body on the driveway when she got there. Blood and many bullet wounds suggested a violent crime. Although emergency personnel were immediately contacted, Sarah had already lost her chance. When the police first got on the site, they thought it might have been self-harm, but after looking over the crime scene, they soon determined it was an act of hostility. It was later discovered that the shots were fired at close range by an unidentified assailant who had been waiting for Sarah with a shotgun at around 6:30 a.m. as she was leaving her home. Her head was struck by the second bullet, and her chest by the first. The gunshot were heard by the neighbors, but they paid little attention. Such noises were not unusual in the rural area where hunters were prevalent. Nobody thought they were listening to Sarah's last moments. When forensic specialists got to the location, they couldn't find any tire tracks or fingerprints. Although the offender had exercised caution, the police's suspicions naturally shifted to Jason, given the recent divorce and the strained relationship between Sarah and her ex-husband.